The drive to move forward, to seek and realize goals. A burning desire to pursue an ideal can take many forms. Pursuit of status, wealth, perhaps even a kinder world. The clearer your desire is, the closer you get to realizing it. The farther you get from realizing it, the more one may be willing to do anything to see their vision through. Rise of the Golden Idol is the sequel to Color Gray Games' Case of the Golden Idol, a detective puzzle game where we are shown various scenes, and by clicking on points of interest, are given a variety of color-coded keywords. We then use those words to solve various puzzles and ultimately fill in what exactly occurred in a given scenario. I'm keeping the gameplay synopsis brief, but just know that I highly recommend you give this game and/or its predecessor a try before watching this video. You only get to solve a puzzle game for the first time once, and Rise of the Golden Idol is full of its own share of aha moments that are satisfying to deduce your way through. There's a demo available which takes you through the first 4 cases if you want to give it a try. In this video we'll be covering Rise's base game. Due to its DLC scenarios having a more anthological structure, we'll cover them all in a separate video, though I'll still make the occasional reference to information learned in them if necessary. For the sake of thoroughness, we'll be proceeding through Rise with full knowledge of all characters, events, and information learned from Case. This is to say, there'll be spoilers for both Case of the Golden Idol and some of the conclusions made in my respective video, though this video should suffice on its own. I'll go ahead now and state some of the general knowledge we'll be carrying forward with. The world of the Golden Idol is similar yet different to our own. Nations have been swapped to fictional analogues. For example, Britain is referred to as Albion, and France is referred to as Aquitania. One of the most important nations with ancient roots is that of Lemuria. I previously claimed that Lemuria was an analog for India. I had my reasons for doing so, but I no longer believe this to be true. Lemuria, at least in our world, was a fictional continent supposedly located in the Indian Ocean. However, we will eventually learn information that tells us Lemuria is far more distinct of a civilization in this universe. The next point is that ancient Lemuria was a technologically advanced civilization. In antiquity, Lemurians were able to create technologies whose functions were so incredible they appeared almost magical. And appeared is the key word here. Despite the previous game's idol being able to alter matter and energy in inexplicable ways, its function behaved in accordance with the laws of the conservation of matter and energy. The main takeaway is that though ancient Lemurian devices appear magical, they're still just technology. With all this preliminary information kept in mind, we can proceed to the game. Our main menu immediately indicates to us that the setting appears closer to the modern day. There's modern buildings, cars, and even someone riding a motorcycle. There's not much else to say, so we'll head to our dashboard and click on that plastic toy snake. Wonder what that's a metaphor for. Constriction, a murderous way out. Our first scene depicts a man currently strangling another. Upon inspection, we see the assailant is shouting "Prom Napol Prom." If we remember the DLC cases from Case of the Golden Idol, we see that the font in which the man speaks denotes he's speaking Lemurian. In this case, we can actually recognize that this is ancient Lemurian rather than common Lemurian. Of the ancient Lemurian words we know from our previous investigation, we see that prom means stop, but we lack a clear translation for Napol. It sounds similar to the word apol, which means mind, so perhaps it's related. We'll keep this in mind. For now, we'll recognize that the man is saying, "Stop, Napol, stop." He's currently strangling his victim with a chewed cloth strap. By his side, we see that the strap has been ripped from a straitjacket that reads "Red Wood." The man being strangled has dropped a rubber baton, and inspecting him reveals his cries for help. His name tag reads, "Morg Braca." In his possession is a ring of keys, a pack of Sweet Pine cigarettes, and a clipboard. The clipboard lists the Patients in Special Care Unit C, dated June 1977. Since the perpetrator is speaking ancient Lemurian, he must be Auriel Toussaint, professor of ancient Lemurian history, though his decision to speak what is seemingly a dead language is quite strange. The proper way of solving this was to recognize the murder as taking place in room 202 and is thus Auriel's room, but remembering details from the previous game has immediately proven useful. We can name the victim as Morg Braca and our killer as Auriel Toussaint. With our characters and murder weapon identified, we must only place the setting. Though there are cells, the padded walls, straitjacket, and Morg's clipboard reading patients instead of prisoners tells us this is an asylum rather than a prison. The straitjacket says Redwood, so it must be the Redwood Asylum. Thus, the Professor Auriel Tucson killed Morg Braca with a strap from a straitjacket in the Redwood Asylum. Our prologue takes us to June 1977, where an ancient Lemurian historian by the name of Auriel Tucson murders an asylum employee who was managing his cell. The subtitle, A Murderous Way Out, tells us that Auriel created this opportunity in order to escape. As to who this man is and why he was detained there, we won't learn for quite some time. It's best to recap information we know about the Golden Idol sooner rather than later. The idol, otherwise known as the Universal Transfer Device, was capable of manipulating matter through the commands take matter blank and give matter blank. That blank being a physical property such as heat, oxygen content, gold content, or something more abstract like lifespan. The intensity of its function was determined by the force and duration an activation lever was held, and it was aimed by pointing its gem at a target. This gem would change color depending on the input the idol was primed for. Blue would mean it could use the take command, where it would then turn red, and the next command would be to give, where it would turn back to blue. I've also charted out the rest of the ancient Lemurian vocabulary we know, as well as their numbering system. Ancient Lemuria used a base 12 system, different from the base 10 system we're familiar with. Thankfully, we won't have to do any number converting in this investigation. Still, being able to recognize some of these numbers will eventually prove useful. We're rewarded with a cutscene of some kind of televised documentary program. It briefly recaps info from the end of Case of the Golden Idol. Lazarus Hurst was the leader of Albion's Order Party from 1792 to 1795. Some claim he rose to prominence through the power of a magical golden idol, but today's society considers this information to be a historical myth. Of course, with knowledge of the previous game, we know this info is not only true, but that the idol was no mere magical implement. With that, we head into Chapter 1, The Curse, in which a strange threat looms over New Wells. Academic Impact, the death of a brilliant mind. We're greeted with the snowy scene of two individuals inspecting the body of a fallen man. We can see he's not breathing, and in his possession is a red pen, note, bag, carton of cigarettes, lighter, and key. Those last two carry the same symbol, an asymmetrical sine wave on a red and yellow checkered pattern. In the bag is some money, along with several slips of paper containing names and respective addresses. The note reads, "Sir, which of these speech titles do you prefer for the graduation ceremony at Imperial University? The Shortcomings of Novak's Algorithms, or In the Age of Computers, Math is the New Frontier?" A red comment under the first speech title says, "I don't want to criticize my own work in an inspirational speech," and the second title marked with a check mark says, "Not great, but will do." Since the man is carrying a red pen, these comments must have been written by him. As the first comment says he doesn't want to criticize his own work, and the title mentions Novak's Algorithms, his name must be Novak. If we look at the woman on the left, she says, "Oh my god, is he dead, Cyril?" In her possession is a wedding ring and a note which reads, "Dear Deborah, I am saddened to hear that Brandon's exam results have been rather poor. It seems your son has taken after his father. I warned you about marrying into that family. Mommy." Looks like the woman's name is Deborah, her son Brandon isn't doing well in school, and her mom isn't a fan of her husband. If we look at the man, Cyril, he responds in confusion in regards to the corpse in front of them. He carries a wedding ring, car key, and a driver's license reading Bagman 1970. That must be his last name, and the date should be when the license was last issued or renewed, since we'll learn it's still the 70s, and this man is looking a bit too old to be below the age of 10. From this, we can name the woman as Deborah Bagman and her husband as Cyril Bagman. Their car's engine is still running, and up some icy steps we see a cigarette vending machine carrying 4 different brands of cigarettes. The last brand we can recognize as Sweet Pines from the previous case, and it looks like the second brand is packaged with a green creature. It appears awfully similar to the freaky, spiky lizard of the Batley family sigil from the previous game, though it's missing the spiky. We know Peter Batley is a gambling man and a drinking man, but perhaps he adopted a new vice in the form of tobacco and used his inheritance to enter that industry. It would be nice to learn he finally made something of himself and left a lasting legacy. Or it's just a coincidence. If we examine the building in the background, we see the same symbol from our dead man's possessions next to the words Westbridge 1, property of Sir Isaac. Through the double doors, a small desk with a phone and a note signed IN. It requests someone call a taxi at 6 p.m. for a meeting at 45C Stockyard Street. We can put the pieces together and recognize that IN is our deceased man, Sir Isaac Novak. My first instinct is to label him as some sort of mathematician, given the talk of algorithms and that sinusoid symbol, but we'll soon be given the term scientist in reference to him, and technically those labels are distinct. Since we won't learn anything that will help narrow down his field of expertise, I'll conclude that Isaac was an influential figure in the physical sciences and mathematics. The fact that his name is prefaced with Sir tells us he's been knighted by some form of royalty for his achievements, like Sir Isaac Newton. Isaac Novak, Isaac Newton, kind of similar. We can surmise that he's speaking at Imperial University's graduation as a guest rather than faculty, since he lacks the label of professor. As a side note, none of the addresses in his bag match the 45C Stockyard Street where he was supposed to have his meeting. Interesting. We know who found him and who he was, so all that's left is to figure out how he died. It looks like Isaac suffered a fatal accident on the steps leading up to the vending machine. However, none of the cartons of cigarettes in the machine match the Brigantine Blue Blend brand on his person. If he didn't buy nor need more cigarettes, then how did he slide down those steps? We'll find our answer by looking directly above them. Not only has the snow been knocked off the bridge's railing, but a piece of fabric, matching Isaac's torn sleeve, is caught on a piece of rebar jutting from the concrete. He must have fallen from the bridge to his death. Thus, Cyril Bagman and Deborah Bagman discovered the body of Isaac Novak, which was there because he fell from the bridge. Our first chapter begins with a posthumous introduction to a scientist by the name of Isaac Novak. We aren't given much information regarding the kind of person he was, but nevertheless it will be important to remember him as his death will loom over our investigation. On our dashboard we're shown a poster, and upon clicking it we are shown a letter which reads, "Thank you for your cooperation. We are happy to cover Brandon's tuition fees, provided our arrangement lasts. From your side we expect complete confidentiality about our motivation for funding Brandon. Any breach of this confidentiality will result in a swift termination of funding. Sincerely, Rare Talent Fund." It appears that this Rare Talent organization is writing to the Bagmans to inform them that their son Brandon will be receiving a university scholarship. We know that Brandon wasn't doing well in school, so this group isn't awarding any kind of rare talent in this instance. It's clear the confidentiality they're referring to must be in regards to Isaac Novak, since the Bagmans found his corpse. But we're lacking the precise details as to what's being kept secret. We'll leave it as suspicious info. The game then pops up a new window titled Story 1 and unredacts some info on it. As a new feature to this game, chapters themselves will have their own puzzles to solve, ensuring the player proceeds with a clear picture of what exactly is connecting these cases together. Despite the fact that it unredacts the puzzle bit by bit, we won't actually be immediately given all the necessary keywords to solve it. In this instance, the only sentence we can clearly complete is the one on the left. A few months later, the famous scientist Isaac Novak was discovered dead by the Bagman couple. I'll be making the executive decision to ignore these puzzles until the end of the chapter, so we can complete them once all the necessary information is available. The only other detail I want to note here is the words Westbridge Manor beneath Imperial University. This just specifies the location of Isaac's home and/or office, with the one on the door suggesting he is one of several figures who owns property there. Under construction, a brutal blue-collar departure. We see a construction site crawling with police investigators as well as a reporter on the scene. Starting midway through her sentence, she says, "Which has resulted in the death of Foreman Joel Gregson. An upsetting accident indeed. This is Miranda Meadows from New Wells Regional TV. Back to you in the studio." Not only are we clearly given her name, but we also learn the victim is the site's foreman, Joel Gregson. She works for New Wells Regional TV, and the Chapter 1 subtitle said a threat was looming over New Wells. This must be our setting, but we'll touch on that more later. If we look at our victim, we see he's been crushed by a warped and bent pipe. He carries a note that reads, "Foreman, Fine, you and the boys can end your shift early today to watch the Pale Game, but only if you finish dismantling the old sewage pipes in the construction pit first. These are the tasks for this coming Monday, July 14th. Werder should start digging out the old electric cables. Tatsuki must finally demolish that red garage building. It looks like in the crew's haste to dismantle that sewage pipe, someone has inadvertently killed Joel Gregson. The note mentions they wanted to leave work early in order to watch a Pale Game. We'll learn that Pale, otherwise known as Gaelic football, is an incredibly popular sport in the world of Golden Idol. Other details to note is that the following Monday is July 14th, Werder is in charge of digging, and Tatsuki is in charge of demolitions. If we look at the short man on the left, he's currently saying, "Shit, shit, shit! And we missed the Pale Game as well, Ted. It was all for nothing. There are more pressing matters at hand than catching the Pale Game. Your supervisor is dead." The Ted he's talking to responds, "Yeah, shit happens, Monty. Shit happens." Looks like neither Ted nor Monty are grasping the severity of the situation. The last worker talking to the detective mentions his vehicle has been out of order since yesterday, and that this information can be confirmed. The detective responds by specifying that yesterday was July 10th and refers to the man as Mr. Jenkins. His case notes read 1977, and his badge gives us his name and title, Inspector Roy Sampson. From this exchange in the foreman's note, we learn that today is Friday, July 11th, 1977. If we turn our attention to the construction vehicles in the background, it immediately sticks out that their shapes are quite peculiar. It's visual evidence which tells us that despite the world of Golden Idol getting closer to the modern day, technology has developed quite differently. It adopts separate forms but similar functions. We'll see more examples of this over time. Investigating the red machine shows us its controls and a note. The note gives some safety rules for the various machinery, dubbed the demolisher, excavator, and cutter. It says to check the machine's status light and report any errors. Looking at the controls, we see a diagram of the vehicle with all lights green. Good to know. Given the scoop, wrecking ball, and saw blade, it's clear their respective names are the excavator, demolisher, and cutter. We still need to figure out who operates what. The excavator has a picture taped up of Ted holding a fish, so it must be his. In the foreman's note, it said Werder was responsible for digging, so his full name is Ted Werder. We can also see all lights are green on his vehicle. The cutter contains a mug which reads Best Bill, and a light flashing red tells us this vehicle is out of order. Mr. Jenkins reported his vehicle hasn't been functioning, so it must be his, and thus his name is Bill Jenkins, the Best Bill. By process of elimination, the demolisher belongs to Monty, and his last name must be Tatsuki from the foreman's note. If we look at the man inspecting the sewage pipe, we see he's beckoning the other detective as he's just found a second corpse. One which is apparently fresh, but strange. He carries a gun and his own badge, which names him as Inspector Ian Worth. Inside the pipe, we see a deceased man whose eyes are bright red with plus signs for pupils. Bizarre indeed. He carries a military dog tag with his name, Luke Brown, along with an ID number and an A+, denoting his blood type in case of emergency. He has a crumpled note from a Benny Crystal telling him there's work at the old docks and that he should ask the locals for a hunter wolf. Interesting. With everyone named and the vehicles identified, all that's left is to figure out how Joel Gregson died. The sewage pipe was clearly knocked upwards from the construction pit. Those cracked edges and that circular dent on the pipe indicates the demolisher and its operator, Monty Tatsuki, are responsible for this accident. This makes his complaint that they missed the Pale Game even more outrageous. You literally just killed a man. Good grief. Thus, Monty Tatsuki used the demolisher on the sewage pipe. This resulted in the death of Joel Gregson. Following this, the body of Luke Brown was found unexpectedly. The post-case summary specifies that the foreman was the one who requested the usage of the demolisher as the cutter was out of order. Bummer. We see the demolisher was moved out of the construction pit, so perhaps there was a shoddy attempt at covering up this accident. Regardless, if we could solve it, I'm sure the detectives did too. On July 11th, 1977, foreman Joel Gregson is crushed by a sewage pipe in him and his crew's haste to finish work to catch a Pale Game. The Pale Game's nice and all, and the manslaughter isn't, but the more pressing detail of this event is the discovery of a body by the name of Luke Brown. whose eyes bear bizarre brightness and branding. Needless to say, we'll keep this strange sight in mind. We're shown a paper airplane which contains a message that reads, "You have seen his body. It would be a shame if it got out that the man who was an inspiration to the world was just another junkie, like one of those homeless deadbeats. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, but there are those who might. I suggest you talk to the commissioner." This message is signed with the symbol of a wolf wielding a bow and arrow. The only wolf which comes to mind is the hunter wolf mentioned in the crumpled note on Luke Brown's corpse. I think it's fair to say that this image of a hunter wolf matches that mysterious person. We can surmise what this note is referring to, but we'll leave it for after the next case. Newsflash, the sudden announcement of a sinister cult. In front of us is a press conference occurring outside the police's headquarters. The man at the podium says they've just covered 2 topics, and is inviting a round of questioning. His note says the current conference was scheduled for 1 p.m. on December 7th, so that is the current date. The 2 topics he covered were the high-profile case and the string of bum deaths. Quite an interesting contrast between their framing. The woman next to him is dressed in black and is wearing a veil, so it's likely she's affected by one of the cases. She says to the man next to her, "I appreciate you joining me, Jack. It's nice to see a familiar face. These vultures are after Father's reputation. I convinced the police to release his body today so we can start preparing for the funeral. Unfortunately, it will have to be a closed casket ceremony. The fall has disfigured his face." The only person that comes to mind upon hearing a deadly fall is Isaac Novak. This must be his daughter. We'll note that his body will be released today, and that unfortunately he'll be getting a closed casket funeral due to the physical trauma he sustained. She carries a letter which reads, "To the rest of the executive team, I appreciate the offers to take time off to mourn, but we must prove that the International Knowledge Foundation can function without its creator. Therefore, I will continue leading it. All Foundation projects listed below should proceed uninterrupted. Third World Light, Wisdom Interconnected, Rare Talent Fund." It's signed by its CEO with the initials EN. It looks like this foundation was created by Isaac Novak and is responsible for several philanthropic projects, including the Rare Talent Fund that we saw sponsoring Brandon Bagman. The man next to her, who she calls Jack, replies to her with, "I know we haven't been close lately, but I had to come and support my cousin. Don't worry about the closed casket thing. Your father was the greatest scientist of the modern age, and I assure you his legacy will live on." As the woman's cousin, that makes Jack Isaac Novak's nephew. He tells us a bit more about how important Isaac was to the scientific world and shares some words of comfort with her. If we look at the large camera, it shows us a playback of some of the questions asked and answered by the woman and the officer. To the veiled woman, "Is the family going to press charges against the municipality?" "I am thankful for our police force. It is one of the few corruption-free institutions we have. As the commissioner said, the death was a tragic accident." It sounds like the press was wondering if the city could be held responsible for Isaac's fall off that bridge, but the woman affirms that the police have concluded it was a mere accident. As for the questions directed at the man, who must be the police commissioner, "Why did police call the cause of all these homeless deaths the Red Curse? Is there really a demon-worshipping cult?" "It's just shorthand. We strongly believe the deaths are linked to a demon-worshipping drug cult, and we plan to involve experts from out of state." "Are you considering any explanations other than a connection to drugs? For instance, a deliberate assassination through telepathy?" "We deal with real crimes, sir, not fantasy." "Next question, please." A demon-worshipping drug cult. Interesting. We'll note that the string of homeless deaths are related to a phenomenon that's been dubbed the Red Curse. We see the detectives from the previous case are chatting on the left. The man we recognize as Ian Worth says, "What the hell, Roy? I thought you called this conference. What is old Seb blathering about up there on the podium? Are you off the case? What's a bloody demonic drug cult expert? Never heard of it." We learn the commissioner's name is Seb, and that the other detective, Roy, was originally in charge of organizing this conference. Ian makes quite the salient point, that what exactly is a demonic drug cult expert? Apparently they're coming in from out of state, but that's still quite the bizarre field of expertise. We'll note how strange this all sounds. Roy Sampson responds by saying he's been taken off the case and promoted to homicide lead in a different district. He's also confused about this drug cult business, but decides to leave it to the experts. A note in his pocket reads,
Roy, get to Sebastian's office immediately and bring these case files of yours. Possum 13, Beetle 4, Cougar 9.
Seb's full first name must be Sebastian. We'll note that these case files were taken to Sebastian's office, and that this letter sounds quite urgent. Heading into the uppermost window, it looks like we're inside an office of sorts. Inspecting the red, white, and blue flag on the right tells us it's the flag of the Allied States of Hesperia. Much like Albion is an analog for Britain and Aquitania is an analog for France, the Allied States of Hesperia must be an analog for the United States of America. We previously learned these cases are taking place in New Wells, which could be an analog for New York City or the state of New York. Of course, there's several other cities and states with the word new in the title, so there's no definite answer. A DLC case will mention a mayor of New Wells, so I'll proceed with the understanding that New Wells is an analog for New York City. That symbol in the background also looks to be a parody of the Great Seal of the United States. Though instead of an eagle holding an olive branch and arrows, it's a turkey holding a sword and a wheat stalk. One thing I also want to note in this alternate universe is that Hesperia has a lot more British influence than you'd expect from an American analog. Isaac Novak was knighted as Sir, Ian is using bloody as an expletive, and the cops' badges read Inspector instead of Detective. I'm probably overthinking it, but it might be the case that Hesperia's physical and cultural divide from Albion didn't occur quite as starkly as it did in our world. Back to the investigation, inspecting the case file on the right shows us some documents related to the death of Isaac Novak. The case's name has been redacted with the word closed, and it says that Isaac died on December 4th, 1977. We confirm that Roy was indeed in charge of the case, and that Isaac was a famous scientist and philanthropist. The last detail is a list of his living relatives, his daughter Elizabeth, his brother Adam, and his nephew Jack. We can thus enter that the woman's name is Elizabeth Novak, and her cousin next to her is Jack Novak. The note in Elizabeth's possession was signed EN, so she is the current CEO of the International Knowledge Foundation, which her father created. If we look in one of the desk's drawers, we see the file for Case Cougar 9, otherwise denoted as the Red Curse cases. Led by Roy Sampson, it was opened on July 11th when Luke Brown's body was discovered. Persons of interest include Benny Crystal and Hunter Wolf, names included on the note in Luke's possession. We see that 2 more victims of the Red Curse have been discovered since then. All of them are displaying the same symptoms we saw in Luke's corpse: crimson eyes with plus sign shaped pupils. This must be why they've dubbed the case the Red Curse. Since we know the Red Curse is connected to a string of homeless deaths, we can infer that all of these victims were homeless. Sebastian said this case was connected to a demon-worshipping drug cult, so we can enter that he claimed that Case Cougar 9 has a strong drug connection. The last file we find is for Case Possum 14, the small canal case. Opened on December 1st and again led by Roy Sampson, the deceased individual was a homeless man with the nickname Dirty William. He was found in a container at the old docks on Stockyard Street. The cause of death is listed as unknown, but a comment says it's obviously connected to Cougar 9. There's no attached photo, but we can assume, like with the other homeless deaths, William's eyes displayed the same mark of the Red Curse. If we look in the trash can, we find a crumpled up photo of a man with a mark on his neck. For some strange reason, the eyes have been cut out of the picture. To not only throw the photo away, but to damage it beforehand, tells us there's some important reason behind its destruction. We'll make note of this. We know Roy was meant to deliver the case files for Possum, Beetle, and Cougar to Sebastian's office. Since we found the files for Possum and Cougar, we can deduce that not only is this Sebastian's office, but the remaining Isaac Novak file must be Case Beetle 4. This must be the high-profile case which was part of the conference. Elizabeth repeated that Sebastian said Isaac's death was an accident, thus we can fill in the claim that Case Beetle 4 was a tragic accident. Turning our attention to the computer terminal, it welcomes the user as part of the Wisdom Interconnected Network. A note stuck to the terminal reads,
Dear Mr. Walsh, congratulations on becoming Wisdom Interconnected's newest board member. Our next board meeting is in June, after which you will receive biannual remuneration. Meanwhile, please accept the latest Dock 2 computing machine as a token of our appreciation.
Since this is Sebastian's office, we now know his full name is Sebastian Walsh. We recognize Wisdom Interconnected as one of the philanthropic projects mentioned in Elizabeth's note. Quite the interesting connection. I speculate that the Wisdom Interconnected Network is a program where intellectuals or other important figures would be given the means to communicate and collaborate with each other wirelessly. Kind of like an exclusive late 1970s precursor to the internet. Amusingly, we see that Sebastian has no clue how to actually operate this computer. Seems like he's a bit out of his depth when it comes to this technology. As a fun detail, Doc 2 sounds a lot like Apple II, a real computer that matches the current year of 1977. Heading into the final room, we see several corpses lying on autopsy tables. A note on the wall lists the cause of death and release date for the bodies on tables A through D. Their respective causes of death are bullet wounds, something unknown related to Case Cougar 9, blunt force trauma, and asphyxiation. We can immediately identify the individuals who died from bullet wounds and asphyxiation, Case Tiger 9 and Case Monkey 34. That leaves tables B and C, and notably, both of the victims' faces are obstructed. Elizabeth mentioned the fall disfigured Isaac Novak, and table C's victim did die from blunt force trauma. However, inspecting table C's tag says they belong to Case Gecko 71, not Beetle 4. We'll see that the tag on table B is the actual one which belongs to Case Beetle 4. But then Isaac Novak's actual cause of death is unknown, and is connected to the Red Curse cases. If we look closely, we see the mark on the corpse's neck matches the crumpled photo in Sebastian's office, and the eyes were cut out in order to hide the evidence of his connection to the Red Curse. Thus we can punch in that it's a picture of Isaac Novak from Case Beetle 4, whose body is lying on table B and is linked to the Red Curse. Quite a shocking revelation. If we remembered that Elizabeth said Isaac's body would be released today, we actually could have immediately identified his corpse, since the body release date for table B is labeled December 7th, today's date. All that's left to do is put the final pieces together. Roy Sampson was in charge of both Isaac's case and those related to the Red Curse. He originally called this conference, but Sebastian took him off those cases and promoted him to a new position elsewhere. His reason for doing so is the bribe he received from Elizabeth's foundation in the form of a lucrative board position and a computer, though he's likely more interested in the money than the position itself. So Sebastian closed the case, trashed its evidence, and told the press Isaac's death was a mere accident. It appears the tangential investigation into the Red Curse cases has also been obfuscated in the form of handing it off to non-existent demonic drug cult experts. Likely a result to ensure no one makes any further discoveries that lead back to Isaac. Funnily enough, Elizabeth lauds the police force for being corruption-free, when she knows full well she's bribing the commissioner. Thus, New Wells Police scheduled a press conference to announce that Isaac Novak had been a victim of the Red Curse. Before the conference, Elizabeth Novak offered Sebastian Walsh a board position and a computer. As a result, during the conference, Sebastian Walsh declared that Isaac Novak had been the victim of a tragic accident. We're shown the undamaged photo where Isaac's eyes are clearly symptomatic of the Red Curse. If we look at the previous case regarding Isaac's death, we recognize his face was always obfuscated in order to hide this revelation. Looking back at Hunter Wolf's note, we see that the recipient was Elizabeth Novak, who had seen her father's corpse, likely when identifying it. Under the duress of having her father's reputation marred as a drug user, she heeded Hunter's advice and bribed the commissioner. And since the Bagman couple had also seen Isaac's corpse, she bribed them too by giving their son a scholarship. Following the discovery of Luke Brown's body in July, several more corpses of homeless men are eventually found, including one by the name of Dirty William on December 1st. All of them exhibit the same symptom of red eyes with a plus-shaped pupil, a phenomenon the police have dubbed the Red Curse. These deaths continue up to Isaac Novak's death, which took place on December 4th, marking a dramatic shift in the profile of the victims. In the short span between Isaac's death and the police's press conference on the 7th, Hunter Wolf goads Elizabeth Novak into covering up any evidence tying Isaac to the Red Curse, and she does so through bribery. Thus, on the day of the conference, the police commissioner directly and indirectly waves away both cases. Upon inspecting the red flask on our dashboard, we see a note from New Wells Central Forensic Lab, sent to Roy Sampson the day before the conference. It details that Isaac Novak and the Red Curse deaths showed strong evidence of having the same affliction. Makes sense given Isaac's eyes. As for having the same cause of death, the results were inconclusive. Of greatest importance is the last section, which says that neither Isaac nor the homeless victims had any kind of foreign substance present in their system. From this we learn that the Red Curse deaths, which are currently being blamed on drug usage, have nothing to do with drugs whatsoever. Intriguing. Finally, we're shown a notebook which lists notes made during the investigation of the Red Curse. It lists 4 locations. First is Benny's place, an office related to drug dealing. Next are 3 warehouses in the old docks. Farp Warehouse, which couldn't be investigated, Old Warehouse, which was decommissioned and is now a homeless encampment, and Steelside Warehouse, which was completely cleaned out. For persons of interest, it mentions both Benny and Hunter from Luke Brown's note. Benny Crystal's likely the same Benny from that drug-pushing office. He says he didn't know nor like Luke, and as the note confirms, sent Luke to go ask for work from Hunter Wolf at the Steelside Warehouse. The police were unable to find Hunter Wolf, and as the Steelside Warehouse has been cleaned out, there's no other evidence left of him. We now have all the information needed to finish up this chapter. During a construction yard accident, the body of Luke Brown was found in a sewage pipe, afflicted by a strange condition that police named the Red Curse. A few months later, the famous scientist Isaac Novak was discovered dead by the Bagman couple. After being contacted by someone, Elizabeth Novak worried that everyone would think Isaac Novak had been a drug user. A few days later, Elizabeth Novak offered to fund Brandon Bagman's tuition in exchange for confidentiality about the fact that Isaac Novak had been affected by the Red Curse. Hours before the conference, Sebastian Walsh was offered a similar deal and took it. However, the laboratory investigation found 0 evidence that either Red Curse victim had been a drug user. Our reward for solving this puzzle is a second one regarding the lead-up to Isaac's death. If we remember the note Isaac had left, he had a meeting scheduled after 6 p.m. at 45C Stockyard Street. This address matches that of the Steelside Warehouse, which we know was connected to Hunter Wolf. If Hunter is involved in Isaac's death, it explains how he knew he was symptomatic of the Red Curse, as well as how to provoke Elizabeth into covering up the investigation. And if Hunter is connected to the Red Curse conspiracy, then he knows his framing of Isaac as a drug user won't be supported by forensic evidence. We'll keep Hunter's machinations in mind. For now, we'll finish the final scroll. Shortly before his death, Isaac Novak went to meet someone at the Steelside Warehouse. A few days later, someone connected to the Steelside Warehouse provoked Elizabeth Novak into bribing Sebastian Walsh, who stopped the investigation into Isaac Novak's death. We wrap up Chapter 1 with the new revelations from the recently solved scrolls. Isaac had a meeting at the Steelside Warehouse on December 4th, presumably with Hunter Wolf, which left him afflicted with the Red Curse and eventually dead over a bridge. Days later, Hunter sends his letter to Elizabeth, and the bribing of the commissioner occurs merely hours before the conference. Considerably tight timing for all these pieces to fall into place. Before said conference, a detective receives word that none of the Red Curse deaths have anything to do with drugs, but the detective is then taken off the case. There's not a lot of sense we can make of this Red Curse mystery, but the first victim being found in July and Oriel's escape the month beforehand appears quite suspicious. There's evidently a lot of gaps here, and it'll be quite some time before we're able to fill them, but let's try to remember this looming thread as we retrace our steps. We've read several references to an unknown figure by the name of Hunter Wolf. All we know about him is that he had a workshop in the Steelside Warehouse and gave work to local homeless people. The police couldn't find any traces of him, but we know from his letter to Elizabeth that he not only exists, but was one of the last people to see Isaac Novak. People involved with Hunter die from this mysterious Red Curse, and his manipulations clearly indicate that he's planning something. It'll be a long while before we hear about him again, but his presence will be important to note. The primary theme we'll be focusing on in this investigation is ambition. The flames of desire our major characters will exemplify in pursuit of their respective goals. In the previous game, characters sought to use the idol to wield power over each other or society itself. Though we haven't seen any Lemurian technology so far, we know it has the potential to be abused for terrifying effect. The non-linear storytelling of Rise will keep our major players' goals out of sight for quite some time. Nevertheless, it will be important to remember that they have some endgame that they're seeking to accomplish. Our post-chapter cutscene brings us back to the end of the previous game, where we see Alistair Coke selling the broken golden idol to an Aquitanian man. From there, it sits on a shelf, untouched as the years go by. As time passes, we see the technological development of buildings and flying vehicles. In what must be the modern day, denoted by the skyscrapers in the background, we're shown a completely bizarre aircraft. Like an ornithopter straight out of Dune, it carries a set of dragonfly-like wings. It's more visual evidence of how technology in this universe has developed differently to our own. At the very end of the cutscene, we see the silhouette of some unknown person approaching the idol. We'll keep this figure in mind. From here we head to the next chapter, taking us back several years earlier in Chapter 2, The Pursuit, in which a lost power is sought.
Garden Retreat, the Zen Center Rendezvous.
We're taken into the night, in which we see a woman raking the sand in a Zen garden. She says,
"True, he always was a thief, but did it have to go that way? Before the new dawn, night must fall, I suppose."
Since she's currently crying, she must be quite affected by the actions of whatever man she's calling a thief. By saying night must fall, we learn that the time of day is late evening rather than early morning. In her pocket is a credit card labeled OPIG Incorporated. We'll also note that symbol on her jacket. It appears similar to a yin and yang symbol, but oriented sideways with sharp angles separating the colors. And instead of a white circle in the black area, the shape looks like a house. If we look at the right side of the screen, we see that the symbol, though backwards, is on the gate of this establishment. If we were to view the gate from outside, we'd also recognize the letters HF are above it, which we'll make note of. If we investigate the brazier in the background, we notice a passport is being burned inside of it. The symbol sort of looks like a turkey, which would make it a Hesperian passport, but it's missing the tail feathers we saw on the seal in the previous case. Perhaps it's a tarnished turkey? A flawed peacock? I lean towards it being Hesperian, but would still consider it inconclusive. Nevertheless, destroying this sacred document of internationally recognized identification is quite a serious endeavor. Whoever it belongs to won't be traveling anytime soon. Behind the woman we see a radio and a shovel. The shovel looks like it's been used to dig some of the Zen garden's sand. Interesting, considering that isn't a tool typically used in the upkeep of said garden. If we look at the radio, we see it's broadcasting the following message.
"You're listening to the Psychedelic Hour on Rock FM this fine Friday evening. That was Bad Rug with their short-lived hit, She Pulled Back From My Kiss. The song enjoyed some success earlier this year, but quickly fell right down the charts. Oof."
We learn the day is Friday and confirm it's currently evening. Lastly, we can make out that the rightmost rock in the garden is covered by some sort of dark stain. It's not a highlighted point of interest, but we'll make note of it. Heading to the right, we can see inside of the building. That yin and yang-ish symbol is on the wall, along with other decorations like masks, lots of candles, and a poster of a head with its third eye open. If we look at the calendar on the wall, whose photo also indicates some sort of Enlightenment theming, we learn it's currently August of 1974. Since we know today is Friday and the moon outside is a waning crescent, it must be Friday the 17th. If we look at the entrance, we can also see that someone has left a pair of shoes outside. Someone took them off but didn't get to put them back on. Suspicious. Examining the phone in front of the mirror, we see a message recording system with 3 recorded messages and a checked off note that reads, "Delay the other 2 till September." We'll learn that all 3 of these messages are from people requesting to meet this Friday, and that the comment about delaying 2 of them until next month means that only 1 of them came here today, and it'll be our job to deduce who it was. The first message says,
"Hi, it's your favorite ex-husband. You'll be pleased to hear I'm finally getting sober. As part of the process, I'd like to make amends with you. For starters, I've decided to return that Lankan artifact I took in the divorce. All I ask in exchange is your forgiveness. If you're free on Friday, I could bring it then. Let me know."
Looks like the woman outside's ex-husband is straightening his life out and is trying to return a Lankan artifact that he had previously taken from her. Perhaps that statement about a thief is in reference to this? Though that would imply he showed up and tried to steal something again. As for the next message,
"This is the chief auditor from OPIG's finance department. I've been going through your foundation's recent payment history, and frankly, you seem to be robbing us blind. Unless you can explain, you can expect a visit from me on Friday, but I'll have to confiscate your credit card and any assets you bought with it."
Whatever foundation the woman apparently runs is in hot water with a parent company by the name of OPIG. As a result of her reckless spending, she's supposed to be having her credit card confiscated. That OPIG card is still in her pocket, which indicates this auditor isn't whoever showed up, or that they did show up but were for some reason unable to take the card. Last we have...
Hey, it's me, your trusty colleague. Sorry I've been off radar. I've been keeping my head down at the Dragonfly Inn. I'll swing by on Friday with our new pointy-eared friend. Remember, I'm gonna need Plan B rates for this one, not like the other 7. Now that we're parting ways, I'll also need that passport we discussed.
A colleague of the woman is meant to deliver something with pointy ears and is requesting a previously agreed upon passport as part of this exchange. They also mention what sounds like payment from the Plan B rates comment, and that they were paid a separate rate for 7 previous items. That passport burning outside looks like it's related to this exchange, but destroying it instead of handing it over doesn't sound like the right plan. We're still missing a few details in order to say for certain who showed up, so let's keep searching. Upstairs in a drawer, we see what looks like strings of fabric, pearls, and a can of hairspray. It looks like there's another can on the floor below it, which is leaving some kind of neon green dye on the ground and rug. Investigating the plaque on the left shows a Gazette article talking about an eccentric historian receiving millions in funding for a project under their Harmony Foundation. Sounds like the name which matches those HF initials above the gate. We must be in the Harmony Foundation's building, and the woman outside must be that eccentric historian, as she looks like the photo on the right. If we look downstairs, we see the same article she's wearing in the article, and those decorations on her hair match those found in the drawer. Notably, her hairstyle is done up in a completely bizarre and ostentatious manner, making her fairly recognizable. On the wall is a safe which is currently open. Its contents are quite barren, only 2 strange golden artifact pieces, and a taped up note checking off several unknown objects. Notably, 7 of the 8 objects have been checked off, and the unchecked object looks like a small pointy-eared statue. That same statue is right above the hairspray drawer. Something with pointy ears being delivered and 7 previous objects having been acquired indicates that the passport-needing colleague was the one who visited. If we wanted a bit more evidence, that open suitcase has a towel with a dragonfly symbol on it, and the previous message stated that they were staying at the Dragonfly Inn. As for the other objects in the suitcase, we see $10,000 and several more of those artifacts which should have been in the safe. This is pretty weird. If the colleague had been paid to deliver all these previous objects and had just delivered the last one, why would they be trying to take them? They've evidently been given a large sum of cash, so it's not like this was revenge for being stiffed on the payment. Let's pick up on the last few background details. There are 2 partially filled glasses of wine on the drawer, indicating whatever meeting took place was meant to conclude amicably. The rug has been pulled from its prior place on the floor, and part of the curtain on the balcony has been torn. More importantly, the railing on the balcony itself looks like it's been destroyed. A pretty clear sign that someone has fallen from the 2nd floor. If we follow the image of someone falling to the left, we see that they must have landed, right on that sharp rock. Not very zen, huh? That stain is evidently blood. We can also see part of the torn curtain and railing on the right, with a small blotch of that neon green hairspray. With a decent understanding of the what, where, and when, we can enter into the first scroll. The events that took place at the Harmony Foundation on August 17th, 1974 resulted in someone's death. The only task left is to straighten out the sequence of events. We know this colleague visited the historian to exchange that last artifact for money and a passport. That exchange seemingly went normally, and the 2 celebrated with some wine. Sometime afterwards, things went awry. Notably, needing a passport so urgently hints this colleague might be in a different line of work than our historians. She tearfully lamented, "True, he was always a thief, so he must have been someone hired to steal all of those artifacts for her." We can tell from the safe being opened and the other artifacts being shoved into his suitcase that her colleague attempted to steal back those previously sold artifacts. In order to stop this robbery, the woman sprayed him with the green hairspray can and yanked the rug he was standing on, causing him to fall off the balcony and impale himself on that sharp rock. From there, the cover-up commenced. The body was buried under the Zen garden, and the fake passport intended for him was burned nearby. Thus, colleague visited historian to exchange an artifact for money. During the meeting, colleague suddenly tried to rob historian. In response, Historian sprayed colleague with hairspray and then pulled a rug. As a result, colleague fell and hit a rock. An interesting introduction to Chapter 2. On the night of August 17, 1974, this historian's colleague delivered a Lemurian statue, the last object on her list of artifacts. Payment and a passport were exchanged for it, but the colleague initiated a foolish change of plans which resulted in his death. Needless to say, we'll need to discover more information to recontextualize this moment. We're rewarded with 2 pages from a book titled Encyclopedia Mystica, listed alphabetically. In H, we see a picture of Lazarus Hurst from the previous game, and the blurb below it repeats the same summary we saw in the prologue cutscene. Next is the I for Golden Idol. It regards it as a fictional artifact from ancient Lemuria, and notes that those who believe it existed make contradictory claims as to its function. Quite humorous, since we know that it functioned through the verbs of give and take, which are opposite actions, and that it did indeed possess many different functions. The second blurb states there's a popular theory that the idol could grant eternal life, but that historians and scientists consider the idol and its supposed functions nonsensical. Written in red are 2 additional comments from the perspective of a third party. The first affirms that no one believes in the immortality nonsense, but the second refutes that modern historians agree the idol never existed. The only historian we know of is our incidental killer from the previous case. Looks like she correctly believes in the idol's existence, but is incorrect regarding its function. If we remember the cutscene following Chapter 1, we can see that the silhouette examining the destroyed idol is that of our historian, though she's in big hair mode. We don't know when this took place, but it seems like at some point she did find the idol, albeit in a broken state. Though we don't know our historian's name, evidence suggests she has a keen interest in the Golden Idol and has been acquiring Lemurian artifacts for some unknown purpose. We should note the historian has been running a project under her Harmony Foundation through the funding of a company named OPIG. Supposedly her spending on this project has been pretty egregious. As to what her foundation does, the name suggests she's seeking harmony. Of course, killing someone isn't the most harmonizing act, but that's just the way things played out. As for the colleague, we never got to see them, but we know they were some kind of thief who was tasked with obtaining all those artifacts. They were in need of a passport, which only emphasizes the fact that they were in a sketchy line of work. There's lots of pieces being put into play, but for now let's head to our next case.
Behind bars, an alarming incident at Sternwall Prison.
We're greeted with a scene of 2 prison guards standing in front of some empty cells. We can see that we're currently upstairs of another row of cells. The guard on the left is pointing to the right and says,
"Not that one, you muppet. Start at the end of the hall. I want all these cells turned over methodically."
On his person is a gun and a pale pin badge that reads Mamaseum, presumably a team name. Looks like the cells are being searched for some reason. The pale badge is interesting, but we'll discuss what it's telling us later. The other guard responds with,
"Yes, sir, Mr. Kendall. Sorry, Mr. Smith told me to begin with number 28, but you're the boss."
Looks like that first guard's surname is Kendall, and another guard elsewhere has the last name of Smith. He carries a gun and a letter which reads,
"Dearest Julia, I'm enjoying my new job tremendously. It is so rewarding helping the men better themselves. In particular, I've been helping one inmate nurture his talent for abstract art. One of his early sculptures explored the very fabric of the universe using nothing but paper. Quite the virtuoso, eh? I like to think I played my part, as I was able to find everything he needed at my local craft shop. More recently, the same inmate explained to me his need to precisely prune one of his sculptures to capture the fragility of the human spirit. What a visionary! Once again, I managed to find just the tool he needed, this time in the prison's storage room. Unfortunately, my superiors do not seem to see that men like him are just misunderstood, especially our commanding officer Patrick, who treats them and us terribly. I hope I never become like that, no matter how far up the ranks I eventually climb. Yours forever, Percy. Kiss."
This must be an unsent letter from the guard, Percy, towards a girlfriend or wife by the name of Julia. Sounds like he's been assisting an inmate with a variety of personal art projects, supplying him with the tools he needs to create. Most of which come from a craft store, but one item in particular came from the prison's storage room. Interesting.
We'll keep in mind these mysterious arts and crafts, as well as the tools needed to make them. Percy notes his commanding officer Patrick does not share his friendly ethos regarding the prisoners and treats his subordinates with similar disdain. Patrick must be the guard currently barking orders at him, since he's referring to him as the boss. If we look at the sign above the fire extinguisher on the left, we see an image of this floor's layout. From it, we learn there are 2 more cells on the right outside of our field of view. On the remaining sign is a list of the last names of the inmates from cells 26 to 30, though it looks like cell 28's owner has been covered up. Additionally, there are a few rules written down which we'll make note of. No gambling, no tobacco, and no cell decorations without an officer's permission. Lastly, there's a pinned message addressed to a Henry talking about how there's no consistency regarding cell numbers being labeled from right to left or left to right. It requests when the new signs are added that this mistake be fixed. Basically, we won't be able to assume who belongs to which cell without finding out more information. As a clever detail, the name for the middle cell, which would have been true in either case, has been obfuscated. If we look in the leftmost cell, we see a flag for the Mammaseum Pale Club is covering the window. On a shelf is a decorative mug and a book titled Flowers for Inner Growth, which has been donated by the Harmony Foundation from the previous case. An interesting connection. On the wall is a poster for Cartoon Fun with Alfred Beasley. I'm seeing the cartoons, but I'm not quite sure I'm feeling the fun. In a removable floor compartment, we see abstract sculptures made from paper, wire, and clay. There's some more colorful clay next to it, along with other materials like glue and scissors. This must be the cell for that blossoming artist in Percy's letter. The sculpture that required a specific tool for pruning must be that bundle of wires, and we can infer the extra tool he needed to make it was a pair of wire cutters. But to give a prisoner a pair of wire cutters, well, it should be fine as long as there aren't any fences. If we look on the desk, we can see some drawn diagrams for the sculptures. The clay one is titled Awareness, the paper one is titled Splitting Space, and the wire one is titled End of Soul. It looks like a small note has been slipped to the owner of this cell, stating that they can hear whatever they're doing, and whatever it is, it's naughty. One last letter reads,
My dear friend, you may not have heard the sad news that our mutual hero, the artist Alfred Beasley, passed away on February 8th, 1973. I hope the prison officers will allow you to hang this poster inside your cell. May we continue to find meaning in his drawings for many years to come. I know you will grieve for Alfred, as will I. As a spiritual man, I believe the key to escaping our torment lies in remembering the date of our loved one's death and celebrating his life each passing year. Your friend, Stephen Aria.
Oh dear. Rest in peace, Albert Beasley. I'll permit myself to have a little cartoon fun in his honor.
Yeah, I still don't get it.
In all seriousness, this message from Stephen Aria is laying it on a bit thick. Find meaning in his drawings. The key to escaping our torment lies in remembering the date of our loved one's death. Sounds like a secret message if I've ever heard one. But since the Cartoon Fun poster is hanging up on the wall, and decorations need officer approval, whichever guard acquiesced didn't catch it. So let's decode this, starting with the date of Albert's death, 281973. By matching the color-coded number to the drawings below, we can see it says, inside flower book spine equals saw. And if we look at the flower book donated by the Harmony Foundation, we see its spine has been torn. Whoever was in this cell not only got a pair of wire cutters from a guard, but also a saw from this Stephen Aria. Quite the collection of contraband. If we examine the next cell over and click on the shelf, we'll find a pouch of tobacco has been stuffed inside a cup. More contraband. We can also notice that 6 tallies have been etched onto the wall above the bed. The window is also visible, and we can confirm there's bars on it. In this room's compartment are some polka dot sheets, a pillow, and a journal. The journal reads, While working in the laundry room, I heard that Kempton is organizing another poker game. Buy-in is 1 full tobacco pouch. To do. Find out how he always wins, no matter what he's betting on. Could be useful as leverage. Overheard Sainsbury delivering something next door. Can he be bought too? Update. Surely it wasn't a hacksaw, was it? It sure has sounded like it the past few nights, from what I've been able to hear over that blasted soap opera. The inmate in this cell works in the laundry room, which makes sense given those spare sheets. The names Kempton and Sainsbury are both new information.
Gambling's against the rules, but it looks like this Kempton runs a betting ring anyway. That pouch of tobacco in this cell means the buy-in is prepared, and it looks like he has a secondary objective of figuring out how Kempton always wins. We'll note Kempton's suspicious winning streak. A Sainsbury delivered something to an adjacent cell, which resulted in sawing sounds being heard during the night, occurring alongside some loud television. That delivery must have been the book from Stephen Aria, though we didn't see anything in the cell that looks like it's been sawed. The inmate ponders if this Sainsbury can be bought, so he must be a guard. We'll soon see there's only 3 guards in this case, and since we have the last names Kendall and Smith for 2 of them, it must belong to Percy. Percy Sainsbury. Looking at the last cell, we see a TV with a channel magazine beside it. The 9 p.m. show, Love, Lust, and a Laundromat, is circled. That must be the noisy soap opera mentioned in the previous journal. Quite the interesting title. In this cell's compartment is money, cigars, a bottle of presumably alcohol, and a pack of marked playing cards. This must be Kempton's room, and those marked cards are how he's able to win consistently. Heading outside, we have a wide shot of the prison grounds. We can see from the windows that the 4th floor is the one we were just investigating. And the window at the end of the hallway, covered up by that Pale Club flag, has had its bars sawed right off. Down the adjacent drain pipe, we see the saw blade has been discarded in a grate. Right from that, we see a maintenance man is repairing a broken fence, and further is some lattice-shaped object wrapped around a spike on the wall, with a sheet of fabric tied to it. I think it's fair to say that a prisoner has made a successful escape. Paying closer attention to the maintenance man, he remarks that the cuts in the fence were clean, and that it should only take some pliers and wire cutters to fix. He carries a spool of wire, a pair of pliers, a name tag, and a toolkit named after the prison. If we look at the toolkit, we see there's 2 removed objects. One is certainly the pliers in the maintenance man's hand, and the other must be the wire cutters that Percy took from the storage room and gave to our escapee. This isn't going to look good on Percy's next job review. Upon closer examination of the name tag, we see it's a visitor pass for Henry Wakefield, and it tells us the day is November 15th, 1973. Henry, of course, is the same maintenance man from the previous note that should be renumbering the cells. If we look at the left side of the building, we see some graffiti of a pointy-nosed man with the caption, "Jeremy's got a honker." Me too, buddy. Inspecting the last guard, we recognize that specific schnoz. He must be Jeremy Smith, the last name having been given by Percy earlier. He's calling a prisoner with the name Utley a big girl's blouse. On his person is a handgun and a very strange-looking rifle. By his side is a German shepherd with the name Clovis, whose identity we won't be tasked with solving. Inside a large room on the 1st floor is an office with a corkboard on the wall. On it is some Pale Club paraphernalia, a partially obstructed list of names, faces, and prison sentences, and a note which reads,
"Clearly I can't trust any of you 2 idiots to guard the whole block by yourselves after 9 p.m. From today, November 15th, you will all be working the graveyard shift every night. Get your bloody ears tested. How you didn't hear anything is beyond me."
Looks like a note left by the boss, Patrick, yelling at the guards for the blunder of that prisoner escaping. We can pick up that it occurred after 9 p.m., and because that other prisoner enjoys watching that soap opera loudly, the noise from the TV is what prevented them from hearing the escape. Evidently, since Night Watch has changed from 2 idiots to all idiots, there must be other guards who aren't on our screen. Inmates too, since it's a 4-story building. We're given the names Jason, Robert, Jimmy, Arthur, and Daniel, along with faces for everyone except Jimmy and Arthur. Their crimes range from racketeering to murder, and most of them have lengthy to life sentences, except for Jimmy. Info which we'll make note of. We have a new puzzle where we must assign each inmate to their respective cell. They're all lined up outside, except for the mystery man, who must be our escapee from the leftmost room. From right to left, the first inmate is recognizable as Daniel, who snaps back at Jeremy for calling him a big girl's blouse. He called him Utley, so his full name is Daniel Utley. Next is a scarred man recognizable as Jason, who's vowing to kill the escapee for not informing him of his plan. It was probably him who slipped that note to the escapee stating that he knew what naughty business he was up to. He carries a double-headed coin, evidence that infers he's our cheating gambler from the 3rd cell. The previous journal called him Kempton, so his full name is Jason Kempton. Next we have the man recognizable as Robert. He's poking fun at his neighbor Daniel for being called a big girl's blouse. We can see from the cell numbers that Daniel Utley's cell is either second or fourth from the left. In order for Robert to be his neighbor, it must be the one fourth from the left, which makes Robert's cell the one on the far right. His last name is Packenham from the board, and now we can tell the cell numbers increase from right to left. We can place our last inmate by process of elimination. If we look at him, we see his face wasn't shown on the board. He's rejoicing that he only has one more year in the slammer, and since his cell has 6 tallies carved on the wall, he must be the Jimmy who was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Each of those tallies marks 1 year. The board says his last name is Beswick, so his name is Jimmy Beswick. This leaves us with our escapee, Arthur Blythe, sentenced to life in prison for murder. Not the kind of character you want breaking out of prison. Our last point of interest is a note in Jimmy's pocket, stating that someone gave him something to forget what he's heard, and that he wants him to get him something from his work. This must be from Arthur in regards to the sawing noises. It's likely that it was he who gave Jimmy that full pouch of tobacco, and the object he requested are sheets from the laundry room where Jimmy works. We can see the polka dot blanket in Jimmy's cell matches the fabric that has been used as a makeshift rope for Arthur's escape. There's a few more details to review before solving this case. The lattice hooked around the spike on the wall are the bars from Arthur's window. This is almost certainly wrong, but I'd like to derive some meaning from the sculptures. The lattice looks a bit similar to the paper sculpture titled Splitting Space. Perhaps a test shape to saw the bars into so that it can properly hook around the spike for his escape. The wire one titled End of Soul might be in reference to the wire cutters being the last tool needed to complete his escape plan. I'd also like to think the clay one titled Awareness was used as some kind of adhesive for better sticking to the drain pipe he crawled down. You would definitely need awareness to climb down from such a great height. The last detail of Arthur's plan I want to note is the fact that he used a Mammaseum Pale Club flag to cover up the window he was sawing open. Since guards must approve decorations, and Patrick is carrying a Mammaseum pin badge, it was likely him who approved it. A clever ploy by Arthur to pose as a fellow fan in order to cover up his scheme. All that's left is to fill in the plan from start to finish. Thus, Arthur Blythe, who was in prison for murder, got out of his cell through a window using a saw blade he got from Stephen Aria. He entered the yard via a drain pipe and breached the fence using wire cutters he got from Percy Sainsbury. Finally, he climbed over the wall by attaching sheets which he got from Jimmy Beswick to the bars from his window. We're rewarded with a newspaper article from the Albion Times, dated November 16th, a day after Arthur's escape. It says,
Mammaseum top league again. Mammaseum won the Albion Pale Championship yesterday, beating Victrix in a thrilling 1-0 final.
Awesome! Mammaseum wins again! Oh, I guess it also reads,
Killer on the loose. Police are hunting a murderer who escaped Sternwall Prison yesterday. Arthur Blythe, who formerly worked at the Museum of Lemurian History, was serving a life sentence for fatally stabbing a colleague who had caught him stealing artifacts, which he later sold at various locations.
We flesh out a couple more details about Arthur Blythe, a museum employee who would steal Lemurian artifacts and sell them elsewhere. Evidently, he had no qualms jumping from theft to murder once caught. Not the kind of person we want running around out of prison. Sometime in 1973 or beforehand, Arthur Blythe would steal and sell Lemurian artifacts from his workplace. He was ultimately imprisoned for these crimes in addition to that of murder. During his incarceration, someone by the name of Stephen Aria, affiliated with the Harmony Foundation, gave him a saw to assist in escaping from prison. And on November 15th, he finally manages to break out.
Blockbuster Release, an immersive experience at the drive-in.
As the subtitle suggests, we're at a drive-in, though there's a little bit more fire than one would expect. If we look at the burning car, we see it's in parking space 34. In the back seat is a can of highly flammable blue paint and a pair of wire cutters. Beside the vehicle is a strange metallic device. It has a warning label ordering the upper lid to not be removed unless the fire switch is turned off. As the switch is still on and the lid is open, it must be the origin of this current combustion. If we look at the blonde woman on the left, she's telling the man next to her that he was irresponsible, and that no one listens to old Beck Mason. We'll listen to her and name her as Beck Mason. She carries a ticket stub for lot 34, so she was in the burning car. Turning our attention to the man on the far left, we see he's looking a fair bit charred. He also carries a ticket for lot 34 and replies that whatever happened wasn't his fault because someone else pulled something off him while he was investigating the car's back seat. Judging by his clothing, that mechanical device must have been attached to him, and a third party yanking it is what caused it to burst into flames. It also seems like the blue paint can tossed into the back seat didn't belong to him or Beck. Suspicious. To their right is a maintenance box. The lock on it is broken, suggesting someone has tampered with it. On the left is a maintenance log filled in by someone with the name A. Lemons. We'll note the most recent log is dated May 1st, 1974. Inside there are several wires hooked up to various switches. Notably, the wire hooked up to the projector is green instead of red. Looking at the man in the blue vest, we see he's upset at the woman he's talking to for going way too far for a bet. He has a ticket for lot 21 and a marred note detailing the blank between Mike and Jenny. They're supposed to see blank blank his blank. Sounds a bit wrong phrasing it like that. The winner was apparently Mike, but Jenny, who writes in blue, crosses his name off and asserts she wins. He counter-crosses her name, adamant that whatever she did to win didn't count. We'll have to fill in this dispute. Since the man Mike said the woman, Jenny, went too far for a bet, it's clear this note is referencing a bet between the two of them. Before hearing Jenny's response, we should note that Mike is blonde but is currently wearing a black wig. We can also see that Jenny and the other woman, Beck, are wearing the same outfit. Evidently, there must be a reason why everyone's dressed in this particular way. Jenny responds by insisting that she had no clue something dangerous would happen, but now that Mike's seen it, she should win the bet. In her pocket is a ticket for lot 22, so she came in a different car than Mike, as well as a note that reads,
Miss Chen, hope the costume fits and it got to you on time. So jealous you and Mr. Lendl get to see it at the Neptune. I'll have to stick to a boring normal cinema. P.S. I'm with Mr. Lendl on this one. No way Bert's going out like that.
Looks like we can name the man as Mike Lendl and the woman as Jenny Chen. The writer mentions a costume, so that must explain the state of everyone's dress. We also learn that this theater, the Neptune, is someplace special. Lastly, the writer makes a reference to the bet, siding with Mike and saying that there's no way Bert's going out like that. Let's note it pertains to someone named Bert going out in a particular way. On the right, we see two costumed women in a car, surrounded by a large quantity of popcorn. The one dressed as a pirate refers to her friend as Laura, and worries about the burning car potentially exploding. She holds a ticket stub for lot 25. Laura, dressed in a similar costume to the charred chap from earlier, exclaims she hopes the two of them survive to see an actual screening of the movie. Seems like something stopped the show. Perhaps the flaming vehicle? She says she heard a transom and a Marini arguing over what would happen to a character named Bertrand. That must be the Bert from the previous note. By prefacing those names with the article A, she must be referring to the character they're dressed as, rather than the person themselves. Laura must have overheard the bet between Mike and Jenny regarding Bertrand's fate in the movie. We'll remember the names Transom and Marini for the blue or red wearing characters. In the background, we see a car with the license plate Mr. Vincent. Inside is a driver dressed in blue and another person wearing a green alien suit with large blue teeth. The alien is telling the driver, Chip, to get moving and that the fire wasn't a part of their plan. Quite suspicious. Their ticket stub reads Lot 33 and they have a duffel bag with a note discussing what the plan is. Notably, the duffel bag is large but empty, save for the note. If we inspect the plan, we see instructions written in first person to disguise their identity, get in and out of the drive-in, distract the staff, and hide their spoils in plain sight. As for the objects acquired to facilitate these steps, we're still lacking the necessary keywords. If we turn to the driver, we see him correct the alien that his name is actually Champ, not Chip. Since he's driving and the license plate says Mr. Vincent, we'll name him as Champ Vincent. He's holding $75 and is complaining that his payment from the alien barely covered the cost of his Transom costume. The blue-vested and black-haired character must be named Transom, which would make the red costume belong to the character Marini. He also has a ticket for Lot 33, which we'll note is the lot adjacent to the combusting car. As a side note, the steering wheel is on the right-hand side, showing some more Albion or British influence on Hesperia. I say we're in Hesperia due to the way everyone's speaking and the Hesperian dollars on Champ's person. The last point of interest on this screen is the projector box on the far left side, but we'll wait to investigate it. Of inconsequential note is the sleek and six-wheeled design of all these cars. To the right, we see that the image on the screen is garbled, and that two vehicles have crashed into each other at the exit/entrance of the venue. A sign gives the drive-in's full name as the 3D Neptune. That red and blue coloration on the screen is definitely evocative of those old 3D glasses you'd get at a theater. On the right is a poster for the movie Space Storm, releasing May 1st. The maintenance box's most recent log was May 1st, which would mean it was last inspected the day this film debuted. We're still lacking a bit more information to conclude whether that day is actually today. On the poster are 4 characters: a man, woman, robot, and a green alien. Other text reads, "Porbo joins the fight against the evil captain," and we're tasked with solving who's who. We already know the man is Transom and the woman is Marini, but we can't deduce Bertrand and Porbo yet. If we look at the vehicle crashed in the entrance, we see a man in an alien costume bleeding from his forehead. We'll note the violence of this collision is quite severe. He has a ticket for Lot 11 and a Marini figurine. The driver of the truck is also bleeding from her forehead and has a coffee stain on her clothing. In the days of this severe collision, she murmurs that no one leaves. It looks like this crash was an intentional and insanely reckless method of stopping someone from leaving the theater, though we're yet to learn why. Inside the booth, we see an office of sorts, which interacts with customers along with conducting theater business. On the wall is a list of job assignments, with the writer running the office and someone named Andy in charge of both maintenance and the projection booth, since some unknown employee is sick. There's a rotary phone that's still on call. The speaker says,
"Sarah, who stole what? Are you there?"
The spilt coffee and knocked over chair indicate that this Sarah noticed someone stole something and hastily left the building. As the lady in the truck has a coffee stain on her shirt and also looks to be wearing a theater uniform, she must be the Sarah in charge of the office. Looks like this chaotic collision was to prevent some thief from escaping. A yellow note on the desk reads,
"Miss Cunningham, you were right. That weird lady called again. She can't seem to get it through her head that she can't just buy anything she wants. She sent her goon to make an offer in person, but I saw him to the exit just like you said. I told him to never come back and that no amount of money could buy what makes this place so special. But he didn't seem to listen."
A lady wants an object from this theater, which is apparently what makes it special, and has had a goon of sorts attempt to obtain it. We also learn that Sarah's full name is Sarah Cunningham. If we look next to the booth window, we see photos of those who are banned for life from the theater. The only non-vehicle image on the board belongs to an Augie Tamine, but their hand obscured the camera from taking their picture. I think it's fair to connect this Augie to the goon from the previous note. Lastly, we have a clipboard full of notes regarding the costume competition that was held at this theater. Explains why everyone is dressed in cosplay. First place, winning free tickets for a month, was awarded to Doug Baxter's Dangerously Authentic Bertrand. A side comment states his costume was definitely better than a Parker's. This Dangerously Authentic Bertrand must belong to the once immolated individual we saw before, as the helmet he was wearing, which matches the robot on the poster, was capable of producing flames. We'll name him as Doug Baxter. That also makes the robot Bertrand, and by process of elimination, the green alien is Porbo. The only other person dressed like Bertrand is Laura, so her full name must be Laura Parker. Second place, winning a bonanza of cooked kernels, is Annie Kishimoto, whose costume was quite hooking. This must be the woman dressed like a pirate. We can see the plethora of popcorn obtained, and can infer she's dressed as the antagonist Captain, who's not portrayed on the poster. Third place, winning a figure of Marini, goes to Tom Powers, whose costume sported some sharp teeth. Tom Powers must be the currently concussed man at the entrance. We can see the figurine in his possession, as well as the sharp teeth on his costume. Unfortunately, blunt force trauma was also awarded to the third place winner. A final comment on the clipboard reads that she saw a better version of the Porbo costume, but that whoever was wearing it didn't partake in the competition. Curious. The only other person in Porbo persona is whoever's in Champ's car. I think their suspicious plan is enough evidence to conclude that they were here for some nefarious reason. And the only nefarious ne'er-do-well we know of is Augie Tamine. If the theater wasn't willing to sell that mysterious object, Augie must have been hired to steal it. We'll now check out that projection booth. Inside is an employee worrying that Miss Cunningham will fire him if he can't get something fixed, presumably the projector given the distorted screen. We know his name is Andy from the assignments in the office, and being on maintenance duty makes him the A. Lemons from the Breaker Box's log. Let's name him as Andy Lemons. Andy's toolbox contains wire cutters, a hammer, a screwdriver, a snipped piece of red wire, and a spool of green wire. From this we can deduce that the green wire was used to replace the cut red wire in the maintenance box. That must have occurred this evening, so now we can definitely say it's May 1st, 1974. We saw a second pair of wire cutters at the very start of the case, so whoever brought these doesn't work here. As the maintenance box's lock has been broken, we can infer that same person smashed it open and cut the wire connected to powering the projector. Back in the booth, a poster on the wall details what makes this theater so special. A one-of-a-kind Neptune crystal, trademark, empowers the projector with true 3D, trademark, technology. We'll note the crystal on the poster is red, and that it's the special object of Augie and his employer's desire. The second note on the wall lists troubleshooting guidelines for the projector, checking its power, that its internals are correctly mounted, and advising to not stop the projector after starting it. As the image is currently distorted, the status of the crystal is responsible for this problem. If we look inside the projector, we see the lamp, lens, and a blue crystal, not red. Someone has swapped the crystal for a useless fake. If we're looking for crystal-seeking culprits, Augie is our guy. All we've got to figure out is what he's done with it. There wasn't a red crystal on his person, but upon closer inspection, we see one of his teeth, which look like blue crystals, is staining his costume blue. That blue tooth must be the crystal. The wire cutters and blue paint discarded in the neighboring car's back seat must have been the tools originally contained in Augie's bag. He used the wire cutters to create a distraction by cutting power to the projector, then swapped the crystal with a tooth from his costume when Andy went to fix the power. Finally, the blue paint was used to dye and conceal the crystal as part of his costume. His tools were then tossed into the vehicle nearby. His plan should flow quite naturally. He disguised himself in a costume, brought enough money to get in and out, packed wire cutters to create a distraction, and brought paint to hide the crystal in plain sight. As a side note, Champ doesn't seem too informed of Augie's plan, and Augie barely even knows his name. He was likely paid a small sum of cash to get him in and out of the theater. With knowledge of Augie's motivation and scheme, we can fill in the first scroll. Thus, Sarah Cunningham, owner of the Neptune Cinema, had been using a red crystal to enhance the projector. A weird lady sent Augie Tamine to buy it, but he was banned from the cinema. Augie Tamine arrived in costume and stole the crystal, disguising it as a tooth. All that's left is to figure out the chaos which occurred afterwards. This fire was definitely not a part of Augie's plan. Reflecting on Mike and Jenny's bet, Jenny bet that during the movie something would happen to Bertrand. Since the movie was stopped due to Augie's theft, she would lose the bet by default. In a reckless attempt to win on a technicality, she did something to Doug, who was cosplaying Bertrand, with unforeseen consequences. That action was pulling off the head of Doug's costume. With the fire switch on as the head was removed, it torched both Doug and his vehicle. Since the fire is in the front seat and the flammable paint is in the back seat, it isn't related to the fire. Yet. We can deduce that Jenny bet that Bertrand would lose his head. The fact that this bet seemingly had no stakes makes this attempt to win it even more ridiculous. As flaming vehicles are no joke, customers then attempted to flee the cinema. Sarah Cunningham must have seen that the screen was distorted, indicating that someone tampered with the crystal. With her business on the line, she caused the violent car crash to stop any potential escape. A dangerous and desperate course of action which will ultimately prove futile. Thus, in order to win a bet, Jenny Chen pulled the head off Doug Baxter's costume. This started a fire, so patrons tried to escape. Hearing the commotion, Sarah Cunningham looked out, saw the screen, and realized somebody must have taken the crystal. She then caused a car crash while attempting to block the exit. The results screen reiterates that Champ was a mere local paid to get Augie in, and an image shows us Augie dyeing the crystal blue in the cinema's restroom. A weird lady had attempted to purchase the crystal used in the projector of the Neptune cinema to no avail. The lackey she sent to make this offer, named Augie Tamine, was then banned from the cinema. Thus, a new plan was put into play where Augie would steal the crystal by disguising himself as a character from a movie during its premiere. On May 1st of 1974, he succeeded in doing so, but was almost foiled by a fire breaking out at around the same time. On the dashboard is a tape recorder which plays back a portion of a radio interview. What makes you think you'll succeed when no one else has?
Unlike those who have tried before, I understand that the idol is more than the sum of its parts. To reassemble it successfully, one first needs a deep understanding of the universe.
I see. And how do we know you're not just another fraud hoping to cash in on the next cheap knockoff?
Feel my energy. Be present with it for a moment, and I invite everyone at home to do likewise. You see? Now you know.
Okay, then. I suppose the listeners can make of that what they will. Quite a strange conversation. Our interviewee is attempting to rebuild the golden idol and has some bizarre beliefs relating to it. Namely that the idol requires a deep understanding of the universe in order to construct it. We can infer this individual is the same historian from before, who believes in the idol yet misunderstands its function. Other weird comments include listeners being able to feel her energy, which is apparently informative of her connection to the universe. Since we know the idol is more techno-tool than magical implement, all of this sounds pretty nonsensical. I don't believe it's a stretch to conclude from these comments that the weird lady who badgered the Neptune for its crystal is our same eccentric historian who's been seeking Lemurian artifacts. In fact, the same crystal can be seen as one of the items her colleague had attempted to steal. Looks like the paint was never scraped off of it because it's still blue. Though we don't know her name, we do know she's been obtaining pieces of the golden idol. Augie Tamine is seemingly one such lackey being used in order to fulfill this goal. And if the topic is stealing Lemurian artifacts, the character which immediately comes to mind is the prison escapee Arthur Blythe. However, if we remember the message left by the historian's colleague, they were to be paid for acquiring all 8 artifacts. One person was paid for all 8 artifacts, and yet we have the names of 2 different thieves. Perhaps one merely works for the other. Regardless, we'll keep our thieves in mind. Our historian's initial ambition is reconstructing the golden idol, believing she is uniquely gifted for doing so. She hasn't demonstrated a complete grasp of its capabilities, but just knowing that Lemurian tech is powerful and functional puts her above her peers. Besides her failed attempt to buy the crystal from that theater, she has chosen thievery as her primary method for obtaining the parts necessary to realize her goal. The unscrupulous nature of this path tells us the historian is willing to do anything to get her hands on a functional idol. A worrisome prospect for those in possession of the remaining pieces.
Going once. A shocking murder at the auction house.
Well, we're in the auction house, yet I don't currently detect any murder. On the right is an auctioneer at a podium, with what looks to be a bartender beside him. There are 5 people participating in this auction. We can recognize Oriel Toussaint on the far left, with the eccentric historian sitting next to him. It appears the object they're bidding on is on the center table, an object we can recognize from the previous game, the Brotherhood's Mask of the Dark Hand. The blonde woman jumping triumphantly says, "This will look stunning in my entryway, and for a steal of a price." Looks like she's won the mask. In her pocket is $26,000. Quite a massive amount of money to be walking around with, but this is an auction. The red-headed woman next to her says,
"The museum doesn't need an Albion relic anyway, but perhaps I'll bid on the Adrian lot."
It seems this woman is bidding on relics for whatever museum she works at. The Albion relic is clearly the Dark Hand mask, and she comments that an upcoming lot is Adrian in origin. Adria is a new location in the world of the Golden Idol, one which we won't be given sufficient information to assign. A cursory Google search reveals a town in Italy by the same name, so it's possibly an analog for Italy. We'll come across the relic soon enough. This woman carries a checkbook rather than any cash. Next to her is another woman who says,
"Disgusting mask. I failed to rescue Lot 1, but Lot 4 will return with me to the motherland."
Notably, the font of her spoken text reveals she's speaking in Lemurian. She carries $20,000 and a plane ticket for 11:30 p.m., August 13th, 1974. Destination, Lemuria. This must be the motherland she's hoping to return to. It appears she's trying to bid on certain relics to rescue them from the clutches of the countries who pilfered them. The attempt to secure Lot 1 failed, but she anticipates the upcoming Lot 4 will be hers. Turning our attention to the eccentric historian, she says,
"Get on with it. The next lot's the one that matters."
She carries $18,000. Looks like she too doesn't care about this Albion relic and is hoping to secure whatever lot is slated to come up next. If we look at Auriel, he says,
Outbid again. Robbie was right. Why did I even come?
In his pockets is a pitiful $3,100, a very small sum of money to be bidding with compared to the tens of thousands of dollars everyone else has. On the left is a sign for this 7 Seas auction. Looks like the 7 Seas trading company from the first game is still a thriving business empire. It tells us the auction is scheduled for August 13th, the same date as the Lemurian woman's plane ticket. So now we can conclude it's August 13th, 1974. We also learn the host's name is Nils Wilmington. On the board is a variety of times for the event. Important information is that the auction itself will go from 7:15 p.m. to 8:10 p.m. From there, drinks will be served and the sold lots will be delivered. Each lot is to be delivered by the property manager one at a time every 10 minutes, starting from 8:15. Once everyone has received their purchased lots, closing ceremonies will begin at 9 p.m. It's amusing to see the urgency in which the Lemurian woman is attempting to leave this country, less than 2.5 hours after the auction formally ends. On the far right, the bartender remarks that the professor isn't cut out for this and that he should have heeded his advice. This must be the Robbie Auriel mentioned earlier. He must have told him something along the lines of there being no way he could outbid anyone else. In his pockets is a menu and a clipboard. The clipboard details notes for Robbie Froberg's first day, giving us his full name. He's instructed to smile and to refrain from selling drinks to an employee named Mr. Bogart, who must be off-screen. The menu lists several cocktail recipes along with the drinks' names. If we look at the card in front of him, we can see the 4 different types of cocktails placed on it. The leftmost drink, a martini glass with an olive garnish, matches the recipe for the classic martini. The second drink must be a Harley's Ghost, since there's a slice of lime on the rim. The third drink is the Death in the Evening, since it's green, the color of absinthe, and served in a champagne glass. The last drink is clearly the 7 Seas Special, as it's served in a copper mug. With this drink detour done, let's inspect the auctioneer, who we know must be Nils Wilmington. Looks like the woman who won the auction is a movie star. We'll note she's famous. Nils carries a gavel, a ring of keys, and to his side is a wooden cane. If we look upstairs, we see another employee in a room holding several cased objects. He must be the remaining employee, Mr. Bogart. Since there's 5 cases, these must be all the lots being bid on. The empty case belongs to the Dark Hand mask being bid on downstairs. From left to right we have a sold rectangular object with a weird symbol on it, a sold taxidermied creature, nothing, the pointy-eared statue from the first case in this chapter, and a strange-looking totem. We'll note the closed safe on the right, and that on the left is a circuit box whose open wiring screams dangerous. Lastly, the employee wonders if he can get an autograph from Miss Knightley. That must be the last name of the blonde movie star. He also carries his own ring of keys, which appears slightly different to the set carried by Nils. On the right we have a second time we can jump to, from right before 7:45 to slightly past 8:40. We'll note that the time is in between the delivery of the 3rd and 4th lots. At this new time, all we can see is pitch black darkness. Must be a power problem. In the foreground we see the Dark Hand mask and the taxidermied creature unknown to science. Pretty interesting, but we won't learn much more about it. By the large figure are several empty mugs of the 7 Seas Special. We can see the man is currently drinking another one and has gotten quite drunk. It seems someone by the name of Tessa has been getting him sloshed. He has what looks like a napkin signed, "To my biggest fan Erwin, stay sharp. Summer." Due to his current intoxication, I don't believe he'll be staying sharp. This must be the other employee, Erwin Bogart, who Robbie was warned shouldn't be drinking. It looks like he got that autograph from the movie star Summer Knightley. Notably, his ring of keys is missing. To the left is someone freaking out because of the lights going out. They're drinking a death in the evening, and since that drink costs $10 and this person has 3,090, they must be Oriel Tucson, as he previously carried 3,100. In front of him is someone worried about their new Lunken centerpiece being stepped on. With the bizarre creature and the Albion mask on the floor, we can assume that the creature is Lunken in origin. This person carries $19,000, which means they're one of the women we saw who carried large sums of money. Since they received their lot, they must have already exchanged payment for it. On the far left is someone telling Oriel to calm down. Since they have a checkbook, they must be the red-headed woman who works for a museum. They're also carrying that rectangular object, which we now learn is a seal. In front of two other figures, we see a slip of paper on the ground. Closer inspection reveals it's the Lemurian woman's plane ticket, which has been slightly crumpled. The figure on the left says,
"Now is not the time, Momadi. We all need to leave immediately."
Now we know one of the characters is named Momadi. This person carries $17,910, which makes them one of the big spenders. If we inspect the other figure, Momadi, she replies,
"What about my statue? Stop pushing me. It's only a power outage."
Sounds like Momadi successfully bid on the statue and is perplexed why this other woman is so urgently shoving her out of the room. She has a classic martini and $19,980. Since the martini costs $20, this must be the Lemurian woman who previously held $20,000. Makes sense since the plane ticket is right beside her. We'll name her Momadi. On the drink cart, we see Robbie has discarded his apron, as well as a clipboard that lists who bought what drink. We already know Oriel Tucson, but now we have the full name for the woman who bought the martini, Momadi da Silva. Lastly, we see 3 7C specials were bought by a Miss Navari. Since Erwin mentioned being bought another drink by someone named Tessa, and he has consumed all of those particular cocktails, we now know that person's full name is Tessa Navari. It seems awfully suspicious to buy 3 drinks for a particular employee and none for yourself. Especially since Robbie's notes specified that Erwin should absolutely not be drinking on the job. Since all 3 drinks cost $90 in total, and the person next to Momadi has $17,910, they must be our eccentric historian, who originally held $18,000. We'll finally be able to name her as Tessa Navari. Let's turn our attention upstairs and... oh dear. Looks like we found the shocking murder. Quite literally, in fact. On the ground is the esoteric totem from before, and inside the safe we see $7,000 and a check from Aurelia Winston for $6,500 thalers. Looks like Hesperian currency is also a bit different from our own. As there's only one person with a checkbook, the red-headed woman must be Aurelia Winston. If we look at our assailant, they shout, "Out of my way." They carry the pointy-eared statue, the ring of keys which originally belonged to Erwin, and a note written on a napkin that reads,
"It's time for Plan B. I'll distract Bogart, you grab the keys."
This must be a message from Tessa, since she's distracted Bogart by getting him drunk. As for the victim, he shouts,
What are you doing?
Not a good way to go out. Judging by the set of keys in his possession, this must be the auctioneer Nils Wilmington. We can see he's being shoved into the circuit box by the wooden cane that was previously in his possession. A clever improvised murder weapon so as to not conduct electricity to its wielder. As for our murderer, the only other employee missing from downstairs is Robbie Froberg. Looks like he abandoned his post at the behest of Tessa, though why he's taking orders from her is still unknown. In Nils's pocket is a notebook detailing who bought each lot at the auction and how much they spent on it. We'll have to figure out who bought what, where each object came from, and which lot it was. We can see that Lot 1 was purchased by A4 for $6,500. This price matches the check written by Aurelia Winston, and now we know the bidder is represented by their first initial. Since she's checked off for having paid for the item and currently possesses the seal, we can deduce that the seal was Lot 1. As for its origin, we remember that Momadi said she failed to rescue Lot 1. She seems keen on bringing Lemurian artifacts back to their homeland, so the seal must be Lemurian in origin. We can also label Lot 4 as Lemurian, since that's the other artifact she insisted would be rescued. The notebook also shows that Aurelia purchased Lot 5. Since she speculated she would bid on the Adrian artifact, Lot 5 must be Adrian in origin. Next are lots 2 and 3, which were both bought by S3 for $7,000. There's currently $7,000 in the safe, meaning both objects have been paid for. The Lankan creature and Albion mask are the only other artifacts downstairs. We know the mask was purchased by Summer Knightley, so she must have also purchased the taxidermied creature, her apparent new centerpiece. We can see she carries $19,000, which is $7,000 less than the $26,000 she held originally. As for which object is Lot 2 or 3, we'll have to wait a bit longer to deduce. Lot 4 was purchased by M5 for $19,000, clearly Momadi da Silva. Notably, this object was sold for an extremely high price in comparison to the others. Momadi is currently telling Tessa to stop shoving her and that she doesn't want to leave without her statue. Thus, the statue which is currently being stolen by Robbie is the 4th lot. Since Tessa is having Robbie steal it for her, it makes sense why she's trying to urge Momadi out of the building. We can see that Tessa brought $18,000 in order to bid on the statue, but since Momadi brought $20,000, she lost. Hence Plan B, theft. Since Tessa says the next lot's the one that matters during the bidding for the Dark Hand mask, and she's clearly referring to the statue, the Albion mask must be Lot 3, and thus the Lankan creature is Lot 2. By process of elimination, this leaves the strange totem as Adrian in origin. It doesn't quite look like any artifact I'd expect to come out of an analog for Italy, but we won't be given any other hints as to what Adria is, so we'll just have to accept this and move on. With all these pieces in place, we can summarize what happened. Tessa wanted the Lemurian statue, but Momadi won it instead. Plan B was put into place so Robbie could steal it, but the auctioneer went back upstairs and caught him in the act. Robbie responded by murdering Nils, coincidentally causing a blackout and subsequent chaos. Thus, at the Seven Seas auction, Tessa Navari was outbid by Momadi da Silva for the statue from Lemuria, and so decided to steal it instead. Tessa Navari distracted Erwin Bogart while Robbie Froberg stole their keys. Nils Wilmington discovered Robbie Froberg stealing the statue upstairs, and a fight ensued. Robbie Froberg pushed Nils Wilmington into a circuit box with a cane, causing instant death. The post-case summary informs us that Tessa slipped her instructions to Robbie as part of an exchange at the bar. Very inconspicuous. During an auction taking place on August 13th, several historical artifacts were bid on. Eccentric historian Tessa Navari attempted to secure the final artifact on her list, a Lemurian statue. However, she was outbid by a Lemurian woman. Plan B was engaged, and her associate Robbie Froberg stole the statue and murdered the auctioneer who was attempting to retrieve it. Our dashboard updates with a snapshot of a phone call between a silhouetted man and another dressed as a waiter. The mystery man calls Mr. Froberg, telling him he won't be needed. The waiter affirms what he's heard and tells the man to call him Robbie. Robbie Froberg. He's looking quite different than he did in the previous case. In the left picture, we can pick up a few more details. A blanket with the symbol of the Dragonfly Inn, a paper cutout of the same splitting space sculpture from Arthur Blythe's cell, and a medicine box for Tranquix, otherwise known as augitamine tablets. Augitamine, augitamine. I think this scene is sufficient to finally connect the dots. This man is the same colleague of Tessa Navari who had stayed at the Dragonfly Inn. A thief who helped steal 8 Lemurian artifacts for her so she could attempt to reconstruct the Golden Idol. The paper sculpture tells us this is the same Arthur Blythe who had escaped from Sternwall Prison with the help of Stephen Aria from the Harmony Foundation. Arthur was a murderer who had experience stealing and fencing Lemurian artifacts. At a specific event at a drive-in cinema, Arthur, taking the fake name Augie Tamine, stole a Lemurian crystal from a projector that the cinema had refused to sell to Tessa. The final theft occurred at an auction where Arthur, replacing a new employee by the name of Robbie Froberg, stole a pointy-eared statue and killed an auctioneer. Later, when Arthur was to deliver the statue, receive payment, and obtain a fake passport, he attempted to re-steal all the artifacts from Tessa, which resulted in his accidental death and subsequent burial. If we look at the corkboard puzzle, all we need to do is fill in the identities of those responsible for all these events. We'll fill in Arthur Blythe as the colleague, escapee, and thief. And next we'll identify Tessa Navari as the historian and weird lady. The last identity is that of Stephen Aria. Since Tessa runs the Harmony Foundation, and the book Stephen sent came from there, we can deduce that yet again it's the same person, Tessa Navari. Additionally, Stephen Aria is an anagram for Tessa Navari. It makes sense that every case we've seen this chapter revolves around the schemes of the same two individuals, from Arthur's escape all the way up to his death. The only question remaining is, how did Tessa and Arthur know where all the artifacts were? Well, we remember that before Arthur was imprisoned for murder, he had stolen several artifacts from the museum he worked at, which he later sold to various people. It is because of this fact that Tessa specifically needed Arthur's expertise. The artifacts that he had originally stolen and sold are the same objects that were re-stolen at Tessa's behest. Arthur knew who he sold them to, so he knew what targets he'd need to hit to reclaim them. This context makes Arthur's final attempt to steal from Tessa even more ridiculous. Not only were the artifacts stolen and sold, but they were then re-stolen and resold before attempting to re-steal them again in order to resell them for a third time. I'd make a joke about him deserving his fate for this confusion, but he killed two innocent people, so he kind of already deserved it. With all the events and our characters' motivations in mind, the scroll should be easy to solve. Thus, Tessa Navari wanted to reassemble the mythical golden idol of Lazarus Hurst from its parts. Tessa Navari arranged Arthur Blythe's prison escape because he knew the location of the parts. Tessa Navari and Arthur Blythe worked together to steal all 8 parts. For the final one, at the auction, Arthur Blythe resorted to murder. In the end, Arthur Blythe tried to steal the parts from Tessa Navari, which resulted in Arthur Blythe's death. Chapter 2 concludes by recontextualizing all of its cases. Arthur Blythe is the instrument Tessa used to acquire every Lemurian artifact she needed. After she broke him out of prison, he spends the rest of 1973 and most of 1974 helping her obtain pieces of the idol. We never receive a date for it, but I believe the cutscene where she finds the original broken idol takes place before she helps Arthur escape. I think finding and examining this relic inspires Tessa to locate replacements for all its broken pieces. From this, she reads about Arthur and knows his knowledge would be essential for stealing the parts she needs. So she helps him escape and employs him as a thief all the way up until his eventual death. We now know that all along it was Arthur Blythe by Tessa's side. It seems like the two of them worked well together and were quite efficient at acquiring Lemurian artifacts. But despite all that and all the payment Arthur received from Tessa, his greed took control of him and he just had to try and steal them one more time. With all these parts obtained and her accomplice out of the picture, Tessa now has all the pieces necessary to attempt to reconstruct the golden idol. She posited her deep understanding of the universe would guide her in this task. If this pans out, Tessa might be unlocking a truly terrifying power lost to history. We'll have to wait and see. There's been a relatively unimportant question that's been racking my mind, and that's, in what country was Arthur Blythe incarcerated? When we first learn about his crimes, it's done by reading an Albion newspaper, making it seem like these events took place in Albion rather than Hesperia. This would explain the language characters used and all the merchandise for Pale Clubs, which has a much closer feel to British soccer clubs than anything you'd see in America. However, the more I thought about certain details, the less sense it made to me. So I'll be running down a short list of evidence for and against the incarceration taking place in Albion or Hesperia. The newspaper article seems to be a pretty clear indicator that it took place in Albion, but there's still the possibility it could have been Hesperia and just made headlines overseas. There's extra Albionisms present in the case, but we do know that Hesperian culture has a large degree of Albion influence. We'll eventually learn that the Museum of Lemurian History mentioned in the article is in Hesperia, but I can't disregard the possibility that there's a similarly named museum in Albion. We see Hesperian thalers being exchanged in the prison, but again, given how close the countries are, this could also be a currency used in Albion. A guard had a Mammaseum Pale Club pin badge, and from my research, Mammaseum is the name of an old Roman fort in England. The real kicker for me is that Arthur needs a passport from Tessa, and goes to get one from her in her Harmony Foundation building, which we'll learn is in Hesperia. If Arthur broke out of prison in Albion, he wouldn't be able to make it to Tessa's building unless he was smuggled there. Arthur was also hired because he knew the location of the idol's parts. If he was incarcerated in Albion, then that would mean they were sold there, and thus all of the re-stealing would take place outside of Hesperia. To me, it feels a bit unruly for Arthur to go on a crime spree in Albion and mail the pieces to Tessa in Hesperia before eventually being smuggled there to hand her the last one and finally obtain a passport. Thus, I kind of lean towards it being a Hesperian incarceration, but still consider it inconclusive. I don't know. My head tells me Hesperia, but my heart tells me Albion. I don't have an answer, but I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on the matter.
In a post-chapter cutscene, we see Tessa raising the Lemurian statue while surrounded by interested individuals. A third party, observing the scene through binoculars, ponders what these weirdos are up to. The story continues in Chapter 3, The Machine, in which an extrakinetic investigation yields terrifying results. Ignition, a dangerous technology is unleashed. We see Oriel Tucson messing with a fire extinguisher. He's currently saying,
"This is chaos! I hope this is the right fire extinguisher. I should really have my reading glasses."
He carries an access card for some sort of extra-physical laboratory. Extra-physical would imply that whatever is being studied is outside of conventional science. We'll note there's some chaos occurring, involving fire given the extinguisher, and that Oriel possesses a separate pair of glasses for reading. Behind him is a janitor's cart containing cleaning supplies and a bag of cheesy chips. Objects you probably don't want next to each other. In the foreground are several cardboard boxes labeled Harmony Foundation. It seems like Tessa's stuff has been boxed up for some reason. We remember that a company named OPIG was going to send an auditor to take her credit card and purchased assets, since she's apparently been wasting tons of money on some strange project. These boxes indicate the company confiscated the card and repossessed some of her belongings as well. Beside them, in what looks like some kind of waste barrel, is an empty bottle of whiskey. Inspecting it closer reveals a fingerprint. We'll find several more prints during this case, and it will be our job to assign them to characters. On the wall, several notes have been pinned to a board. The first is a reminder of OPIG's zero alcohol policy, warning about a previous Reynolds fiasco. That whiskey bottle certainly looks all the more worrisome now. The next note states that no testing will occur until board approval is given, and orders to stay behind some caution tape. The final note wonders why the lab has been so cold recently, and suggests dressing warm. On the table below the board is a broken pen leaking blue ink, giving us another fingerprint, which is different from the one on the whiskey bottle. Next, from left to right, we have several lockers. In the first locker are several books pertaining to Lemuria. Primary sources from the years 1200 to 1300, cultural investigation, and archaeological sites of Xenopolis. We recognize Xenopolis as the setting of Case's Lemurian Vampire DLC, and as the ruins from which the previous game's golden idol was discovered. There's also a pair of glasses, giving us another unique fingerprint. The extra glasses and the books pertaining to Lemuria indicate this is Oriel Tucson's locker, since he's a professor of ancient Lemurian history. We'll note this fingerprint is his as soon as we pick up keywords for his name. The next locker contains 2 books and a calendar for June with the 18th day circled. Beside this is a taped up note reading, "Be ready." Sounds like something important is scheduled for that day. The pink booklet appears to be some piece of literature from the Harmony Foundation, with its symbol on the cover. Its additional text says, "Enter a state of true harmony. Repair your emotional divides." The usual Enlightenment, nonsense. The other book is titled How to Make Friends, Keep Them, and Use Them, from the author of Caught Them Off Guard. Titles which suggest a rather cutthroat methodology for rising up the corporate ladder. We'll have to watch out for who this locker belongs to, which we can recognize as whoever's on janitor duty given the cheesy fingerprint left on the book. The next locker has a book titled Key Mechanical Theory, likely related to some kind of engineering, and another on organic chemistry. Ugh, bad memories. I preferred inorganic chem. There's also a thick coat with a tag that reads Jack, and several photos accompanied with notes for some kind of machinery. It looks Golden Idol-esque, and given the boxes of Tessa's belongings, the Golden Idol parts she had stolen have seemingly been repossessed. In the middle picture, we can recognize some of the ancient Lemurian sigils from the previous Golden Idol, though the one on the top right is new.
We'll be seeing this sigil a lot from this point onward, and it'll be quite some time before we can truly figure it out. It looks similar to the Mind Sigil app hole, but with a horizontal line extending from it. The symbols for stop and destroy also look similar to each other and share a relatively similar meaning, so perhaps this extension to the mind symbol also indicates some sort of relationship. The notes next to the photos warn that the device is highly conductive and that the structural additions have no effect on it. One last comment ponders whether 2 hands are needed to complete the circuit. We'll note that next to this comment, the pictures of the sigils and the button have been circled. The last locker contains a pamphlet on leadership training for the overqualified and ignored, advertising seminars which will activate one's true potential and expose them to new corporate opportunities. It's more corporate advancement jargon, though the language here is significantly less harsh than the previous book's guide on how to make friends and use them. In the locker is a note from June 2nd, 1975, quite a while since the end of Chapter 2. It reads,
Dr. Westlake, thank you for once again bringing your concerns to the board. Again, we take the professionalism of our managerial staff seriously and have taken your complaint into consideration. However, we courteously remind you that it is inappropriate to publicly accuse a direct superior of workplace intoxication. Mr. Spender expects a formal apology. No further follow-up is required. Sincerely, Nathan Hoyle, Board President.
This locker belongs to someone named Westlake, who has a doctorate. They complained to a board president by the name of Nathan Hoyle about a superior of theirs named Mr. Spender, who is apparently intoxicated at work. The note regarding OPIG's zero alcohol policy doesn't want a repeat of the Reynolds fiasco, which we can infer was a past controversy regarding workplace intoxication. Given that bottle of whiskey we found earlier, if these allegations against Mr. Spender are true, that would be quite worrisome. We can see this note was crumpled up in the locker, likely an expression of frustration, as Dr. Westlake is being forced to apologize to Mr. Spender for her public accusation. A taped-up notice mentions that on June 18th, the same date circled on a coworker's calendar, the manager and board president will be visiting the lab, and that the lab door shall be unlocked since they don't carry access cards. We can surmise that the manager is Mr. Spender, since he's Westlake's direct superior. Since we'll find them soon enough, I think it's fair to state the day is indeed June 18th, 1975. The notice mentions Auriel is researching the origin of the parts of the device, which makes sense given he's a professor of ancient Lemurian history. The Jack from before is meant to be cleaning glassware, and a member of the lab staff by the name of Eugene has been demoted to janitorial duties. Getting Eugene out of the lab has apparently been a godsend, which we'll keep in mind. With the area outside the lab inspected, let's take a peek at what Auriel needs that fire extinguisher for. Yeah, that checks out. A man is currently on fire. In the background, we recognize Jack Novak, Isaac Novak's nephew, examining the assembled device. An old man holding the lab's door open is speaking to 2 other individuals, a balding man and a red-headed woman, who are currently yelling at each other. The woman says,
I saw you touch the machine. You're sabotaging my work. It's the Reynolds pitch all over again.
She carries a laboratory access card, so she must be one of the lab workers. The man is being accused of sabotaging the machine, and the woman likens the situation to the Reynolds pitch. If this is related to the Reynolds fiasco, this sounds like another accusation of workplace incompetence due to intoxication. And we know there's an empty whiskey bottle outside. The man responds with,
You're blaming me? I vouched for you. I said you could handle this, but you can't even control your team.
Given he's gesturing at the 2 men in lab coats, the woman must be the person in charge of them. If he says he vouched for her, that means he's her boss, but not the man truly in charge. We can infer this must be the manager, Mr. Spender. He doesn't have an access key, which supports the idea that he's one of the visiting higher-ups. And given the prior complaint regarding being drunk at work, it must be his fingerprint on that bottle of whiskey. Since the woman is apparently the head of this lab team, and we know from the locker note that Auriel, Jack, and Eugene are subordinates, she must be the Dr. Westlake who had previously accused Mr. Spender of workplace intoxication. The animosity between the 2 is palpable. If we look at the old man on the left, he's currently approving testing, and requests Marie and Tim quit arguing so they can discuss budgetary matters. We know that testing has not been permitted until board approval, and as this man is currently giving his approval, we know he's the board president leading today's inspection. The same board president, Nathan Hoyle, from the response to Westlake's complaint. He too lacks an access card as he's a visitor. If we look at his hand, which is pressed on the door, we pick up his fingerprint, which we can immediately assign. As for which of our bickering bosses is Marie and which one is Tim, we can surmise from gendered nomenclature that the man is Tim Spender and the woman is Marie Westlake. But we'll find evidence to be 100% certain soon enough. The fleeing fellow on fire mutters some interrupted words that are likely something along the lines of, "This wasn't supposed to happen." Despite the fact that he's wearing a lab coat, he doesn't carry a laboratory access key, which we'll note. Since we recognize Jack Novak, we know this man must be Eugene, who is docked down to janitorial duty. If we look at Jack, he's praising the device's power and remarks that he's done something to shut it down. He carries his access card and a Polaroid camera, which would indicate the locker carrying photos was his if we didn't already recognize him. As a side note, since Polaroid is a brand name, closer inspection of the camera reveals the in-universe brand reads something like Loropoid. If we look on the shelf, we spot an Erlenmeyer flask with a thumbprint on it. Since Jack is in charge of cleaning glassware, that must be his print. Next to that is a book that reads Dr. Novak's Lab Notes. He lists the device's function and danger as unknown, reiterates that comment we saw about highly conductive and reactive materials, mentions Oriel Tucson identified the parts as Lemurian, and says the device has been reconstructed and is ready to test. However, someone with the initials MW, Marie Westlake, writes that no tests are allowed until board approval and that the potential danger of the device is high. Given she runs the lab and that this comment was repeated on the board, we can surmise that Marie wrote all of those notes. Mentioning the Reynolds fiasco also indicates these comments are hers. Since they're written in blue and there's a blue fingerprint next to a broken pen, that fingerprint must be hers. Back in the notes, after some period of time, a Mr. Marmot was relegated and had his access card revoked. Sounds like Eugene, who's currently missing his card and who we know was previously demoted. His full name must be Eugene Marmot. Jack notes the man is incompetent, but despite that, his fumbling did more than we've been allowed to. He then notes he wishes he could do follow-up testing after what he observed. Sounds like the incident which caused Eugene to be demoted was fiddling with the device before they had board approval. Disobeying resulted in his demotion, but provided Jack with some interest regarding what the device could do. Since Eugene is crying that this wasn't supposed to happen, he must have had a very particular idea about what his fiddling with the device would do. One which was evidently very incorrect. Since we know Eugene Marmot is the janitor, the cheesy fingerprint must belong to him. We'll note that it's his locker which contains the book regarding friend exploitation and Harmony Foundation. Sounds kind of incongruent. Additionally, with knowledge that his access to the lab was revoked, we see that he circled today's inspection date with that comment to be ready. It sounds like Eugene's plans for today were premeditated, though again, the result was not what he expected. Finally, we can observe the device. It looks like there's a golden centerpiece with other golden doodads attached to it, from which a gold cable connects to a part portraying several ancient Lemurian symbols, some of which are highlighted. In the left column are the symbols for give and take. In the center is the symbol for matter, and on the right is the new symbol and the symbol we recognize for heat. Currently, give matter heat is highlighted, which makes sense given the fiery phenomenon we're witnessing. In front of the centerpiece is a green lens with a circle and dot symbol, and in front of that is a blue crystal, which we know changes colors depending on what function the idol has just performed. On the right side is a button which is wired to the top of the device, from which it looks like an arm extends and makes contact with a part on the back side of the centerpiece. We can surmise that the button causes some alteration to that extending arm. In the first game, after the necessary symbols were entered into the back of the idol, it would only activate after an attached lever was pressed down. It appears that this device has been constructed similarly, and after the necessary symbols are activated on the left, pressing the button would cause the lever to be pushed down, activating the device. I imagine the button toggles this effect, as Jack had to do something in order for the device to shut down. If we examine the symbols, we see a fingerprint has recently touched them. On the button, we see 2 more fingerprints as well as some orange stains. By comparing these fingerprints to those we deduced previously, we can see it's Eugene's print on the symbol, Tim's fingerprint on the button's casing, and Jack's fingerprint on the button itself. This makes sense since Marie mentioned Tim touched the device, and Jack had to press the button to shut the device down. Since Tim's fingerprint is just on the device's casing, it didn't have any effect. I also don't believe this was intentional sabotage, and was just some drunken misconduct after drinking that whiskey. Though in a way that might be negligence-motivated sabotage. The last print we must place are the orange stains, which must be the cheesy prints we know came from Eugene. Considering he had to stand in front of the device in order to get heat blasted by it, he must have inputted the symbols on his left and pressed the button on the right at about the same time. We know everyone here, how Eugene got kicked out of the lab, and what happened moments ago. The only detail left is the last part of Eugene's plan. With his access card revoked, he planned to infiltrate the lab on the day of the board's inspection because the door would be unlocked. So he camped by the entrance and followed everyone inside. From there he messed with the device and got his temperature turned up. It actually makes sense why the chip bag is open next to those chemicals, since he must have been eating them right up to the lab door being opened. With everything understood, we can now solve the scroll. Thus, Marie Westlake's team worked to reconstruct the device. After performing tests without approval, Eugene Marmot had his access card revoked. On the day of the board inspection, the lab was unlocked to allow Nathan Hoyle and Tim Spender to enter. This gave Eugene Marmot the opportunity to follow them in. When Eugene Marmot used both hands to touch the controls of the device, it activated and he caught fire. We see an image of Eugene's simultaneous activation and can note that the gem in the device used to be red. This is simply because the gem turns red after using the take function and turns blue after using the give function. Specifically, the command it cast before this incident was take matter heat, as acquiring heat is necessary before the device is able to give it. If we remember the notes on the wall, Marie pondered why the lab was inexplicably so cold lately. The take heat command being used in the prior incident provides a decent explanation. It also appears that Eugene wasn't the target of that command, as he probably would have noticed if his body temperature was ripped out of him. Following OPIG's repossession of Harmony Foundation property, the Lemurian artifacts were reassembled into a functional device. However, it looks like the extra-physical laboratory lead, Marie Westlake, had forbidden any experimentation. An assistant by the name of Eugene Marmot had broken this protocol at some point and was banned from the lab and demoted to janitor. During a board inspection on June 18th, he infiltrated the lab and fiddled with the device, causing himself to catch fire. This stupidity, or gumption, impressed the board director Nathan, who promptly approved testing. On the dashboard, we're shown a hat with a symbol that we'll learn belongs to the company OPIG. Clicking it gives us a letter which reads,
Hi, Nathan. I'm pleased to say we finally got the budget crisis under control. The premises we used for the Emotion Studies project have been renovated and repurposed for more promising ventures. I see you've decided on a team leader for the new project. I just wanted to make it clear that while she and I have had our differences in the past, I agree that she's the right person for the job. She certainly does not share Tessa's penchant for risky and wild spending. Tim Spender.
We get to see that Tim did indeed vouch for Marie as team leader to the board head Nathan. Even though we know he drinks on the job and has had problems with Marie, it's good to note that Tim is still able to objectively recognize her competence. The premises for the Emotion Studies project must be Tessa Navari's Harmony Foundation headquarters. Learning it was renovated makes the addition of a laboratory to its structure more sensible. I assume they didn't touch the Zen Garden and discover the deceased Arthur Blythe. Regardless, funding going anywhere else is definitely an improvement over Tessa's reckless spending. Chapter 3 introduces us to more of the main players in our story, all of them being individuals affiliated with a company by the name of OPIG. Nathan Hoyle is the president of said company. We can assume his motivations include doing what's best for business, and we saw how pleased he was with the idol's impromptu demonstration. Employee Tim Spender is in some kind of managerial role and has a pretty poor relationship with Dr. Marie Westlake, leader of the extra-physical lab team. We'll note that Tim is the kind of guy to drink on the job. As for Marie herself, it seems like she wants to do things by the book, such as delaying testing until getting board approval. Her employees include Auriel Toussaint, the ancient Lemurian historian, Jack Novak, scientist and nephew of Isaac Novak, and Eugene Marmot, the Demoted. I suppose we don't know much about him yet. At the very least, his locker's possessions indicate he's seeking to climb his way to the top and that he's a follower of Tessa's movement. And speaking of Tessa, sometime after the events of Chapter 2, her building and idol pieces were repossessed by Opig. We've yet to find out how her own idol escapades played out, so keep that in mind as we press onward. As part of the chapter-wide puzzle, we'll have to assign characters to certain Opig positions, which were last updated July 12, 1975. The previous case took place in June, so we'll note that some adjustments were made since then. We don't know much about what Opig actually does, but it looks like they have fingers in many pies, including corn-based solutions. Now that sounds like some kind of investment into using corn for ethanol or biofuel, but I'd like to believe they have a team working tirelessly to use corn to solve all worldly problems. Since we don't know what caused this management shuffling, we'll proceed to the next case.
Protest movement. A hippie circle refuses to roll over.
I don't spy any hippies at the moment, but what I do see is an upturned barbecue spilling precious hot dogs into a pool. What madness. Below that is a sunken metal rod and a floating transparent disc covered in plant fiber with some brownish coloration. Given it's floating in the pool water, we can deduce this is a large block of ice. On closer inspection of the metal rod, we see it's the missing third leg of the barbecue grill. Behind the grill, we see something is broken through the hedge, leaving some plant fibers behind. These plant fibers match those on the block of ice, so we can surmise this object smashed through the hedge and knocked off one of the grill's legs before landing in the pool. If we examine the man beneath the barbecue, he expresses his surprise at what just happened. He carries a wedding ring with the name Odetta on it. Inspecting him unlocks a puzzle relating to some object's path, which we'll get to once we have a better picture of things. In the pool, a kid swims away from the ice chunk, proclaiming to his mother that it almost hit him. On the right, the mother tells her son Jeffrey to get out of the pool. She carries a wedding ring with the name Tobias on it, as well as a newspaper. The newspaper reads,
Cuthbert leads Newell's Pale Club to victory. Benson out with injury.
There's really nothing too important here, other than the paper's name being the Newell's Herald, telling us we are indeed in Newell's. If we peek up the hill, we see we're outside a back exit of what used to be the Harmony Foundation's building. If we look closely, we can see Arthur right about there, resting in peace right beneath the Zen garden. How fitting. Back down the hill, we can name our husband and wife as Tobias and Odetta, their spouse's name being engraved on each ring. We'll also note the wooden birdhouse being built in their backyard. On the left, their neighbor is asking Tobias if he's okay, saying he saw everything which just happened and that he's coming over to help. He carries a letter which reads,
Dear Corbin, thank you for considering our agency for your manuscript. Your observations are certainly intriguing. Just for closure, I would like some assurance that you have your subjects' permission to write about them. We wouldn't want that scientist, Jack, was it, or the woodworking family, the Amstells, to sue us for libel and leave us all broke, would we? Regards, Lana Pete, Leonidas Agency.
Looks like this man, Corbin, has sent some agency a manuscript which consists of interesting observations he's recorded. I imagine this instance will also go on the list, though it really sounds like he's just been spying on people without their consent. The letter references a scientist, Jack Novak, and a woodworking family by the name of the Amstells. This must be the family next door, with the birdhouse hinting towards the woodworking. We'll name all three of them. To Corbin's left is a table and two chairs. The left seat has an ashtray and a glass containing some ice, with the right seat having a jacket and some spools of blue and yellow ribbon. In the jacket's pocket is a note titled, Take Back Our Sanctuary, scheduled for 2 p.m. on June 13th. Any questions should be directed to the organizer by the name of P. Coolidge, which we'll note. Behind the backyard furniture is a ladder leading to Corbin's roof. We spy a pair of binoculars pointed up the hill and a journal logging his observations. If we remember the cutscene before the start of this chapter, we realize it was one of Corbin's spying sessions, particularly an observation of Tessa and her followers. In the journal, the 97th entry notes some suspicious occupants, likely the lab team, have moved into the former building of the Hippie Foundation. He notes that the further up the hill he goes, the more inexplicably cold it gets. Apparently there's some ivy up there that proves this chilling phenomenon is occurring. Entry 98 details that the hippies haven't rolled over yet and are determined to protest. As followers of the Harmony Foundation's spiritual movement, they must be pretty miffed about their building being reappropriated. The final and most recent entry, Entry 99, details Corbin's frustration that his daughter has joined the hippies. It boils his blood, and he says that if his father was still alive, he'd call it a disgrace to the Shaw name. Thus, Corbin's full name is Corbin Shaw. The last object we can spot down the hill is a small wheel whose spokes are wrapped in plant fibers with blue flowers at the tip. Heading up the hill, we see a small group of protesters, with Eugene Marmot interacting with one of them. Before inspecting them, let's get a better view of the situation. By a back window on the first floor, we see what looks like a bird bath which has been tipped over and shattered. There's no fluid inside it, and it looks like someone has attempted to move it with a wheelbarrow, clearly unsuccessfully. We'll note that this wheelbarrow is missing its wheel. Guess it's just a barrow then. In the window, we recognize Jack Novak in the laboratory, who says,
"Why is Eugene talking to those layabouts? He's lucky enough already to still have a job here. Can't he do anything right?"
In his pockets is his access card, as well as a note detailing the lab schedule for June 13th. The morning shift is Marie Westlake and Oriel Tucson, and the afternoon shift is Jack Novak and Eugene Marmot. Notes in red apologize for having to work on a Sunday and remind that Eugene is banned from the lab. Given we see both Eugene and Jack, and that the hippies' protest was scheduled for the afternoon of June 13th, today must be Sunday, June 13th, 1975. 5 days before the previous case where Eugene immolates himself during the board inspection. We can see from the note's comment and Jack's current derision of Eugene that this event is taking place sometime after Eugene first fiddled with the idol. If we look behind Jack, we can see that the device's gem is red, meaning it most recently cast a function with the take command. Closer inspection reveals that it has indeed cast take matter heat. The last detail we'll note is the dead and icy leaves of the ivy hanging in front of the window, right in the device's line of sight. There was a report of the lab being colder than usual, which we know is due to this command, but it seems like this effect was additionally aimed outside of the building, affecting the leaves in front of the window and making the whole hill colder as detailed in Corbin's notes. An interesting outcome where every object in the device's view had its heat siphoned. We'll keep this in mind. On the right, we see a woman hiding behind a tree. Given the blue and yellow ribbons in her hair, and the stuff we saw at the table in Corbin's backyard, this must be his daughter. She remarks,
"Oh God, I hope he didn't see me. But man, it hit the organizer's bike. I'm going to be in so much trouble."
Someone almost saw her, and something hit the protest organizer's bike. Looking at the bikes, we see an orange and green one has been a bit mangled, with some small chunks of ice nearby. It appears as if something large slid over the bike and left a large indent in the soil. Further downhill, it ran into the root of a tree, leaving a trail of dirt behind it. We can connect the dots and see that whatever object it was, it came from the direction of the broken bird bath. Clearly, it must be the large chunk of ice which fell into the pool, as the same soil is currently staining it. When Eugene activated the device, it must have also frozen the water in the bath, which was within its line of sight. As ice is less dense than water, the flash freezing expanded the ice greater than its container, weakening the bird bath's structure. For whatever reason, Corbin's daughter attempted to move the bath with the wheelbarrow, and due to its damaged structure or difficulty carrying it, it shattered, spilling the large chunk of ice down the hill. The man she's hoping didn't see her must be Jack Novak in the window. Pretty bad luck for the ice to hit the organizer's bike, but thankfully nobody downhill was seriously injured by it. To the left of the bikes, we see some blue flowers which have been run over by something thin. These flowers match the plant material on the wheel we saw earlier. It must be the missing wheel of the wheelbarrow, which was damaged while attempting to move the bath. With that out of the way, we can fill in the object's path puzzle, which must be referring to the chunk of ice. Originating from the bird bath, it hit the organizer's bike, slid downhill into a tree, where it tumbled all the way through a hedge, into the barbecue grill's leg, and finally landed in the pool. All that's left is to figure out who the organizer is. As a side note, the picture of the bike in this puzzle is yellow, orange, and green, whereas the actual bike in the puzzle is orange and dark green. The former colors seem to match the jersey of the New Wells Pale Club player in the newspaper. Perhaps it's leftover art from a previous rendition of this puzzle, or just a coincidence. Turning our attention to Eugene Marmot and one of the protester says,
"It's not your fault, Mr. Marmot. You OPIG people don't understand what the Enlightenment device really does. Here, take some literature."
It appears the hippies have their own ideas as to what the Golden Idol or Enlightenment device is capable of, information which seems dubious at best. She hands Eugene a booklet and he replies,
"That makes so much sense. I was just trying to help. I didn't know why they were so mad at me."
Whatever bogus information the protester just told Eugene about the device's true function, it seems like he's bought into it completely. Apparently, it suddenly makes sense to him why his co-workers got so angry with him. We'll have to wait and see what Eugene means by this. As for the literature he's just received, we see it's the same booklet that ended up in his locker in the previous case. Inspecting the protesters, we see a couple statements of OPIG hating harmony and stealing enlightenment. One protester asks, "Now Penny's trying to recruit the suits," referring to the woman talking to Eugene. This name, Penny, matches the first initial of the protest organizer on the note we saw earlier. Her full name must be Penny Coolidge, and now we can match her face as the owner of the bike which got hit by the ice block. As the organizer, it makes sense why she in particular is reaching out to Eugene. Another protester says the OPIG people are doing weird stuff in the building and refers to something happening to their old moon-gazing bath. This must be hippie speak for the bird bath, which was inexplicably frozen. A protester replies that he shouldn't worry about it, as someone by the name of Andy is taking it back, and that they'll soon be back to moon-gazing. He must be referring to the woman who attempted to steal the bath, who we can now name as Andy Shaw. Unfortunately, their moon-gazing bath is broken, but on the bright side, you can actually just look at the moon itself rather than its reflection. One last protester asks if they heard a crashing sound, which must have been from the bath tipping over and the sliding ice chunks' subsequent chaos. Before solving the scroll, I want to draw attention to the signs the protesters are waving. One simply draws a heart by the symbol of the Harmony Foundation, and another puts the unknown sigil over a tie-dye pattern. The most curious sign, however, is the symbol for heat being drawn under a cancel sign. Their misconception as to what the symbol means is curious, but again we'll have to wait and see. All we have to do is put together what the protesters are doing here and the accident which occurred afterward. We know they're protesting the reappropriation of the Harmony Foundation's building, and that an attempt to reclaim their moon-gazing bath resulted in a chunk of ice sliding downhill into a family's barbecue. Thus, a group of protesters gathered outside the OPIG laboratory, upset about the closure of the Harmony Foundation. During the protest, Andy Shaw attempted to steal a bird bath. When she accidentally broke it, a block of ice came loose, rolled down the hill, and hit Tobias Amstell's barbecue, causing it to fall over and injure him. We see the image of Andy dropping the bird bath, which the description clarifies is due to not being strong enough to carry it with the wheelbarrow. On June 13, 1975, former Harmony Foundation members stage a protest outside of their reappropriated building. One of the protesters attempts to reclaim a moon-gazing bath from the premises, but accidentally breaks it, causing a large chunk of ice to slide down a hill. Simultaneously, lab assistant Eugene Marmot is indoctrinated to the Harmony Foundation's movement. Sometime long before this, rooftop observer Corbin Shaw sees Tessa waving her idol around while surrounded by a circle of followers. On the dashboard, we're given a black and white photograph of Isaac Novak and what looks like a young Jack Novak next to a large flame. Inspecting this shows us a letter from June 4th, 1975, which reads,
Uncle Isaac, look what I found in Mother's attic. Remember our first experiment together? I would have burned my eyebrows off if you weren't there to save me. That's when you started calling me Icarus. Hope to see you again soon. I always feel so inspired after our talks, and believe me, I could use that right now. The people in charge here have all the wrong priorities, but what can I do? Maybe I can impress Mr. Hoyle and he'll swap me and Marie around, but for now I'm on the bottom rung. Wish you were here. They'd all listen to you. With love, Jack. Icarus.
A nostalgic letter between a work-stressed Jack Novak and his uncle Isaac. He recounts their first experiment together in which his uncle saved him from singeing himself. From this incident, Isaac began to affectionately refer to his nephew as Icarus.
a reference to a figure from Greek mythology. For those unfamiliar with the story of Icarus, I'll give a brief synopsis. A famous craftsman, Daedalus, and his son Icarus are imprisoned by King Minos on suspicion of having helped Minos' enemy escape from a labyrinth Daedalus had constructed. In order to escape imprisonment with his son, Daedalus fashions a set of wings made out of wax, cloth, leather, and feathers. Daedalus warns his son not to fly too high or too low, as the moisture of the sea would tarnish the feathers and the heat of the sun would melt the wax of the wings. In his excitement to soar through the sky, Icarus doesn't heed his father's warning, and in flying too close to the sun, the wax of his wings melts and he plummets to the sea where he drowns. From this story, we receive the idiom of flying too close to the sun, in which one's ambition to attain something exceeds what is within their capabilities, causing their ruin. In Jack's instance, his eagerness to do a science experiment with his uncle caused him to almost fly too close to the sun and burn himself. The rest of Jack's letter details his disillusionment with his employers at OPIG. Their priorities are likely more corporate than scientific, and he feels himself wasted on the bottom rung of the team's ladder, cleaning glassware as we saw he was assigned. He reckons if someone as knowledgeable and famous as Isaac were in charge, things would be different. This emotional tangent, as well as the story of Icarus, will be important to keep in mind. We get our first clue as to Jack Novak's desires. As the nephew of a great scientist and a scientist himself, he wants the research he's conducting to be meaningful. However, he's been stifled with grunt work, and all the experimentation he wanted to do with the idol was forbidden by Marie. We can understand that Jack values science and the pursuit of knowledge, an ideal he notes his co-workers don't share. As a side note, Jack mentions he found the photo in his mother's attic. If we remember the case files from Isaac's death, his sister, Jack's mother, is not listed as a living relative. Though we won't know when Jack's mother passed away, him searching through his mother's belongings in June of 1975 infers to me that it might not have been that long ago. As another side note, we can make out a mark on Isaac's neck, presumably a birthmark, which we saw back in Chapter 1. The procedure. A bizarre operation ends in bloodshed. We're greeted with a lot more bloodshed than usual. There are two men in uniform on the left, with one of them nursing a nasty wound on his arm. On the right is a woman who's freaking out, and a semi-conscious man collapsed in a chair. It also looks like he's been shoddily strapped into said chair. On the wall above the door is the symbol of the Harmony Foundation, with a slogan that reads, "May the light of empathy dispel the dark force." We must be inside the Harmony Foundation building. If we interpret this slogan as an explanation of the symbol, it looks like the light part represents empathy, which is poking through and also containing the dark force. We'll make note of it. On the back wall are two posters labeled 1 and 2. The first has the ancient Lemurian symbol for give, with a picture of black fluid dripping out of a head. The second has the symbol for take, with a white fluid filling up the head. It's quite interesting that the imagery doesn't match the verb it's pictured with. If we look on the ground, we find an employee badge for Pinnacle Security, with a company logo that matches the uniformed men's clothing. It looks like the owner of this badge has the last name Myson, but unfortunately a blood stain is covering up their first name. If we look at the uninjured security guard, he's asking his wounded buddy,
"These tree huggers can never just come quietly, can they? You alright, Bruce?"
From this we learn the other guard's name is Bruce. In this man's pockets are a taser, badge, note, and radio. The radio says, "blank that, blank deployed." Nothing we can make sense of yet. His badge reads Billy Greer, so we'll name him Billy Greer. The note details his morning orders. At 9:20 a.m., they're supposed to meet who we know must be Tim Spender and Marie Westlake at 7 Sweet Pea Drive. Given the clock in the background reads about 9:25 a.m., that must be the address of the Harmony Foundation building where we are now. The next order is to bring tasers, but only for self-defense. Next is to explain to the new guy that their company has a hands-off approach to removing occupants. Last is that all property must remain in the building, as all of it has been reappropriated by OPIG. On closer inspection, we can see that all of the orders have been checked off, except one, explaining to the new guy their company's hands-off approach. Quite an ill omen. Turning our attention to the bleeding boy Bruce, he replies,
"I'll survive. I guess that freak's got a thing for little Miss Daisy Chain, eh?"
He carries a taser and a radio. The freak is probably whoever injured him, though we don't know the Miss Daisy chain he's referring to. Since Bruce is missing his badge, the one on the floor must be his. Thus we can name him Bruce Myson. His radio says copy blank, police blank. If we put this message together with Billy's radio, the complete radio message is copy that, police deployed. Looks like they called for police backup, given the guard's wounding has escalated the situation. The last thing we'll note is that Bruce's taser looks slightly different from Billy's, which is missing its 2 green spokes. Evidently, this means he must have fired his. At whom? Well, upon closer inspection of the semi-conscious man, we can clearly see the spokes and wires of the taser are attached to his stomach. He murmurs some confusion as to where he is, likely in a post-tase haze. He carries a Harmony Foundation chip that says 1 day, and a funeral program for a man by the name of Neil Remington, born on June 22nd of 1900, who died in January of the current year, 1975. A small note reads, "Dad taught me the importance of standing up for family." Since he's Neil's son, we now know his last name is Remington. Looking back at the Harmony Foundation chip, which we will indeed find more of, we can recognize that followers of the Foundation are given chips commemorating their membership, much like sobriety chips. In this case, the poor man got tased on his first day seeking enlightenment. Bummer. We'll note he has a bloody wound on the back of his head and a striated pattern of blood on his hand. On the floor we see a blood-soaked pointy object which has rolled from the back wall to behind the chair, leaving that same striated pattern on the ground. Clearly this must be the weapon which the tased man used to attack Bruce. The edges on it must have been sharp enough to leave the wound on the man's hand when he grabbed it. That same pattern on the floor tells us that after the stabbing, it was dropped on the ground where it rolled to its current position. If we look at the table on the right, we see a blood stain on its corner with another stain of blood beneath it. Atop it is a partially broken crystal, which we can identify as the origin of the pointy object that the man stabbed Bruce with. It appears that after Bruce was jabbed, Billy tased the man, causing him to fall and hit his head on the table's corner. A potentially deadly injury, but thankfully we know he's still speaking and breathing. Billy must have then carried him from the table to the chair and restrained him, while Bruce scurried away. Quite the violent altercation, but we're still missing why this event happened. On the table is a device called the Enlighten Meter 3000, which is apparently some sort of crystal-powered technology. It must be quite the well-crafted instrument to go through 2,999 previous renditions. At the top of the device's window is the ancient Lemurian symbol for heat, and at the bottom is the unknown symbol we keep seeing. In the device's warbly window is an X-shaped ink splotch with a maple leaf-esque ink splotch beneath it. We'll make note of this bizarre contraption's confusing readings. Turning our attention to the woman in the corner, she cries in frustration that they were so close to achieving something. It sounds like she's more upset about this narrow failure than the stabbing, tasing, and falling which just occurred in front of her. She carries 2 letters, a 1-year Harmony Foundation chip, and a photograph of a lost cat by the name of Mittens. A small comment notes that Mittens had endless affection for others. Quite sad. On both letters we will find they carry the symbol of the Harmony Foundation. Inspecting the first letter, it reads,
Dear Dedicant Hall, I am delighted to inform you that you have been chosen to take part in the Harmony Foundation's first ever New Dawn procedure. Please bring this letter, which includes an agenda overleaf, to the Retreat Center on Friday, April 13th. For accurate readings, you should also bring a photograph of someone you love. On it, write a brief message about them. Blessings always, Tessa Navari.
We'll note the name Hall belongs to this woman. It's interesting that she's referred to by Tessa as a dedicant, rather unique language for labeling a kind of follower or worshipper. The Harmony Foundation is running a bizarre New Dawn procedure, which matches the title of this case, the procedure. We also learn the day is Friday, April 13th. The last instruction of the letter asks her to bring a photo of someone she loves, with a brief comment in order for the readings to be accurate. This request aligns with the woman's picture of her cat and the man's picture of his deceased father. We'll note, however, that the man wasn't carrying a copy of this invitation. The next letter is the agenda overleaf, detailing the schedule from arrival at 7:45 a.m. to departure at 1 p.m. On the schedule is a commencement address, levels reading, Phase 1 elimination process, Phase 2 replenishment process, a second levels reading, and a group meditation. It appears we're currently right before the Phase 1 elimination process, which is scheduled for 9:30 a.m. As for what this strange elimination and replenishment process entails, we've yet to learn. With all the chaos in this room observed, we can head into the entrance of the Harmony Foundation, which we recognize from a prior case. On the bottom floor, a woman is on the phone, and on the top floor, Tessa Navari is waving the Lemurian statue quite purposefully at Tim Spender and Marie Westlake. On the wall beneath a poster of the Harmony Foundation's symbol is another slogan that, each day here brings us closer to enlightenment. Reaching enlightenment seems to be a recurring goal of Tessa's endeavors. If we inspect the small blackboard on the left of the second floor, we see a hexagonal chart labeled Universalism 101, the Fundamental Forces. Those forces and their opposites are order and chaos, injustice and justice, and hatred and empathy. We'll make a mental note of these pairs. If we look at the desk on the right, we see a small worksheet for Universalism 102, the key powers. 6 words are written, and the student is meant to draw a line between each pair of counterparts. Quite clearly they are illuminate and obscure, replenish and eliminate, and purify and contaminate. Again, we see the words replenish and eliminate, which we know are closely involved with whatever procedure Tessa is conducting. In the garbage can, we see a crumpled note of the first draft of Tessa's commencement address. It reads,
Welcome, dedicants. Since the dawn of time, various fundamental forces have been at war in the universe. Those we colloquially call light and the dark have also fought inside every individual. Today, within each of us, the light will finally seize victory. We will all become, pause for effect, enlightened.
We see Tessa was very particular about changing the name of her flock from followers to dedicants. There are notes written in red to make the intro more impactful and to adjust how dramatic the end of this section sounds. Yet again, we see the ultimate goal is to reach enlightenment, and we learn that these forces of light and dark are related to the fundamental forces we saw on the blackboard earlier. As an aside, if we look behind Tessa, we see the framed newspaper article is covering up where we know her personal safe is. Observing the coat rack, we see an orange plaid jacket with 2 business cards in its pockets. The first card reads, Tim Spender, manager of the speculative division of OPIG. The second card is a phone number for Pinnacle Security, the same security detail as the guards we saw in the other room. Tim must have hired them to assist in the appropriation of this building. We can also see that this plaid jacket matches the pants Tim is currently wearing. Kind of gaudy, but I like his style. If we examine the woman on the phone, it sounds like she's speaking to a 911 operator. Looks like she's called the cops on the guards and is disregarding the operator's questions on why Tessa let them in and why they're here. She carries 2 letters, a 6 months Harmony Foundation chip, and a photograph. In the photograph, we see her family celebrating someone's 50th birthday while a comment is being broadcast on live TV. A comment reads that her uncle is always the life of the party. He must be the figure to the right of the TV who's blowing out the birthday candles. This must be the photo of a loved one which she brought, though we can't tell from the comment if he's deceased or not. It's not like that was a requirement, but I think it makes more sense if people indoctrinated into Tessa's cult are all individuals who are trying to deal with the loss of their loved ones. The letters she carries are the same as the other woman's, though her invitation addresses her as Robinson. Other important details are the crown of daisies she's wearing on her head and the red mark on her wrist. She must be the Little Miss Daisy chain that Bruce was referring to. Given the mark on her wrist, we can infer that Bruce had grabbed her when trying to remove her from the room, which prompted the man to defend her by stabbing him in the arm with an object he found nearby. We already saw how that played out. From there, she dialed 911 where she is now, though it looks like the guards have already radioed for police assistance. Of course, none of this would have happened if Billy had remembered to explain to Bruce about the company's hands-off approach. Hence, he went hands-on and got his arm harmed. If we look at the phone's answering machine, we see 2 messages have been recorded. The first says,
Peace and blessings, madam. Please allow me to bring someone along to this historic event. The person I have in mind is practically consumed with hatred. No one needs this more. I beg you to give them a shot.
It looks like one of the 3 dedicants we saw is a +1 of one of the others. We know it's Mr. Remington in the chair, given he has no invitation and his Harmony Foundation chip only reads 1 day. If he's apparently consumed with hatred, it makes sense why he'd be so quick to resort to violence. As for who brought him, it's probably the woman on the phone, given he sprung into action in order to defend her. The second message on the machine is a thank you to Tessa for allowing them to bring the man with her. Turning our attention to Tessa herself, she says,
Maybe this will change your mind.
And nothing happens. In her possession is the Lemurian statue, a red pen, a photo, and a journal bearing the Harmony Foundation symbol. Inspecting the photo reveals a young Tessa standing next to a man with a triangle symbol on his head. Or perhaps it's the Lemurian numeral for 3, bowl. Regardless, we'll learn who this man is when we cover the DLC stories. The only other details to note are the comet, the photo's date of June 22nd, 1950, and that this man was Tessa's mentor. Emphasis on was. He must have passed away sometime between 1950 and 1975. Keep in mind that the comet was photographed on June 22nd of 1950, and that we saw Miss Daisy Chain's uncle celebrating his 50th birthday on that very same day. In Tessa's journal, we see several comments written in red, as well as a chart. She notes the Enlighten Meter 3000 works best when the subject focuses on a loved one, which explains why she and her dedicants are carrying those commented photos. Another note says that phases 1 and 2 are complete when all subjects' heat levels are 0 and all unknown levels are 100. Apparently reaching this reading means you've obtained enlightenment. We remember from the schedule that phase 1 is the elimination process and phase 2 is the replenishment process. It appears that in phase 1, the statue is used to eliminate the subject's heat values, and phase 2 must then be the replenishment of the unknown values. Quite strange. Before trying to make sense of the chart, let's have a look at the Lemurian statue. On closer inspection, we see Tessa's pushing the activation lever, and the inputs give heat are pressed into its buttons. We know that in order to alter an object's properties, the matter sigil must also be added to the inputs, but it currently isn't. And that's not the only thing weird about this statue. There's a large green peg extending from the bottom of it. This peg appears to match the podium placed in front of the chair in what I will call the operating room. Whatever the operation is, it involves aiming the statue at the subject through a small circular window. Interesting. As a side puzzle, we'll be tasked with deciphering what exactly Tessa Navari believes these ancient Lemurian symbols mean. If we remember the signs from the hippie circle, it's clear that whatever she's been teaching her dedicants doesn't align with what we know about the idol and its symbols, unless the Harmony Foundation truly is opposed to the concept of heat. We also know those posters in the operating room are misaligned with their true function. If we remember the elimination and replenishment phases of the procedure, we see they match the posters on the wall. The dark fluid is eliminated in phase 1, and the white fluid is replenished in phase 2. Tessa must believe the give symbol means eliminate, and the take symbol means replenish. As for what is being eliminated and replenished, we remember the symbol of the Harmony Foundation had a sign which referred to the light of empathy dispelling the dark force. If the light represents empathy, then we only need to find what the dark force is. Looking back at the blackboard of the fundamental forces, we see the opposite of empathy is said to be hatred. In order to reach enlightenment, the procedure must involve eliminating hatred and replenishing empathy. As the heat symbol is supposed to be reduced to 0, and the unknown symbol is supposed to reach 100, she must believe their respective meanings are hatred and empathy. Looks like she tried to cast Eliminate Hatred on the OPIG employees who came to reappropriate the building. Looking back at the chart in her journal, we can now view it through Tessa's lens. The chart on the right lists each subject's starting levels for each symbol, with the end levels unrecorded. This makes sense since the time is currently in between the first levels reading and phase 1. Tessa comments that the Enlighten meter is functioning and the resulting readings are in their expected values. The only problem here is that the symbols and their associated numbers are completely nonsensical. For the hatred readings, the first 3 symbols are the same, but the values 5, 55, and 80 are completely different from each other. The same goes for the other repeating symbols. It appears as if the numerical values are arbitrarily assigned. Of course, Tessa's hatred reading is 5 and her empathy reading is 95, meaning she's naturally closer to enlightenment. Remember that this is supposed to be the first day of the New Dawn procedure, so Tessa hasn't had the opportunity to test the eliminate hatred and replenish empathy commands on anyone else. As for the other people, Sam, Alex, and Charlie, their readings must also be arbitrarily placed in their expected ranges. If the values are arbitrarily assigned, we can figure out the pattern in which Tessa does so, and thus name her dedicants. Alex is overwhelmingly full of hatred, which matches the message left on the answering machine. He must be the tased man, who we can now name as Alex Remington. A previous sign mentioned the longer one is a member, the closer they are to enlightenment. Membership duration must be the factor behind these readings. The person by the name of Charlie has a very low hatred reading when compared with the other person named Sam. Since the woman by the name of Hall has been a member of the Harmony Foundation for a year, and the other woman has only been a member for 6 months, the woman in the corner must be named Charlie Hall. This leaves the woman on the phone with the full name of Sam Robinson. It's not important, but we can also see the levels recorded for Charlie are the same readings as those currently on the Enlighten meter. Makes sense since she was the last person to have her levels recorded. With a decent understanding of the scuffle in the operating room, as well as Tessa's New Dawn procedure, we only need to hear what Tim and Marie have to say about this. Tim responds to having the fake Eliminate Hatred spell cast on him with,
I don't know what that is, or what you expected it to do, but nothing's changed, Tessa. It's over. Pack your bags. We're terminating this project.
Amusing. Looks like speculative investment is investing no more. Marie backs him up with,
I told you, she's a quack. I bet none of the junk in here works. God knows what we're going to do with it all.
She carries a blue pen and a note which reads,
Dear Dr. Westlake, as per your request, here is my assessment of Madame Navari and her Harmony Foundation. Simply put, Miss Navari is an incompetent practitioner of false history and pseudoscience. She claims, for instance, that the longer one follows her teachings, the more enlightened they become. But how does she measure this? With a device that provides no quantifiable data. I believe she simply sees in this machine's readings whatever she expects to, based on her above claim. Stay skeptical. Jim Horney, founder, The Reason Institute.
Looks to be a direct refutation of Tessa Navari's practices, along with several hints pointing to the data in her notebook being arbitrarily assigned, though we already solved that puzzle. Regardless, incompetent practitioner of false history and pseudoscience is probably the best summary we can get of Tessa's character. The writer's name, Jim Horney, seems to be a reference to a man in our world named James Randi, a magician turned skeptic known for investigating and challenging claims regarding supernatural powers. Marie Westlake likely hired Jim to assess the validity of the Harmony Foundation's practices. In blue, Marie's written that the ink splotch in Tessa's notebook indeed doesn't follow any kind of quantifiable measurement. She must have seen the notebook while perusing the building before things with the security detail escalated. With Tessa's goals in mind and the actions of the security guards, we can now solve the scroll. Thus, Tessa Navari and some of her dedicants were at the Harmony Foundation for a procedure. The aim was to first eliminate hatred and then replenish empathy, resulting in enlightenment. However, they were interrupted by people who wanted to seize everything at the Harmony Foundation. In the large room downstairs, Bruce Myson grabbed Sam Robinson. In response, Alex Remington stabbed Bruce Myson with a crystal. Because of this, Billy Greer shot Alex Remington with a taser. Our case isn't quite over. There's one last detail to connect. What exactly was Alex's motive for protecting Sam? We surmise that she brought him here, but there must be some other tie that binds them. Besides the chip, the only other piece of evidence in Alex's pocket is the funeral program for his deceased father. Born June 22nd. We've seen that date before, in the photograph of the comet in Tessa's pocket. With the knowledge that the comet was seen on June 22nd of 1950, and the fact that Sam's uncle celebrated his 50th birthday that very same day, we can connect that Sam's uncle was the deceased Neil Remington. Perhaps he could have even been identified by his quite large forehead. Me too, buddy. Alex and Sam are thus cousins, which explains his motivations for stabbing Bruce.
His father did teach him about the importance of standing up for family. The 3 clues for this deduction must be each of the photographs in Alex, Tessa, and Sam's possession.
Sometime after Arthur Blythe's death, Tessa makes her attempt at reconstructing the idol so that she could use it to reach enlightenment. Believing her work was complete, she began showing it off to her congregation. On April 13th of 1975, some of Tessa's dedicants were invited to partake in a new procedure where the idol would be used to remove their hatred and grant them empathy. However, OPIG employees arrive at the Harmony Foundation building in order to repossess it. This resulted in some pointy rock-shaped violence and the reclamation of her idol. We'll also note that on June 4th, Jack sends a letter to his uncle Isaac expressing his workplace frustrations. We now have a clear understanding of Tessa's ambitions. Everything she does is for the sake of reaching enlightenment, and guiding others in her flock to that goal. She envisioned the idol would be her tool to do so, an egregious misunderstanding of its function. On its surface, it's a rather benign ambition. From her perspective, spreading enlightenment is naturally the greatest thing she can do. However, her means were far from justifiable. If breaking a murderer out of prison and employing them to steal from others wasn't bad enough, her hired help Arthur killed an innocent person to secure her the final artifact. We never saw her particularly bothered by this prospect, and we only saw her cry when she ended up killing Arthur herself. I imagine that for Tessa, the ends justify the means. If others must be robbed or killed on the path to enlightenment, then that's just a necessary cost. It only makes matters worse that the idol she sacrificed others for did absolutely nothing.
On the dashboard, we see the Lemurian statue. Inspecting it shows some diagrams and notes written by Oriel. He says that Tessa was completely wrong as to the idol's function, but lauds that some of its pieces are legitimate. A comment about the wildest myths being grounded in some small fact is likely a reference to Lazarus Hurst's golden idol. Oriel also highlights the ancient Lemurian symbols on the statue's back and the crystal on its forehead. Amusingly, he notes that Tessa had merely dumped the Lemurian artifacts she had stolen inside the statue, without even bothering to connect them. So much for her previous claim of oneness with the universe guiding her to rebuilding the idol. On closer inspection of the statue, we see the crystal on its forehead is surrounded by cracks. If we compare the statue's appearance from when it was first stolen, the old crystal was much smaller and fit securely into its head. Looks like Tessa just ripped the old crystal out and jammed the new one in. What delicate craftsmanship. I think the old crystal is even on the table by Tessa in the previous case. Back to Oriel's notes, he crosses off Tessa's incorrect translations next to the take and give symbols, commenting that she made Gavril's classic translation error. This must be a reference to an in-universe blunder in the field of translating these ancient Lemurian characters, likely the accidental swapping of each symbol to its antonym. Oriel then notes that calling the heat symbol hatred wasn't too off the mark, as it's been used poetically to refer to fiery passion, kind of like how the word heat in English can mean something like fervor. Lastly, Oriel comments that he's curious to find out what the unknown symbol means. Looks like he's in the same position as us. Next, we see a phone on the dashboard. It gives us a picture of Eugene Marmot kicking back on a desk with a placard that reads Westlake but crossed off. He tells whomever on the phone that he wants them back as an independent consultant that he's been allowed to hire. Apparently, their incredible insight helped him get to this position. Good grief. Looks like Eugene's self-immolation has allowed him to fail up the corporate ladder. Emblematic of his business acumen are the drawings on his whiteboard. Empathy next to a heart, and dynamic growth next to the heat symbol with an up arrow inside it. Our next task is to solve the OPIG hierarchy post-July reshuffling. We can comfortably fill in that Nathan Hoyle is the board president, and Tim Spender is head of speculative investment. The person who is contracted for the Emotion Studies project is clearly Tessa Navari and her Harmony Foundation. However, her project was terminated due to her reckless spending and her research being nonsense. Though we can't and won't place him, we can see that the employee contracted beneath her is apparently missing. This must be Arthur Blythe, who is still buried under the Harmony Foundation's premises. The extra-physical laboratory lead was Marie Westlake, as Tim had previously vouched for her, but following Eugene Marmot impressing Nathan by heat-maxing himself, Eugene was given that position. Our remaining researchers are Marie and Jack Novak.
If Marie was demoted for stalling the testing of the idol, it's hard to tell exactly where she was demoted to. Jack said in his letter to Isaac that he'd try to impress Nathan Hoyle in order to have his position swapped with Marie. We know Jack was making recordings of Eugene's tampering attempts while Marie insisted on waiting for board approval, so it's probable that he was able to prove himself a little bit. We'll find success by placing Jack as the engineer and Marie as the assistant. It could also be the case that Nathan didn't approve of Marie's legitimate accusation of Tim's workplace intoxication and thus decided to punish her with a further demotion. This leaves Auriel Toussaint as the history consultant hired to oversee the ancient Lemurian artifacts. As for who the independent consultant is that Eugene hired, he mentioned it was their insight that got him here. Though Penny Coolidge did hand him the Harmony Foundation booklet, it was likely the insight within it, written by Tessa Navari, that Eugene credits for getting him to this position. As a new dedicant of the defunct Harmony Foundation, he must have rehired her. Closer inspection of this completed corporate ladder reveals that the bottom level consists of scientists and a historian, while their direct superiors are a fool and a fraudster. These poor people are gonna need all the help they can get. The previous hierarchy of our OPIG employees has been restructured. Eugene Marmot is now in control of the project, and Tessa Navari has been brought back into the fold. There's not much to say about our other employees, but I do want to draw attention to Auriel. When we first met him, he was murdering his way out of an asylum. Quite a stark contrast to the rather mundane behavior we've seen from him. The events in the asylum occur a couple years in the future, so just remember this strange circumstance is on the horizon. After repossessing Tessa's poorly constructed idol, historian Auriel Toussaint writes that the individual pieces are authentic and could possibly work if assembled properly. OPIG remodels the Harmony Foundation building into a laboratory for their newly formed extra-physical lab team, which scientist Marie Westlake leads. They're put in charge of researching the unknown capabilities of their reconstructed golden idol, but Marie puts all testing on hold. A couple blunders by Eugene later, and OPIG's board director promotes him to Marie's position sometime between June 18th and July 12th. Around that time, Eugene hires Tessa as an independent consultant, crediting her for his recent accomplishments. The first scroll should flow quite naturally from this sequence of events. Tessa's idol reconstruction and OPIG's repossession, all the way up to the first time Eugene messes with the device. Thus, with funding from the OPIG Corporation, Tessa Navari ran the Harmony Foundation. They used stolen parts to build an artifact, believing it could take hatred and then give empathy, and, in doing so, would help people reach enlightenment. However, it actually did nothing. Due to Tessa Navari's overspending, the Harmony Foundation building was repossessed. Auriel Toussaint realized the artifact might work if it were rebuilt. Marie Westlake was in charge of its reconstruction, but delayed testing. Despite this, Eugene Marmot activated the new device, so was denied lab access. Following Eugene being barred from the lab, he learned from the protesters outside the building that the idol was capable of replenishing and eliminating hatred, and that his co-workers got mad at him because he had accidentally cast the hatred spell on them. In actuality, it had taken heat from a bird bath. During the following board inspection, Eugene attempted to eliminate hatred from his colleagues, but instead lit himself on fire. This event somehow impressed the board head Nathan enough to give him a promotion. Thus, after learning about the Harmony Foundation, Eugene Marmot believed he had been punished because the rebuilt artifact had been set to give hatred. However, it was actually set to take heat, which froze a bird bath. During a board inspection, Eugene Marmot tried to set it to take hatred, but actually set it to give heat, which started a fire. Nathan Hoyle was impressed by Eugene Marmot's discovery and rewarded him with a promotion. There's been a particular, albeit minor, detail that's been bugging me. It has to do with the coloration of the idol's crystal, which we've seen the past 2 chapters. Chronologically, we're first introduced to it via a poster at the Neptune Theater. On the poster, the crystal they use in the projector is shown to be red. Even the scroll in that case refers to it as a red crystal. When Arthur steals the crystal, he dyes it blue, and it remains blue throughout the entirety of Tessa's possession of it. This would imply the blue dye was never washed off of it, yet when OPIG properly reconstructs the idol, Eugene casts Take Matter Heat, which can only be used when the idol is authentically blue. from which we see it turn red and then it turns back to blue when Eugene uses the give command, as expected. The crystal behaving as if it were always blue would thus seem like a small error. However, I can kind of rationalize it. If the crystal is originally blue, then we can observe its coloration changes to red when the device it's constructed with is put in an activated state. For the idol, this activated state is the stasis of being full of a particular substance, such as heat, gold, or oxygen. For the Neptune's projector, this activated state would be the projected image being beamed through it. Thus, the crystal would have always been blue and only appeared red while the projector was running. I can guess then that if it was temporarily charged by the projector, it would remain red shortly after Arthur took it, giving him reason to dye it blue. When he finally delivered it to Tessa and the paint was removed, it would thus be back to its originally blue state, from which Eugene's first interaction with it makes sense. It all sounds like a cope, but it's a detail I observed that I wanted to make sense of. In a post-chapter cutscene, we see Eugene speaking to Marie, Jack, and Tessa about what exactly they're going to do with the device. Marie is worried this will cause legal troubles for OPIG, Jack is upset that this process is unscientific, and Tessa is confident that the universe will guide them. Ignoring the criticism from the competent people in the room, Eugene says they'll proceed full steam ahead. Everyone's reaction in this cutscene is pretty demonstrative of their goals or ideology. Marie is thinking about the company, showing an emphasis on corporate and professional interests. Jack is of course focused on the science of the matter. Tessa believes in following the universe's will, and it seems Eugene doesn't care about anything so long as he's spearheading the project. Evidently, he's enjoying his career growth. We don't know exactly what Eugene is planning on doing with the device that is apparently so upsetting, so we'll keep this mystery in mind. We'll proceed to the penultimate part, Chapter 4, The Trials, in which mind-bending discoveries are made.
Feathered Frenzy, a deadly attack at the aviary.
Yeah, that's a lot of birds, and that poor man must be the recipient of this deadly aviary attack. Closer inspection reveals he's not breathing, and that the location of his wound is on his neck. He carries a key to the incubator, a key to the aviary, a bag of yellow bird feed, and an OPIG trial volunteer form. It appears OPIG is conducting research, or trials given the name of the chapter, and our deceased individual was something of a lab rat for them. If we look at the woman on the left, she says,
Declan, what did you do?
The dead body must be Declan, and he's apparently responsible for all this chaos. She carries her own key to the aviary and a bag of white bird feed. Inspecting most of the birds, the game tells us yes, they are indeed birds. Their faces are added to the names puzzle, so we'll be tasked with finding out who exactly they are. If we look at the bird in the middle, we see it's carrying a neon yellow bracelet in its mouth. Next to the logo of OPIG are the symbols Take Unknown Symbol 1, Unknown Symbol 2. Not a lot we can put together from that, but considering Declan has an OPIG form, the bracelet must have been in his possession. If we examine any of the green birds, we see they're parroting back a couple of lines. One says, "Rot, I'm sorry, rot." And the other one says, "Rot, I didn't know, rot." The only person who I can imagine was frantically apologizing is Declan, likely while he was being attacked. Investigating Declan's shoes shows us some white and yellow goop beneath the front of his foot. Looking at the bush beside him, we see a nest of eggs, with 2 of them having been crushed. The goop on Declan's shoe must be from stepping on these eggs. The only non-bird objects left in this scene are the 6 scraps of paper on the ground. Each of them will be half a complete piece of paper, so 3 pages in total. They're pretty easy to match since the sentences on them need to make sense, but continuously clicking between them can be a bit cumbersome. Luckily, through the power of video editing software, I can squeeze these together in post. The first page reads,
Morag Aviary's Guide to Birds. Being a bird keeper is hard work, but if you follow this guide, you will have no trouble taking care of our feathered friends. The bleary-eyed flower piercer. This excitable bird is known for its curious nature. The flower piercer may react aggressively toward bright colors. Avoid bringing anything neon inside their habitat to prevent agitation.
Agitated by neon colors. Given one of the red-beaked birds has grabbed Declan's neon OPIG bracelet, we can name them as the bleary-eyed flower piercer. Their eyes are indeed quite bleary. There's also a no smoking sign at the bottom of the page. Guess the birds aren't allowed to smoke. The next page reads,
The death rattle lory uses its colored feathers as a method of intimidation against predators and prey. Its piercing cries often mimic the sounds and words it has recently heard. Silence is advised as speaking will cause these birds to scream. Nithilic's herald. These terrifying creatures were discovered in the jungle where they scavenge for bones. Silence is required as loud noises will set off these creatures, provoking attack and triggering their self-defense mechanism.
A bird that will scream and a bird that will attack if it hears a scream. Not a nice combination. The death rattle lory must be the green birds who are currently parroting some of Declan's last words. Death rattle fits pretty well. If the lory's screams provoked the Nithilic's herald to attack, then we only need to find the agitated avians. They must be the large-footed birds attacking the woman on the right, since the bird on the far left is mad chilling and the bird by Declan's body doesn't appear frenzied. I find it funny that there's 2 warning symbols for prohibiting talking on the same paper. No speaking particles and no speaking waves. The last page says,
The red-breasted heron. This heron is known for its bright plumage and aggressive nature. Feeds on live prey, has extremely sharp teeth. The masked grouse. This bug-eyed yellow-footed bird is endangered despite its predator status. Extremely territorial, hides its eggs in bushes.
The red-breasted heron is clearly the large bird by Declan with the sharp teeth and red feathers. Apparently they're quite aggressive, though since they feed on live prey, they're likely just curious about Declan's corpse. The last bird on the left must be the masked grouse. It matches the physical description of yellow feet and bug eyes, and the feathers on its face also look like a mask. Of particular importance is that the grouse is a territorial predator which hides its eggs in bushes. The crushed eggs from earlier must belong to the masked grouse. We can deduce that after Declan accidentally crushed the bird's eggs, it attacked him in retaliation, ultimately killing him. Despite the placid expression pasted on the masked grouse's face, be warned that those are the eyes of a stone-cold killer. In a small puzzle, we must connect each bird to what triggered its outburst. Not too difficult after what we've just read. The lory was agitated by Declan's voice when he was attacked, Nithilic's herald was agitated by the loud parroting of the lory, the flower piercer was agitated by the neon bracelet, and the masked grouse was agitated by Declan crushing its eggs. What a terrible chain reaction which occurred. If we look in the small building in the aviary, we see a woman inside crying as she cradles a small bird. She says,
Why? He promised to take care of you.
In her pockets are a key to the aviary, key to the incubator, a bag of black bird feed, and a deceased hatchling with green feathers. Given the incubator in the background, the key to the incubator belongs to this room. The only other person we saw with that key was Declan. He must be the person this woman is referring to who broke a promise to her regarding this hatchling. Observing the incubator itself, we see it's on and that the hatchling came from one of 3 brown eggs inside. Though I believe birds' feathers can change a lot from when they're young, I think it's fair to say that the hatchling was a death rattle lory, though that detail won't be important. A poster on the wall warns about death from overexposure to the heat lamp in the incubator, and that it should be periodically checked in order to prevent hatchlings from dying. Evidently, Declan did not uphold his promise and left the hatchling to die. Whether this was malicious or accidental is still unknown. The last detail in the room is the clock in the corner. It looks like it reads between 12:35 and 12:40, but this won't make sense with evidence we'll eventually find. I believe it's actually supposed to be read as between 1:35 and 1:40. The hour hand just isn't adjusted to be partway past 1. In the background is the last building we need to investigate. Looks to be an office of sorts. On the ground are 4 bags of bird feed. Corn for the grouse, millet for the lory, white bone meal for the herald, and black sunflower seeds for the flower piercer. We can assign these to the bags of bird feed each character is carrying to find out who they were scheduled to feed. The crying woman is carrying sunflower seeds for the flower piercer, the woman in the aviary has a bag of bone meal for the herald, and Declan carries a bag of corn for the grouse. To think he was supposed to feed it today before it ultimately ended up killing him. How unfortunate. Back in the office, if we look at one of the boards on the wall, it lists some daily notes for August 29th and the 30th. On the 29th, a new employee starts and has their safety training scheduled for 3 p.m. On the 30th, Declan is noted to have a lunch break between 12 and 1:15 p.m. The other board lists today's feeding schedule, the times each bird is fed and who feeds them. Noteworthy information includes the hatchling being fed at 11 a.m. and that someone named Marcy was originally in charge of this task before Declan replaced them. If we look at the feeding schedule for the birds from 1 to 2 p.m., about our current time, we can match the names to the bags of bird feed each character was carrying. Thus, the crying woman's name is Marcy, and the other woman's name is Crystal. On the table is a small note from Marcy to Declan, thanking him for covering her incubator shift, and that she'll see him after his lunch. More evidence which confirms the promise Declan made to Marcy, which he failed to keep. The last objects to look through are the lockers on the wall. In the first one, labeled More, we see it's empty save for a photo of Crystal and someone who must be her boyfriend. We can thus name her as Crystal Moore. The next locker, labeled Astor, has a new employee's guide and a note carrying OPIG's symbol reminding them that they have an appointment scheduled for 12:30 p.m. on August 30th. The OPIG paraphernalia matches that of Declan, and the 12:30 appointment aligns with his lunch break written on the board. His full name must be Declan Astor. Clearly today is August 30th, and Declan must have recently returned from his OPIG appointment, which explains his strange OPIG bracelet. The new employee manual in his locker also matches the note on the board, which says a new employee started and had safety training just yesterday. To get bird murdered your second day on the job. What terrible luck. The last locker, labeled Palmer, has a training guide, photos of a recently hatched chick, and a manual for training new employees. As the last unnamed employee, this locker must belong to Marcy, and her full name is Marcy Palmer. It appears she's a senior employee at the aviary since she's in charge of training the new hires. And the photos of the baby bird tell us she's very fond of the animals. If these photos are of the same deceased hatchling, it would also indicate this locker belongs to Marcy since she's very openly grieving the bird's death. All that's left is to complete the scroll. We know Marcy found a dead hatchling in the incubator that Declan was supposed to be in charge of. When Declan entered the aviary, the flower piercer, which is attracted to bright objects, took the OPIG bracelet he had received following a volunteer trial. In the process of feeding the grouse as scheduled, Declan accidentally crushed its eggs, causing it to attack and kill him. His last words caused a chain reaction of avian agitation, resulting in the sound-sensitive heralds attacking Crystal. Thus, at the aviary, Marcy Palmer cried when she discovered that a hatchling had overheated in the incubation station. Meanwhile, Declan Astor entered the aviary, where his bracelet was stolen by the bleary-eyed flower piercer. Following this encounter, Declan Astor went to feed the masked grouse and stepped on the eggs hidden in the bush. In retaliation, the masked grouse attacked Declan Astor, killing him. His last screams were mimicked by the death rattle Lori, which agitated Nithalic's herald, which then attacked Crystal Moore. We see the masked grouse going in for the kill. The description says that Declan forgot to take the hatchling out of the incubator following his OPIG appointment, which tells us his screw-up was accidental and not malicious. Regardless, he not only forgot to take care of the hatchling, but even forgot the safety instructions he was trained on the day prior, ultimately causing his death. On August 30th of what I'll disclose is still 1975, a freshly hired and trained employee at an aviary, Declan Astor, is killed by a bird on the job. He was on the job, not the bird. The bird doesn't have a job, it's a bird. And the birds aren't allowed to smoke. Keep that in mind. The only actual detail which sticks out is that Declan had just returned from participating in a volunteer OPIG trial. Suspicious timing, but not enough details to draw any conclusions. We're given a recorded call between a research engineer and a project lead. These must be Jack Novak and Eugene Marmot respectively. Clearly their team is conducting this chapter's trials. Their recording reads,
Subject 37 did not arrive for his follow-up appointment.
Another scumbag took the money and ran.
That's possible. Either way, we'll need to throw out his research data. But what do we do with the data disk?
Apparently, OPIG pays their volunteers up front. We can infer they're referring to Declan Astor, who is certainly too dead to show up for anything. His data will need to be thrown out, but interestingly, Jack then questions what will need to be done with a data disk. Notably, it's separate from the subject's research data. We'll keep this mysterious data disk in mind as we proceed to the next case.
Backstage Drama. Pandemonium at the Stardust Variety Hour.
Pandemonium indeed. This looks like an absolute mess. Time to sift through it. We'll start with the woman raising her fist and lunging at the fleeing man. She says,
First the record, then a surprise act? This whole show must be rigged. I performed a flawless waltz.
We'll learn that we're on the set of a talent show of sorts, with prize money on the line. Evidently, this woman is quite pissed that her flawless waltz didn't steal the show. It seems she's also upset about something happening to a record, and that one of the acts was a surprise. The man behind her restrains her and says,
Whoa, you gotta chill. A bunny ran on stage during my act, but you don't see me whining.
Around his neck, we see a small circular medal is hung. We'll also make note of that trespassing bunny. If we inspect the fleeing man clutching his eye, he responds to the woman with,
Atharv won fair and square. You don't like something, talk to Mitchell the producer.
He carries 2 notes, and if we look closely at his covered eye, it looks bruised. The lady must have taken quite a serious swing at him beforehand. We'll note that someone by the name of Atharv won the show, and that the producer's name is Mitchell. The first note lists all 6 contestants of the talent show and the order in which they performed. They are Cameron Flake, Nola Rakow, Jamie Albright, Regina Littlemore, Vilmar Bellboy Prado, and Atharv Reddy. Right away we can see that the winner, Atharv Reddy, was the last person to perform. The second note is a letter signed Cam, which must be the Cameron Flake who performed first. It reads,
I can't help but notice we're competing against a previous champion. We already know the judges like her act. She'll be a shoo-in for the grand prize unless something goes wrong. Shouldn't the rest of us get a fair shot?
Looks like Cameron is worried about having to compete against a female contestant whose act was already good enough to win her a previous competition. That side note, though, that she'll be a shoo-in unless something goes wrong, sounds quite suspicious. We'll keep in mind that Cameron objects to the inclusion of this previous champion as a contestant. If we look at the large camera at the bottom, we see it's labeled as a part of M. Bergen's production team. We know the producer's name is Mitchell, so his full name is Mitchell Bergen. If we look at the man taking notes behind the camera, he remarks,
Jamie would have stolen the show if he could have used knives. This is more good stuff for the blooper reel, though.
We can infer by his positioning, headgear, and a comment regarding a blooper reel that this man must be the producer, Mitchell Bergen. Looks like the contestant whose full name is Jamie Albright had originally intended to use knives in his act. Interesting. If we look at what Mitchell's writing, we see some general notes and some bullet points for the blooper reel. Apparently, the ventriloquist and the magician surprised him in an unconventional way. As for the bloopers, someone named Lily didn't show up until the Juggler's act, which we'll note. The name Lily wasn't on our contestant list, so she must be someone else. Next is a record malfunction, which aligns with one of the things the brawling ballerina was upset about. Then there's sticky valves, which we can't quite make sense of. And last is the ballerina freakout, which must be the scenario currently unfolding in front of the camera. Turning our attention to the top right, we can see a red sign on the wall that reads, No weapons on set. This explains why Jamie wasn't allowed to use knives during his act. Next is a record player with a record of La Femme Ennuyeuse placed on it. Notably, there are 2 relatively parallel scratches cutting across it. The damage to this record must have caused an auditory malfunction, which the ballerina is upset about. It would have been a part of her act, which is why she's yelling that the show is rigged. If we look at the board on the wall, we see a list of faces and corresponding years for previous winners of the Stardust Variety Hour. Clearly, we can recognize the 1973 winner is the same person as the ballerina. As a participating previous champion, she must be the person Cameron was complaining about in that earlier letter. On the board is a pinned note which reads,
There's been a sudden outpouring of complaints about allowing previous winners to compete in the Stardust Variety Hour. We assure you that Stardust Variety Hour is a fair contest with no possibility of skullduggery. Continuing to harp on this will result in you being released from the show. Your host, Dante Longo.
No possibility of skullduggery, eh? Guess we'll see about that. It also looks like Cameron isn't the only one complaining about the previous champion competing. We'll note the host's name is Dante Longo, who must be the employee that was punched by the ballerina. Next to this corner is a contestant with orange hair shoving a table, causing objects to fly off it. They are an empty cage, juggling balls, and a trumpet covered in orange gunk. If we look at the outraged individual, they're shouting,
I would have won if they hadn't put me as the first stinking act. All that work wasted. I thought he was a burpist.
Burpist, huh? Sounds like a bizarre profession. Since this person says they were the first act, they must be Cameron Flake. Around their neck is a pointy medal, which looks a bit fancier than the circular medallion on the person on the left. Around their hand is a ventriloquist puppet with 2 sharp teeth. Considering Cameron felt like the ballerina would win unless something went wrong with her act, and that the record involved in her act was indeed sabotaged, we can deduce that Cameron is the person responsible. Or more so, their puppet is, as the scratches on the record are from its teeth. If we look at the woman on the right who's chasing a rabbit, she says,
Lily Bell, sweetie, you showed up 1 act too late.
I'll kill Vilmar for this. Should have broken his bones as well as his heart.
Looks like the Lily who showed up during the Juggler's act was actually a rabbit by the name of Lily Bell. Since she showed up 1 act too late, we'll note that the juggler performed right after this woman. Judging from her hat, cape, and rabbit, she must be some sort of magician. Apparently, she blames the rabbit going missing on who we know as Vilmar Bellboy Prado. Judging from the bone-breaking, heart-breaking comment, they used to date each other. In her possession is a bottle of orange soda. Looks like she too dabbled in a bit of sabotage and gunked up some performer's trumpet with the fizzy fluid. This must also be the sticky valves blooper that the producer had written down. His other note that the ventriloquist and the magician surprised him in an unexpected way is likely from observing their blatant attempts to sabotage their competitors. Hiding behind a Stardust sign is another contestant who's whispering to the man next to him,
Psst, Vilmar, could you tell the little dancer that I only switched my act because someone took my soda?
Judging from the star medallion and the check for $25,000, this man must be a Tharv Reddy who won the competition. The man in the blue shirt next to him is thus Vilmar Prado. He wants Vilmar to tell the ballerina that the surprise act she's complaining about only came about because his soda was stolen from him. If he needs a carbonated beverage in order to perform, he must be the burpist who Cameron was also whining about. Him switching performances was apparently a specific issue for Cameron. As a ventriloquist, it's likely that he performed some kind of comedy routine and probably made jokes related to the burpist's upcoming performance, which never panned out. Hence, he's upset that he went first and wasn't able to adjust his routine to a Tharv's new act. I doubt that's the actual reason why he didn't win, so that's just what he believes. We can also note that the soda was stolen from him by the magician. 2 sabotages for the price of 1, though there's the possibility that she merely grabbed the soda on a whim when trying to destroy the trumpet. The last thing we'll note on a Tharv's person is the neon Opig bracelet he's wearing. The symbol reads, Give Unknown Sigil 1, Unknown Sigil 2, though that middle symbol is different from the one in the previous case. Turning to Vilmar Prado, he reacts to the table being turned over with,
Sweet biscuits, Cam! That's delicate!
Given the sheet music in his possession, it's likely the trumpet he's referring to, and that also makes him the musician whose act was sabotaged by the magician. He has a small bite mark on his hand, and inspecting the tattoo on his chest, it says Lone Wolf, with a picture of a wolf. We can see that the tattoo is a shoddy cover-up job for the word Nola, whom we recognize as Nola Rakau from the contestant list. Since he once had a relationship with the magician, that must be her name. If we take into account that Nola's rabbit Lily went missing right before her act, we can connect that the bite mark is from Vilmar letting the rabbit out of her cage as an attempt to sabotage Nola. So much for no skullduggery. Half of the contestants have been sabotaging almost everyone else. With knowledge of who Nola is, we can remember that her rabbit showed up 1 performance too late during the juggler's act. From the contestant list, this means the juggler is Jamie Albright, who must be the contestant on the left. This leaves the name Regina Littlemore for the ballerina. Looking at the last object in the scene, we see a sign of every act's placements from 1st to 6th. In 1st is an original dance, overriding a different performance of burping the names of every Allied States of Hesperia president. Clearly this was a Tharv's burpist act before he had to swap to a new one. Next is Meet Mr. Vlad, whose namesake matches the sharp teeth on the ventriloquist puppet. Clearly it's Cameron's. Next up is Implausible Forces, which sounds vaguely related enough to Gravity to be Jamie the Juggler's act. As more evidence, we can see that the medals Atharv, Cameron, and Jamie are wearing align with their positions of 1st through 3rd. In 4th place is the Popper's Waltz from La Femme Ennuyeuse. Matching the name on the record, this must be the ballerina Regina's act. Next is Howling Wolf Blues, clearly the musician Vilmar's, and finally we have the remarkable Lily Bell from Nola the Magician. Given Lily Bell was missing for her performance, it's clear why she's in dead last. All we need to do to fill in the scroll is enter each sabotage attempt, followed with Regina's current outburst. Thus, at the talent show, Cameron Flake sabotaged the act of a previous winner, Regina Littlemore, by scratching a record using Mr. Vlad. Meanwhile, Vilmar Prado released Lily Bell from the cage to sabotage Nola Raccau's act. In retaliation, Nola Raccau poured a soda into the trumpet. After the broadcast, Regina Littlemore attacked Dante Longo, believing the show had been rigged. We clarify from the order of the performances that Vilmar sabotaged Nola's act first as petty revenge for their past relationship, and that her counter-sabotage was merely retaliation. Lastly, we see an image of Atharv's dance, which brought him a surprising victory. Keep this still image of this excellent dancer in mind. We'll be seeing him again soon. A televised talent show called the Stardust Variety Hour experiences some backstage chaos as a berserk ballerina attacks the show's host. We'll end up learning that this event took place an indeterminate amount of time before the events at the aviary. Noteworthy information includes the winner of the show, Atharv Reddy, doing a surprise dance routine as his previous act was sabotaged. He carried an OPIG volunteer trial bracelet, which raises some suspicions, but we're again lacking evidence to deduce what exactly is going on. On the dashboard is a clock, which presents us with a note from Jack Novak on identification of time frame settings for the unnamed device. For 4 different lenses, we see measurements around a minute, a day, 3 days, and 1 month. Of course, as a scientist, Jack is trying to be precise as to the exact time frame these lenses measure at, but other comments, likely from Eugene, insist that they just be rounded to a conventional number. We've seen these lenses in prior scenes as some of the Lemurian artifacts Tessa had stolen, though their precise function is still unknown. Of note is Eugene referring to one of the lenses as the donut button. Again, not very scientific and quite silly. The last comment Eugene makes insists that Jack hurry up and submit a name for the device. Sounds like something the project manager would be in charge of rather than an engineer, but Eugene's not really in the responsible category. We see that one of our chapter puzzles is to decode the Lemurian sigils we've seen, but we're still lacking the necessary details. On to the next case, and boy is it unique.
Speildance, Atharv's winning act.
We're greeted with the scene of a woman watching television, specifically Atharv's performance on the Stardust Variety Hour. We can watch too and see the impressive dance he performed in order to win the competition. Smooth moves. Given the device beside the TV, it looks like this performance was recorded. If we examine the woman, we recognize her as Momadi da Silva, a Lemurian who we last saw at the auction, where Tessa and Arthur stole the statue she bid on. In common Lemurian, she says to someone on the phone,
I know what I'm seeing, Uncle. How did this foreign fool learn an ancient spell dance? They take months to master.
Intriguing. Atharv's performance is apparently an ancient Speildance, a complex Lemurian rite which he is inexplicably performing with ease. In front of Momadi is a book on said Speildance with a variety of bookmark tabs. In the first tab, we see hand gestures which represent objects and creatures. Next are movements corresponding to action words. A side note details that antonyms of the action words are performed by reversing the movement. As an example, give is shown as an in-out gesture, and steal is shown as an out-in gesture. The next tab tells us that in ancient Lemurian philosophy, parts of the body were representative of particular attributes. Knowledge in the head, obedience in the upper arm, evil in the gut, strength in the knees, and curiosity in the feet. As a reflection of this philosophy, in Speildance, a hand gesture of 2 fingers when pointed to a particular body part refers to its attribute. In the last bookmark, we read about the relationship the lower body's positioning has in regards to grammar. A 1-foot stance pluralizes a particular word, whereas sitting cross-legged adds a definite article to it. We'll make a mental note of all these rules. The only thing we have to do, opening our event scroll, is decode Atharv's mesmerizing Speildance. I tell you, I had a huge smile plastered on my face the first time I saw this puzzle. I just can't get over his moves. Anyway, let's get to solving. First is the double finger gesture to the head, meaning knowledge. Next is the shut gesture performed in reverse. It must be opens. Then there's the move for forbidden, followed by that of door. It's performed on one leg, so it's specifically doors. Next, very quickly, is the gesture for beware. Then there's the double finger hand gesture pointed at the stomach, so evil. He does a spin into a single-footed stance with the move for fool, so it must be fools. Next is the arm movement for steal being done with a squat. We didn't learn anything about squat movements, so it's just there for extra flair, or perhaps it has to do with the word who that's already placed in the scroll. Regardless, the word we need to enter is simply steal. Lastly, we have the gesture for key being done on one foot, so the last word is keys. Thus, Momadi da Silva was shocked to see Atharv ready performing an ancient Lemurian Speildance. The dance translated to, knowledge opens forbidden doors, beware evil fools who steal keys. An interesting case. The exact contents of Atharv's dance won't be super important, though we might as well keep it in mind as some kind of thematic message warning against forbidden knowledge and key-stealing evil fools. At the very least, the mention of fools brings Eugene to mind. Shortly before the events of the Backstage Brawl, Atharv Reddy did his spontaneous dance performance. Lemurian Momadi da Silva just so happened to be watching the show and recognized Atharv's act as an ancient Lemurian Speildance, much to her surprise. This dance is supposed to be esoteric and time-consuming to learn, which only emphasizes the question of how exactly Atharv was able to flawlessly perform it. On the dashboard, we're shown a series of rectangles with Lemurian symbols on the front and dots on the side, some of which are glowing red and fill from the bottom upwards. We've actually seen one of these before at the auction. Apparently it's a Lemurian seal, and Aurelia Winston had bid on one for the museum she works for. Hers had all the dots on the side filled red, and it carried an interesting shape on its front. We'll make note of it. For the ones which are apparently in Opig's possession, we see 5 of them are labeled with ancient Lemurian numerals from 1 to 5. The one marked 5 has a tag that says it contains Subject 37's memories, and part of it glows red. Subject 37 was Declan Astor, who we know was bird murdered. Somehow they were able to fill this seal with his memories. This must also be the object Jack referred to when talking about Subject 37's data disk. The last seal, which apparently contains useless information, also glows red and carries a new Lemurian symbol. It almost looks like a pictograph of a person from the shoulders up, with a slash drawn over the face. There's not much info we can take away from these seals, only that they store information which includes memories. We'll keep in mind that whatever volunteer trials Opig is conducting, they have something to do with these data disks and the information stored inside them.
Complex, a high-rise tragedy.
Complex is certainly the most applicable word. We have a U-shaped apartment building with a couple of people outside. If we look in the bottom right room, we see it's the building's laundry room. Currently, some man is raising a yellow button-up with a large red stain on it. Let's not jump to conclusions, there's plenty of other red liquids besides blood. Inspecting him, he mutters, "Patience, patient, patience, patient, patience, patient." At least one person out there has to get that reference. He carries a switchblade with the name Ernest on it, as well as a box of detergent labeled for its efficiency at removing blood, grass, and other tough stains. We can assume the knife belongs to this man, and thus his name is Ernest. Labeled knives certainly are dangerous to carry around, but there's no evidence on it that suggests it was used, unless it was cleaned. If we head to the room on the left, we see a dirty lobby which connects to the central stairway. On the wall above some mailboxes is a board listing the resident directory of the Hesper Towers complex. For apartments A1 to 4 and B1 to 4, we have the last names of each person or family that lives there. It's a safe assumption to make that the labels for each apartment number match our current view of the building. A is on the left, B is on the right, and the numbers increase in ascending order. We'll make a mental note of these names. On the wall next to a red door are a variety of notes pinned to a corkboard. The left advertisement is for a research study being conducted on Monday the 20th, with a same-day cash payout for participants. We know that Opig pays their trial volunteers up front, and since we've been following their test subjects throughout this chapter, we can infer this ad must be from Opig. It looks like 3 of the phone number tabs have been ripped off the advertisement, so we'll need to look out for these potential participants. The middle note is thanking the residents who attended a building picnic. A photo is attached, and a note on the left from someone named Isa apologizes that they and their son weren't able to attend. In the photo from left to right, we see a young man with beige hair, a short blonde woman, a blonde woman carrying a toddler, Ernest, an older man with glasses, and a woman with brown hair holding a cigarette. We can see that Ernest is wearing the same outfit as he is now, sans yellow button-up, confirming that the stained shirt is indeed his. The last detail to note in this photo is the finger of whoever was operating the camera. It looks like they have a bandage wrapped around their finger, which we'll look out for. In the bottom right is a note from someone named Spencer, who lives in apartment B4. There's 2 surnames attached to B4, so we won't be able to solve his full name yet. He writes that a package he ordered never showed up, and is notifying the other residents to bring it to him in case it was mistakenly delivered to them. We'll keep our eyes out for a loose package. In the top right, we see a PSA snidely commenting that a resident by the name of Cheyenne is acting indecently and should be closing her blinds. Someone has crossed this comment out and written that this is harassment. We can see that a photo was attached to this note and that most of it has been ripped off the board. Judging from the initial comment and the harassment remark, it's fair to say that this photo was posted here in order to publicly humiliate Cheyenne. Quite reprehensible behavior. Beneath the board on the wall, a laundry basket labeled Combs has been left by the door. We know Combs is the surname of whoever lives in apartment B1. Given the red door is the same as that of the laundry room, it looks like Combs was heading to do laundry, but upon reading something on the board, dropped what they were doing and left. If we look at the left stairwell, we see a woman is running upstairs past some man heading downwards. He tells her, "Watch it," and looks to be taking out the trash. The woman says,
Out of my way! I might already be too late.
She carries an OPIG test subject bracelet and the photograph which was torn from the lobby's notice board. We can see that it's a picture of Cheyenne dressing or undressing in her apartment. Though her face is obstructed, we can make out a sewing machine in her room, which should be helpful for identifying where she lives. Seeing the actual photo makes the harassment all the more disgusting. Whoever took and posted it must be a plain awful person. Regardless, it appears that finding this photo spurred this woman to desperately put a stop to something. She must be the person with the last name Combs, as the evidence suggests she saw the photo on the board, grabbed it, dropped her laundry, and sprinted upstairs. We'll note she's trying to reach someone in apartments A2, A3, or A4. As for what she's trying to stop, we don't know. Between both photos we've seen, we'll be tasked with identifying who took them, when they were taken, and who the subject being harassed is. The last thing we'll note on Combs' person is that her OPIG bracelet reads, "Give unknown symbol 1, unknown symbol 2. Difficult to comprehend, but at the very least that's 1 out of 3 of the OPIG numbers which were taken. Looking into Combs' apartment, we see she's been investigating something, with notes and thread pins covering the floor and wall. We'll inspect the journal on her table first. In the first tab, we read,
Thursday, September 2nd. I've been unemployed for about 2 weeks now, and it's awful. I figured that writing in my diary to recompress couldn't hurt, but I have nothing else to say today. Friday, September 10th. This is so frustrating. No one wants to hire me because I'm a woman. An interviewer today told me I should be looking for a husband, not a job. Well, sir, how am I supposed to pay my rent? Sonny raises it nearly every month. I'd do any job. Well, almost any. Constance offered to pay me for babysitting, but I can't stand her kid.
Miss Combs has been having difficulty getting a job due to discrimination. It is 1975, of course, so these prospective employers are lacking both modern sensibilities and any realization that women have bills to pay too. We learn that the landlord of this building's name is Sonny, and he quite frequently raises rent. Another resident by the name of Constance has an unruly kid that requires babysitting. The next tab reads,
Monday, September 20th. The hunt continues. I enrolled in a research study today to help me get by financially. Oddly, I didn't have to take any drugs. They just sat me down in front of a crystal contraption. It was the strangest experience, but at least they paid me up front. Hopefully I can sleep off these odd side effects.
More confirmation that OPIG is the one advertising volunteer trials in the lobby, and that the specific date of the trial was September 20th. We get to learn that the process involves the subject being placed in front of a crystal contraption, the rebuilt idol, and that they experience odd side effects afterwards. Interesting. The last entry reads,
Tuesday, September 21st. I think I'm going crazy. I have memories circling around in my head that don't belong to me. I remember details about the apartment picnic, which I never attended. I remember getting threatened with a gun. I remember feeling terrified, but none of this really happened. At least, not to me. Am I insane? Or do these memories belong to someone else? A life could be at stake. I need to figure this out. It's not like I have anything else to do.
Following the OPIG experiment, Miss Combs's head has been swimming with inexplicable memories that don't belong to her, particularly the apartment picnic she didn't attend, and being threatened with a gun there. This is the first indication we get that something dire occurred at the picnic, though we're still lacking some details. Again, though, we've learned that OPIG's volunteer trials involve the manipulation of their subjects' memories. We've seen this Lemurian symbol over and over again. Tessa falsely believed it represented empathy, and Auriel was curious to discover its true meaning. It'll be very helpful for us to deduce that now. On all the OPIG test subject bracelets we've seen, and all the ones we've yet to see, this symbol is always the last one in sequence, and the first symbol is always give or take. In our current case, Miss Combs is freaking out about the transference of memory from one of the residents to her. Her bracelet was labeled Give, and given we know OPIG has been storing and transferring memories from mysterious data disks, the noun involved in this command must be Memories. It must read Give unknown symbol Memories. This sigil being memories makes sense when we consider how closely it resembles the mind symbol a pole. Perhaps symbolically, memories could be considered an extension of the mind. And you know, when I say keep this in mind, I'm really saying extend this to your mind, or in other words, remember this. It's all coming full circle shape-ish. Keep this extension of the mind in mind. Well, now that I think about it, it might be a combination of the lifespan and mind symbols. Maybe in the sense that one's mind accrues memories over the course of one's lifespan. The specificities of the Give Memories command are still lost on us, as we haven't decoded any of the symbols placed in between them. Nevertheless, being able to immediately identify from the bracelets whether memories were given or taken will be quite useful. If we examine the phone, we see a message from the 21st at 9:30 a.m. from Marie Westlake to Miss Combs. She tells her that OPIG cannot divulge the identities of other participants. Looks like Miss Combs made a failed attempt to directly request info that would help her identify who at the apartment's memories she received. On her conspiracy-esque wall are various notes regarding her investigation. I'll put this into parsable chunks. Someone who attended the picnic was threatened by another resident there, leaving them afraid for their life. Combs surmises they too must be an OPIG participant so as to source the memories she received. As for why the person was threatened, it had something to do with photos. Immediately this brings to mind the compromising photo of Cheyenne which was posted in the lobby. If this harassment has been persistent, then it makes sense why someone would want to stop it. At the very least, we know that one of the 7 people in the picnic photo, including the cameraman and not including the toddler, threatened another individual there in regards to the harassment. We'll need to find a motive and perhaps the means to acquire a gun for said threat. A small picture on the wall shows the apartment complex with 3 rooms crossed off. They are A4, B1, and B3. Given we're already in B1, these must be the apartments whose residents Miss Combs confirmed she did not receive memories from. The last detail to draw attention to only shows up on the wall when not examined. It's the Lemurian symbols Take 5 Unknown Symbol Memories. We'll never see that third symbol again, and since this drawing is absent upon closer inspection, I assume it's some remnant from a different puzzle. Zooming out, let's inspect the woman on the roof of the B building. We see several plants up there, and a watering can next to the woman, so it looks like she came up here to water them. She says,
Well, Sabrina, you got dumped and then forgot where you hid the booze yesterday. What a bummer week.
The woman's name is Sabrina, and we can recognize her as the woman on the right of the picnic picture. She carries some cigarettes, a lighter, and an OPIG bracelet that reads, Take Unknown Memories. Looks like she's the second person to take one of the volunteer slips. Notably, she's forgotten where she hid her booze yesterday. Since the OPIG trial was on Monday the 20th, and she had her memories taken as a result of the experimentation, today must be Tuesday, September 21st, the same date as Miss Combs's most recent diary entry and phone call. The last detail I'll note up here are the small green cans in the background. I assume they're cans of beer. Let's check out apartment A1 next. Inside we see a man in uniform eating some Chinese takeout with a woman who looks pretty dressed up for the occasion. On the wall is a picture of the man beneath the security guard creed. He must be a security guard, and this must be his apartment. That makes him Mr. Azola. We can also spot a couple of those green supposed beer cans strewn about. Looks like he spends some of his free time on the other building's roof. If we look at the woman, she says,
"It's really a nice place. I'm jealous that you and Lavona live so close to the ground."
More confirmation that this room belongs to the security guard, and we also learn Miss Combs's full name is Lavona Combs, as she's the only other person who lives near the ground. In her possession is what looks like a blue card and a can of 1000% pepper spray, particularly potent. Did she bring this for self-defense because she was eating here, or for some other reason? Time will tell. If we look at Mr. Azola, he responds,
"Oh, it's a mess. I'm sorry I didn't have time to cook a fancy dinner."
We can see sweat dripping from his brow. Despite having this woman over for dinner, he hasn't changed from his work clothes, hasn't cleaned up the apartment, and was unable to cook a fancy dinner as he desired. At least he was able to light a single candle. How romantic. We'll note that he must have been in a hurry to get to this dinner. Additionally, we see his index finger is bandaged. That makes him a park picnic participant, as well as the person who took the picture. If we look in apartment A2, we see it's currently empty. On the wall is a photo of a man and his son from some kind of fishing trip. We recognize the father as the man currently taking out the trash, and from the directory can name him as Mr. Nakana. As the only father-son duo we'll find in this complex, it's his comment that was left by the picnic photo, apologizing that he and his son couldn't make it. That makes the father's full name Issa Nakana. Closer inspection of the decoration of this apartment reveals it's quite fishy. Literally though, there's nothing suspicious here. On the door we see a note has been left for someone named Kai to take out the trash on Tuesday evening, which would be today. Likely an instruction from parent to child to do their chores. The kid's name must be Kai Nakana. Given the garbage can by the note is empty, and Issa's taking out the trash, it appears Kai didn't do as he was told. Whoopsies. Lastly, the clock on the wall tells us the current time is 7:15. Specifically 7:15 p.m. since the trash was to be taken out in the evening. Outside the balcony of this apartment, we see a wooden plank has been extended to apartment B2. Inside we see Kai and the young girl from the picnic photo. Looks like the plank was used by Kai to travel between the apartments. On the door frame are various height measurements. Mom is labeled as 5'6", and Jane, age 15, is labeled as 4'11". Since the daughter's name must be Jane, and the directory says B2 is rented to the Knox family, the girl's name is Jane Knox. She holds a bottle of wine and points at a potted plant that has another bottle hidden inside it. Jane says,
"Quick, Mom will be back any second."
Looks like the wine is being stolen from her mother. On her person is an OPIG trial bracelet that reads, "Give unknown memories." It seems Jane is the third test volunteer, though notably she isn't an adult. If we look at Kai, he responds with,
"This is incredible. How'd you find her stash?"
A reasonable question. Let's first find out who her mother is. If we think about hidden alcohol stashes, the first thing that comes to mind is Sabrina saying she forgot where her hiding spot was. Her memories were taken by OPIG, and Jane has clearly received them, which is why she knows where the alcohol stash is. Sabrina must be the mother Jane is referring to. That makes her full name Sabrina Knox. We can see the unknown middle symbol on both bracelets is the same, which supports them being paired together. There's some other background details which point to her. We know she smokes and can see an ashtray on top of the TV. Plus, there's plenty of plants in the room. As Sabrina is watering the plants on the roof, we can connect that passion for plant life. The last detail to note here is that both Sabrina and Jane attended the picnic. Since we know the memories were transferred from mother to daughter, we can rule both of them out as the person who Lavona received memories from, though we can clearly see Lavona isn't rushing to their apartment. If we look into apartment B3, we see that no one's home. There's some dresses in the background, a sewing machine on the floor, and a newer electric sewing machine on the table. We recognize the newer one from the harassment photo, which was taken of a woman named Cheyenne. As this is clearly her apartment, from the directory we learn her full name is Cheyenne Bird. We'll make note that given the placement of the table and wicker chair in the photo, the picture was taken from directly across the balcony in apartment A3. A letter on the table reads,
Kenneth, Bo told me about what you did on Saturday. You know who seemed better for a few days, but now he's back to his normal behavior. I don't think you threatening him again will fix this. Regardless, I don't need you to protect me. Too strong? Moving forward, I think I can handle my own problems.
A smaller note says, maybe another night. We learned the picnic was on Saturday and that two men named Kenneth and Bo went to it. Kenneth apparently threatened you-know-who at the picnic, and this mystery man temporarily stopped his harsh behavior towards Cheyenne. We can infer this you-know-who is the person harassing her who left that photo in the lobby. Regardless of Kenneth's threats not sticking, Cheyenne is writing this letter to tell him she can take care of herself. Though that question in parentheses, too strong, tells us she's still trying to find the right words to say this to him. The other note, maybe another night, is likely referring to finishing and delivering this letter some other day. Beside the letter we can spot two books, How to Speak and Be Heard and Dire Discussions. Looks like resources for boosting Cheyenne's confidence going into a tough talk. This could be in reference to that letter to Kenneth, but I think the more difficult discussion they're meant for is with the person who's harassing her. On the wall is a schedule from Saturday the 18th to today, Tuesday the 21st. Pertinent information includes that Cheyenne wanted to go to the picnic, but didn't because someone named Sunny was going. We remember that Sunny was the name of the landlord, and given Cheyenne avoided the picnic because of him, we can infer that Sunny is the person harassing her. Next, we see that on today's date, Cheyenne set up her new sewing machine, played at a game night in apartment B4, and at 7 p.m. left early for her date with Kenneth. It's 7:15, so that date must be ongoing. That dinner in apartment A1 resembled a date, though it was a bit botched in its execution. Considering the woman dressed up for the occasion, she must be Cheyenne Bird, and the man she's on a date with is thus Kenneth Azola. The card in her pockets aligns with the game night she went to, and given she's the target of Sunny's harassment, the potent pepper spray makes sense. Since the schedule mentions she just set up her new sewing machine, and we can see it in the photo of Cheyenne, that photo must have been taken today. We know the landlord Sunny is harassing Cheyenne, and that the photo was taken from across the balcony in apartment A3. If we look inside, we see a deceased individual. This must be Sunny, and from the directory we learn his full name is Sunny Sawyer. We can even see in the background the camera he uses to take photos. Closer inspection of him reveals he's carrying a revolver and has suffered a bullet wound to the temple. In his hand is a note signed Goodbye that says, "Everyone knows it, the world is better off without me," and the evidence suggests he is responsible for this scene. In the corner is a package labeled Kitty Kitty Cat Food meant for a Spencer Wright. This is the same Spencer from the note in the lobby that says their package was misplaced. Evidently, Sunny has been harboring it in his room. Weird, but now we know Spencer has a cat. Looking at the answering machine, we see two messages have been recorded. Both will be from today. The first is from 6:07 p.m. and says,
"Did you forget our agreement at the picnic? Or do I need to go up there and remind you?"
A picnic agreement and an additional threat infers to us that this message was left by Kenneth. As for what provoked this call, he must have seen the photo of Cheyenne posted in the lobby. Seeing that the agreement to stop harassing her had been broached must have seriously ticked him off. We won't find any evidence that clarifies who crossed out the lobby note in red, but I assume it was Cheyenne, as she wouldn't have written that Sunny was back to his usual behavior unless she had seen the photo. The next message on the machine is from 2 minutes ago at 7:13 p.m. and says,
"Hello, sir. I'm calling from Fremont Pound. We just wanted to inform you that we do not forcibly impound people's pets, even if you are a landlord. Thank you and goodbye."
How despicable. Not only does Sunny harass Cheyenne and raise the rent every month, but he's also trying to forcibly impound Spencer Wright's cat. Good grief. On the table we see chopsticks, huh? In the garbage we see an OPIG bracelet and a receipt from Wuxia Noodle House. The OPIG bracelet reads, "Take unknown memories," and he's thrown his in the trash for some reason. Guess he wasn't interested in coming in for his follow-up. This bracelet might seem a bit bizarre given we saw only 3 phone numbers were taken from the advertisement. However, since the mother-daughter duo of Sabrina and Jane participated, we can infer that they actually came together and thus only took one phone number tab. One for Sunny, one for Lavona, and one for both Sabrina and Jane. With knowledge that Sunny was the other participant, whose bracelet shares the same middle symbol as Lavona's, we can deduce that it was his memories that she received. Which would mean, Sunny lost all of his memories regarding the events of the picnic, including Kenneth's threats and their agreement. As for the receipts, we see 2 of the same items were ordered, totaling $1.72. Regardless, that is an insane deal on noodles. But where are they? The chopsticks are still here. Well, the only other place we've seen Chinese takeout is Kenneth's room, and notably there's no chopsticks or silverware on his table. Clearly, the circumstances of Sunny's death are not as they initially seem. We can deduce that upon seeing Sunny was back to harassing Cheyenne, Kenneth stormed to his room and called Sunny, threatening to come up there and remind him of their agreement. Upon actually doing so, some altercation occurred in which Sunny was shot by Kenneth. He then staged the scene to look like he did it himself. With no time to prepare for his date with Cheyenne, he simply looted the food Sunny had ordered for himself. It would be unreasonable for Kenneth to bring back a single pair of chopsticks for his date, so he simply left them behind. To reinforce the staging that Sunny had done it to himself, Kenneth likely discarded the OPIG bracelet he was wearing. After all, his goodbye note wouldn't make sense if he was wearing a bracelet for a follow-up appointment with OPIG. Lavona had been attempting to make sense of the memories she received from Sunny, only knowing that she had been threatened by someone and that it had something to do with photos. She inevitably connected whose memories she received and why they were threatened, because upon seeing the photo of Cheyenne in the lobby, she sprinted to Sunny's room to try to stop something terrible from happening. Evidently, she was too late. We have all the pieces to solve the puzzle of what occurred and why, but there's still 2 more rooms for us to examine. In apartment A4, we see a rambunctious kid has made a mess of the dinner table, and their mother is exasperated at the situation. Notably, there's toys and crayons strewn about, and everything within a child's arm reach on the walls has been scribbled on. There's even a large rectangular impression on the wall that would imply some large painting used to hang there before it was presumably ruined. The kid is adamant about wanting to play, but their mother replies,
"You heard that loud boom half an hour ago, honey. That means no playing outside tonight. Mr. Sawyer will be here any minute."
That loud boom must be the gunshot from Kenneth killing Sunny. Half an hour ago would mean the time of death was approximately 6:45 p.m. Looks like Kenneth only had around 15 minutes to clean up the scene and meet his date. As for the other comment, that Sunny should be arriving soon, a note pinned to the fridge signed by him says he'll be inspecting the apartment at 7:20 p.m., 5 minutes from now. He threatens to evict them if the kid isn't cleaned up after. Good for them that Sunny won't be making it to this inspection. The lobby directory says the family's last name is Winthrop. Lavona wrote about not wanting to babysit Constance's unruly kid, so the mother must be Constance Winthrop. We can also recognize Constance and her kid from the picnic photo. Beside her is Ernest, who we last saw in the laundry room. Re-inspecting him, we can see that the stain on his button-up is actually the tomato sauce from the spilled spaghetti at the dinner table. He must be the father of the family, whose full name is Ernest Winthrop. As for the kid's name, Ernest is murmuring the word patience. Given his exasperation, the kid's name must be Patience. In the last apartment, B4, we see 2 men playing some kind of board game. It was game night here, after all. In a trash can, we see a note from Sunny telling the residents to get rid of their cat or face eviction. We can also see the cat's tail in the doorway in the background. If we look at the man on the left, he says,
It's a hollow threat. Trust me. I saw what happened at the picnic. We don't need to worry about him anymore.
That supposedly hollow threat must be the message from Sunny, though we know he actually did try to have the cat forcibly impounded. This man saw Kenneth's threatening of Sunny at the picnic, which gives him cause to believe Sunny is under control. Cheyenne wrote that someone named Bo told her about what happened at the picnic, and as this beige-haired man is the last unidentified picnic goer, he must be Bo. Since we know Spencer Wright is the name of his roommate, Bo's full name must be Bo Steenson. He carries yellow and blue cards, and the blue cards match the one Cheyenne had. Obviously, we already know she participated in this game before her date. If we look at Spencer, he replies,
"How can you be so sure? How does Sunny even know about Darcy?"
Darcy must be the name of his cat, and Sunny knows about him because he stole the cat food package that was addressed to Spencer. He carries his own set of red cards that has to do with the board game. As for the board game itself, it looks like a Golden Idol rendition of the game Risk. We can see the colors red, blue, and yellow match the cards of its players. Traditionally, Risk is played on a map of the world. However, the layout of continents in this game is starkly different to our own. It's time to go off on a tangent. This is in fact a map of the world of the Golden Idol series. At first you might think that taking a board game map as gospel is a bit hasty of a decision, but this map will be confirmed in a DLC to be an accurate representation of the Golden Idol world. On the left we see continents analogous to North and South America, though with a lot more island landmasses. I think it's fair to say the allied states of Hesperia are generally located in the middle of the North American counterpart, with New Wales around the upper east coast. Albion, Aquitania, and the supposed Italy counterpart Adria must be somewhere around what would have been Western Europe. As for Lemuria, in our world it's supposed to be a fictional continent connecting Madagascar, India, and Australia. There are a couple landmasses in that Indian Ocean-esque area that you'd think that might apply to, but the truth is that Lemuria is the large continent in the bottom right corner. This means landmass-wise it's much closer to an analog for Australia. However, in this universe we know Lemuria has its own distinct culture. Even putting its extremely advanced technological past aside, the names given to Lemurian characters, Zubiri Kera, Momadi da Silva, Ergen II, Lavumada, etc., can't be traced back to a particular analogous culture. Even ethnically, we see a wide variety of physical characteristics in Lemurians. It won't be pertinent for our investigation, but for lore purposes it's nice to know where and what exactly Lemuria is. The last country we know about is the island of Lanka, which is supposed to be in physical and cultural proximity to Lemuria. Despite being an analog for Sri Lanka, which would be around South Asia, I'd have to guess that it's either of these two islands near the Lemurian continent. Comparison with the map in case of the Golden Idol doesn't make it much clearer. Your guess is as good as mine. Back to the actual case, there's not much more we have to do. It's no mystery as to who lives in which apartment, so this puzzle can be filled with ease. All that's left is to finish up the scroll from the sequence of events. Kenneth threatens Sunny at Saturday's picnic, but Sunny's memories of this are transferred to Lavona during an OPIG trial the following Monday. Having forgotten being threatened into submission, Sunny continues to harass Cheyenne, and upon seeing so, Kenneth murders him and stages the death scene. Lavona by happenstance saw the same evidence of harassment and tried to prevent Sunny's death, but was too late. Thus, on Saturday at a picnic, Kenneth Azola threatened to kill Sunny Sawyer. However, on Monday, Sunny Sawyer forgot the picnic after attending a research study. Lavona Combs also attended and received the former's memories. On Tuesday morning, Sunny Sawyer took a photo of Cheyenne Bird, which provoked Kenneth Azola into shooting Sunny Sawyer for the good of everyone in the building. Quite amusing that the scroll's objective account of the scene says that Sunny was murdered for the good of everyone. It's true he was a prick, and the post-case breakdown even emphasizes that he enjoyed making life difficult for his residents. Sunny, more like cloudy. Oh well, they won't miss him. I do worry for Kenneth's well-being because it doesn't seem like he did that good of a job at covering things up. He left a pretty explicit threat on the answering machine and even stole the food Sunny had ordered.
On September 18th, Hesper Towers holds a picnic in which the complex's landlord Sunny Sawyer is threatened with a gun to stop harassing a woman named Cheyenne. He obliges out of fear and on the 20th attends an OPIG research trial along with 3 other residents of the building, in which the memories of a mother's alcohol stash are transferred to her daughter and the memories of the threat Sunny received are transferred to a woman named Lavona. Because Sunny lost the memories of being threatened, he resumes his heinous behavior and on the 21st is murdered to put a stop to his reign of terror over the complex.
On the dashboard we see a folder which shows us the subject outcomes for Group B of OPIG's trials. I assume Group A was some cobbled together control group, a previous batch of testing, or a different experiment where OPIG first discovered their device could manipulate memory. A recorded call between Eugene Marmot and Jack Novak reads,
"Now that testing is over, we've got to do the important part, giving the device a name. I say we call it something incredible, so that upper management knows we're poised to change the world."
Please don't oversell it, Eugene. At its core, it's an information dispatching optical lens.
Idol it is then.
And thus OPIG's device is dubbed the Idol. How fitting. Again, we see Eugene's disregard towards the scientific details, as he believes naming the device is far more important than the wave of testing. Jack's comment regarding its function as an information-dispatching optical lens aligns with the giving and taking of memories, as well as the list of lenses which correspond to various spans of time. It's time to name all the symbols we've seen. We can quickly assign those we already know, like give, take, and memories. The others must match the timeframe settings on Jack's note. Eugene clearly tells us the donut button means about 1 minute. We saw this lens placed on the device in the previous chapter. Sunny and Lavona's bracelets had the triangle in front of the semicircle symbol. The picnic was on Saturday and the trial was on Monday, so Sunny lost 3 days worth of memory. This symbol must mean about 3 days. Sabrina and her daughter Jane's bracelets had the symbol of a dot in front of a semicircle, and Sabrina lost the memory of Monday when she hit her booze. This symbol must mean about 1 day long. The last symbol of the dot inside a square was on Atharv Reddy's bracelet, where he had been given memories of a Lemurian Speildance. Momati said they take months to master, so the memory he was given of an already learned Speildance must be about a single month's worth. As for Declan Astor, his bracelet says he had a day's worth of memories removed. How unfortunate that his appointment was at 12:30 p.m. and he was trained on safety the day prior at 3 p.m. His mishaps that day were not because he was an inattentive employee, but because he had the memories of his orientation and promises removed. With our lens symbols identified, we can make out a few interesting details. Each sigil carries a digit which corresponds to a Lemurian numeral. 1 minute, 1 day, and 1 month all have the digit B in the center. The symbol for 3 days naturally has the symbol for bowl. As for the background of each symbol, it seems a small circle corresponds to the time frame of minutes, a semicircle corresponds to days, and a large square corresponds to months. I think one of the most intriguing details about these numbers is that they don't multiply into each other. For example, the time frame for 1 day when multiplied by 3 results in a larger value than what's listed. Ancient Lemuria counted numbers in a base 12 system, so we can surmise the way they counted time was also different to our own. The last task we are given is to label and identify from where and to what each person's memories were transferred. First is Declan's loss of a day's worth of memories, which were transferred to a data disk whose label said they were Subject 37's memories. According to Opig's paperwork, geez, he was only 23 years old. Next is a month's worth of memories from the Speildance data disk labeled useless into Atharv Reddy. I imagine Eugene was involved with labeling the memories as useless because I can't see someone like Jack completely disregarding this data. The TV in Speildance said Atharv was 39 years old, and since he's a man with black hair, he must be subject number 35. Then there's the 3 days worth of memories Sunny lost and Lavona received. He must be subject 39, an older man with gray hair who didn't show up to the follow-up appointment. That makes Lavona subject 40, a young woman with black hair. I wonder how her follow-up went, given she was able to figure out what Opig had done to her. Lastly, there's Sabrina's memories being sent to her daughter, who was allowed to participate in the trial through her parents' consent. We can clearly see that Sabrina is subject 41, an older woman with brown hair, and Jane is subject 42, as she's the only participant who isn't an adult. As extra details to place them, both of their heights match that of the lines drawn on the door frame in their apartment. We can update the previous cases of this chapter with the added context that they were a direct result of each subject gaining or losing particular memories. Since Atharv is subject 35 and Declan is subject 37, we can conclude that the events involving him are placed before that of the aviary. And now we know that Opig's trials are the indirect cause of 2 deaths. We realize this unrestrained chaos is what worried Jack and Marie when they were briefed on Eugene's plan. Sometime before the Group B testing which we witnessed, the lab team discovers their device is capable of altering memories as well as interacting with ancient Lemurian data disks. At some point they identify the time frame of the lenses and some unknown Group A testing occurs. Once Group B testing is concluded, Eugene officially names the device the Information Dispatching Optical Lens, or in other words, the IDOL. Having witnessed Eugene's plans for testing the IDOL, we get a better understanding of his ambitions. It feels like Eugene merely wants to do whatever will benefit him in his career the most, without considering anyone else's input or feelings. He makes a short-sighted judgment that the IDOL testing is going to be done in a particular way and ignores his co-workers' legitimate grievances. Jack remarks that the process was unscientific, which means their research was haphazardly conducted. Marie worried this would drag OPIG into legal issues, likely as a result of taking people's memories without informing them of the potential consequences. People ended up dead as a direct result of this. And though the lab team was never informed of this, and nobody ever connects the trials to each death, it doesn't make Eugene's plan any less responsible for them. And to Eugene, the testing didn't even matter that much. The most important thing to him was giving the device a proper name. He does what he wants, and he doesn't seem to care about how the consequences affect others. Our post-Chapter 4 cutscene shows us two men we don't recognize fighting each other. The larger figure wins with ease, and turns to face another person who he addresses as Hunter. We can gather from him asking if Hunter has a problem with him that Hunter indeed doesn't approve of his behavior. Let's now enter the final chapter, Chapter 5, The Pinnacle, in which terrible plans are set in motion.
Beach trip. A seaside photo shoot goes horribly wrong.
On the beach, we see some of our OPIG staff next to some models and a cameraman. In the background is a large trailer and what looks like some kind of emergency vehicle. There's a large round contraption being wheeled on a trolley facing the models. Closer inspection reveals two panels with security keypads. The left panel is open and shows us the control pad for the reconstructed Lemurian device. Looks like the idol has received a significant makeover since we last saw it. The most recent command input on it reads, "Take matter memories." Next to it is a long cord attached to a button, likely the input control for activating the idol. The gem on the front of the device is red, which again confirms that the most recent input was a take command. Peering into the second panel shows us the idol's centerpiece with the rod placed above the activation lever like before. The lens fixed in front of it corresponds to the time frame of about 1 minute. From this we know the idol was used to take a minute's worth of memories from its target, the models in front of it. Turning to Eugene, he says,
Damn youngsters almost ruined the shoot. Stupid Sandra should have given us better models. She should try some genius. It boosts intellect and it's full of disaccharide. Have you tried it, Jack?
One of the models messed something up and someone named Sandra is taking part of the blame. He then brings up some substance he's taking which supposedly is boosting his intellect, thanks to the addition of disaccharide. A fancy word which has surely impressed Eugene, but it's just sugar. Jack responds with,
Oh, I have no doubt that it consists of disaccharide, and that it can boost your intellect level. I've captured what we need. I'm saving it in a disk and we can return to the lab.
Poor Jack has to put up with his sugar-enhanced moron of a boss. Looks like they're going to be storing the memories they just acquired in a data disk labeled 3. There's already a small red light on the disk, which indicates something's been stored in it. We'll soon be told that memories can only be given to data disks if they're blank, so this is just a small visual error. Next is Marie, who tells the models,
Hey, the shoot is over. We're packing up. We can drop you off downtown if you'd like.
More confirmation that they're done here. She carries a note and a bag of white tablets with a sun symbol on them. The note details that they're doing a beach photo shoot for a brand named O-Range on Thursday from 10 to 12 a.m. It must be close to 12 right now since they're wrapping up. Marie's note also lists the staff present at the shoot. There's the idiot, clearly Eugene, herself, someone named King who's in charge of visuals for the board, and Jack Novak who's in charge of the idol. Given Jack is referred to by his last name, King must also be a surname. If we look at the photographer next to her, he's asking Eugene if he wants to review the photos he's taken. He carries 2 pictures and a note. The pictures show 3 models holding bottles of O-Range orange soda. One of them captures their faces and the other their backs. Naturally, it will be our job to identify these models. Notably, there are 3 of them in the photos, but we only see 2 of them on the left. If we look at the man's notes, we see it's from Marie regarding the shoot. It requests he bring beach props, 2 6-packs of O-Range, and a camera so they can recreate the scene later. It looks like the commercial isn't actually being filmed at this time. Makes sense since the primary objective appears to be capturing memories with the idol. Given this man is here as the last staff member, he must be the king from Marie's note. In the trailer in the background is a brown briefcase. Inside it is a catalog, a note, and a pack of tablets labeled Genius. Looks like Eugene's disaccharide supply. If we look at the Lux catalog, we see a 3x3 grid of blonde models. By observing each character's facial features, such as eye color, beauty marks, and hair, we can figure out who the models are in the photos we have.
In the top photo, the woman on the left has brown eyes, short hair, and a beauty mark next to the side of her nose. The only model who matches that description is Amy Wood. Clearly, she must also be the short-haired woman in the middle of the bottom photo. Next to her is a woman with blue eyes, no beauty marks, and long hair. This matches Jennifer Gibson and Wendy Marshall. We can deduce it's Jennifer Gibson as the model's nose is round instead of sharp. She must be the woman on the left of the bottom photo since she's the tallest, and because we can clearly see the last model's flower tattoo in both pictures. As the only woman with brown eyes and no beauty mark, the last model must be Eve Robertson. With our models identified, we can look at the other note in the briefcase, which lists the heights and smoking habits of all the women in the catalog. The heights could have assisted in our previous deduction, but the key takeaway from this info is that the only model at the shoot who smokes cigarettes is Jennifer Gibson. We'll make note of that. There's other bags outside the trailer, but we'll turn our attention to the bottles of O-Range next to Marie and Mr. King. We see 5 bottles of orange soda, but strangely, the fluid in the one on the right is a darker shade of orange than the rest. If we look at the bottles next to the models, they too are the darker shade of orange. Suspicious. The model carrying the umbrella calls out to Marie in disappointment that the shoot is over. Apparently it's one of the coolest she's ever done. Kind of bizarre given there's an emergency vehicle on the scene. Though her face is obfuscated, we can see some gold bangles around her right arm. Jennifer Gibson was the only model wearing such an accoutrement, so this must be her. Beside her, the other model asks for someone named Darius to take a picture of her, and asks for the photo shoot to continue since she too is having fun. As the only person holding a camera, the photographer's full name must be Darius King. Though this model's face is also obfuscated, we can see she has long hair and earrings, which can only be Eve Robertson. That means Amy Woods is currently missing. We'll ignore the bags to the right and instead inspect the emergency vehicle. Inside are 2 medics, a woman with blue hair, and someone who must be Amy Woods hooked up to a respirator. The medic on the left has a red X on his hat and tells her,
Girl, you are lucky. It could have been much worse. Take this moment in and think about what you're doing with your life. Garbage like this will destroy your health.
I take it by garbage he doesn't mean soda, and instead means some kind of narcotic. If we look at Amy, she replies,
But I swear I don't use drugs. I'm a professional actress. I don't understand anything. My memory is fuzzy.
The respirator tells us she's breathing 5 breaths per minute, an incredibly concerning rate. It appears that Amy is suffering from a dangerous reaction to some kind of drug, yet she tells us she doesn't use anything. She's not the most lucid at the moment, but we'll make note of this assertion. If we look at the woman on the right, she says,
Thank you for your help and for being so understanding. These young models can be so irresponsible. I'm furious, but glad she'll be okay.
Sounds like she's some kind of manager for the hired models. Eugene said someone named Sandra was in charge of them, so this woman must be her. She carries 2 notes, one which looks a bit cruder than the other. The first note talks about a client from OPIG requesting models, specifically those who are blonde and have beauty marks. The cheap but nice looking catalog, which honestly sounds quite rude, should therefore be sent to him. And him is Eugene Marmot. From this we learn his proclivities, and that the briefcase with the catalog is definitely his. The crude note in Sandra's possession is signed by Eugene and says, Yeah, that works, I just don't want any weird shit. Bizarre. The two have made a secret agreement where something weird shouldn't be included. This doesn't sound like they're talking about models. Turning to the medic with the red circle on his hat, he replies to Sandra with, It happens, Miss Harper. The things they ingest in sea stone clubs. You cannot imagine. Another direct reference to Amy supposedly taking some kind of drug. We also learn that Sandra's full name is Sandra Harper. On the wall of the vehicle is a taped-up list of who's on ambulance duty. The medic's name is Ridley Kano, and the paramedic's name is Ellis Simpson. If we look at the satchel with the red X on it, we see a photograph in a newspaper. The photo is an autograph from a pale player named Magus, addressed to someone named L. This must be Ellis, so the paramedic with the X on his hat is Ellis Simpson. Thus, the other medic with the circle hat is Ridley Kano. In the newspaper is an article addressed to parents about the candy, or drugs, currently destroying the youth. First is Sunnies, a gum which contains caffeine and nicotine. We saw a bag of these in Marie's possession.
She doesn't seem like the partying type, but caffeine and nicotine probably help with her busy job and dealing with the stress from her idiot boss. Next is Euphoria, an amphetamine-based drug which delivers a burst of, you guessed it, euphoria. The tablets have smiley faces on them, and it looks like the pips are broken off like a bar of chocolate. Then there's Crystal, an opioid which is smoked to alleviate worry and pain. Just like nicotine and amphetamines, opioids are highly addictive. Last is Portal, a hallucinogenic that's popular in cults. Apparently, the lysergic acid in the drug destroys the user's morals and their belief in God. A funny bit of characterization for the writer. Lysergic acid of course means this is LSD, and it's likely ingested by licking a strip of the Portal paper. In the medic's bag is a book listing various symptoms and their potential causes. The one we're interested in is that which we know Amy is experiencing, very slow breathing. 5 breaths per minute is certainly below the listed 12, which means the potential cause is an allergic reaction to amphetamine. The drug we know which contains amphetamine is Euphoria. She clearly consumed some form of it. If this was the first time she did so, it would make sense that she wouldn't know she was allergic. However, Amy insisted she doesn't use drugs, and it would be even weirder to try a drug for the very first time during a professional shoot. Strange. With the ambulance examined, let's look into the bags outside. In the red bag is some blue lipstick and a large perforated sheet of the Portal drug. We'll be tasked with assigning each bag to their owner. We already know the briefcase is Eugene's, and since Eve Robertson is wearing blue lipstick, the red bag is hers. Next is the beige bag, which only carries red lipstick. The characters wearing red lipstick are Amy Wood and Sandra Harper, so it must belong to one of them. Then there's the green bag, carrying green lipstick, 2 notes, and a carton of Brigantine Blue Blend cigarettes. Green lipstick means this is Jennifer Gibson's bag, and since we know she smokes, the cigarettes make sense. The first note is the casting call asking for 3 hot models for a soda commercial. Nothing new here besides the job paying $10 plus potential future recommendations. The next note reads,
I know you're mad about me dating Adrian so soon after your breakup, but this is the opportunity of a lifetime. You know the casting agent Miss Harper? She's looking for 3 models for a soda commercial. We need you. This could be our big break. Imagine, no more waiting tables. Please let bygones be bygones and call me, girl.
Looks like Jennifer was invited by one of her friends to join her on this job, despite the fact that their relationship was a bit rocky since she's dating her ex-boyfriend. I don't think we can conclude which model sent the letter, but I lean towards it being Eve since Amy said she was a professional actress and the writer here is still waiting for their big break. In the last bag, which is blue, we see red lipstick, a pack of Sweet Pine cigarettes, and a bar of Euphoria. Again, the only people wearing red lipstick are Amy Wood and Sandra Harper. The bar of Euphoria suggests this is Amy's since we know she consumes some of it. However, Amy doesn't smoke. Therefore, this bag cannot be hers and it must be Sandra's, making the barren beige bag belong to Amy. If the Euphoria is Sandra's, then how did Amy unwittingly consume it? We'll find our answer if we look at the bottles of O-Range, where the ones being drunk by the models have darker fluid than the others. There are 6 pips missing on the block of Euphoria, and we can count 5 tampered bottles by the models and 1 more on the table. Sandra must have added Euphoria to the sodas, which caused the fluid inside to change shade. But why do so? Well, we know Eugene has a discreet agreement with Sandra. If we reread her notes, we see he's referring to having Sandra tamper with the drinks and doesn't want anything particularly weird added to them, such as a hallucinogenic like Portal. By drugging the models with Euphoria, the memories captured from them by the idol will have a heightened feeling of bliss. Apparently, Eugene finds it important to do so without the awareness of his team, and even more egregiously, without the consent of the models. This is why both of them are remarking about how much they've enjoyed the photo shoot, as they're still high, and it's how poor Amy ended up suffering a dangerous allergic reaction. A minute of memory was taken from the models, which could be why Amy says her memory on the matter is fuzzy. With that, we can solve the scroll. Thus, Eugene Marmot hired Sandra Harper to provide models for an O-Range commercial. Before the shoot, Sandra Harper secretly added Euphoria to the O-Range to make the models happy. This worked, so Jack Novak aimed the idol at the models to take their happy memories. But Amy Wood's allergy created an emergency, so the organizers had to call for medics. Disgusting behavior from Eugene and Sandra, and despite the fact that Amy almost died, neither of them seem to care about what they've done. In what we'll eventually learn is 1976, the lab team assembles a group of models under the pretense that they'll be taking pictures for an upcoming orange soda commercial. During the photo shoot, a minute's worth of pleasant memories were taken from them by the idol. In a reckless and evil endeavor to boost the efficiency of said memories, Eugene conspired to drug the models with amphetamines, which results in one of them nearly dying. As to why these memories are necessary to obtain, we're not quite sure yet. We're given what looks like a diagrammed piece of paper resting on some unknown contraption. My best irrelevant guess is that it's some kind of printer. Inspecting it gives us a long letter next to an idle guide which has been drawn on a napkin. Referring to the color of the device's gem, it says, "If it's cool, it's not full. If it's hot, it's not." Barely comprehensible, this must be Eugene's work. It's trying to tell us that if the gem is blue, the device is empty, and if it's red, it's full. If there's juice in the tank, it's only for awake folk or something blank. In other words, if the device is full of memories, it can only be used on conscious people or blank Lemurian data disks. The last blurb means the matter sigil always needs to be activated, which makes sense since it's how the device determines it can interact with matter. As for the attached note, it's signed by Marie and reads, "Hey Jane, please don't design that poster Eugene sent you notes for yet. He just showed me what he gave you guys in the art department and, while all the information is correct, he's worded it like a complete buffoon. I've got to get back at the helm and right this ship. I know I said this was a short straw project, but it's actually gotten interesting now, and that moron's way out of his depth. Gotta love nepotism, eh? Anyway, rant over. To be continued over drinks. We can trade corporate war stories and try to remember why we joined this dump in the first place." Marie expresses frustration that she has to work for Eugene. Apparently this used to be a short straw project, meaning she was assigned to an unremarkable department, but something happened which has made it more interesting. She then blames nepotism for Eugene being put in charge. Typically we think of family members when mentioning nepotism, but I believe in this case it's used for the board director Nathan favoring Eugene simply because he was impressed by his self-ignition. With that, we'll proceed to the next case.
Boardroom Brawl. A fight breaks out at OPIG HQ.
We're greeted with a woman in glasses yelling whore as she splashes a blonde woman with water. The splashee replies by calling her a frigid bitch. She carries a carton of Brigantine Blue Blend cigarettes and a pink matchbook labeled with the symbol of a heart on top of a house. Interesting imagery. Behind the desk is a large TV and a speaker system. We see it's a live and muted broadcast of the back of Eugene's head staring into the idol. The television speaker isn't plugged in, and it appears the TV is also hooked up to some kind of device in order to capture the broadcast signal. There's a phone placed on the desk, though nothing sticks out upon inspection. If we look at Nathan Hoyle, he remarks,
Ladies, please, consider the bigger picture here. Don't you see what this means? We'll reach every home in Hesperia.
Though whatever happened during this broadcast has pissed off the ladies, Nathan finds that this demonstration has presented an incredible power to reach people. We'll make note of this potential ability. The last guy here is wondering if he should be writing this current chaos down. He carries a ballpoint pen and a journal of the current meeting. Inside it details the meeting is taking place at OPIG HQ at 11 a.m. April 26, 1976. Board members present include Nathan Hoyle, Jasmine Patel, and Annette Spender. Notably, Spender is the surname of our recurring character Tim. Perhaps she's family. The only other person present at this meeting is a secretary named Jeremy Drake, who must be this man since he's taking these notes. Proceedings which have occurred over this meeting include the meeting being called, video being connected, outbound phone communication being established, a report that inbound phone communication is broken, and that the idle demonstration had just begun. We'll note that audio is only going one way. You might think it's because the speaker is unplugged, but the notes specify that audio was supposed to be channeled through the phones. Let's see what's going on at the demonstration. We see the extra physical lab team along with Tim and a cameraman. If we look at the top of the camera, we see some kind of transmitter, which matches that of the receiver device in the boardroom. Closer inspection reveals that the video cable is plugged in, but the audio cable isn't. Again, they're supposed to be communicating through the phone line, so it isn't a problem that the camera isn't transmitting audio. If we look at the phone, we can confirm it's receiving audio from the boardroom, as the words whore can be heard through it.
Looking carefully at the cord attached to the receiver, we notice it's frayed, which explains why they couldn't get it to transmit audio properly. Inspecting the idol on the left shows the lens representing about 1 day has been slotted into it. The gem on the device is blue, which means it last used the command give matter 1 day's memories. Evidently the target is Eugene, as he's sitting in the stand clear zone marked out in front of it. If we look at Tessa Navari, she murmurs to Jack Novak,
I thought I told you to fix the phone, Jack. How are we supposed to answer the board's questions?
She carries a name tag. Looks like Jack was instructed to fix the phone, but didn't. Turning to him, he replies,
Take it up with Eugene when he's done drawing. In his infinite wisdom, he changed the plan at the last minute, so I didn't have time to do your tasks.
He carries a clipboard, name tag, and the lens which represents about a minute. Clearly the original plan was to use this lens, but Eugene spontaneously decided to change it to a longer time frame, much to Jack's frustration. On the clipboard are various tasks labeled by who ordered them. The first 3 are from Eugene, which are all checked off. They include taping off the ZOI, erecting a curtain booth, and setting the idol to 1 day, with the previous instruction of setting it to 1 minute crossed out. We don't know what the ZOI is, but we can infer it has to do with the area taped out on the ground. And we can see the curtain booth has been constructed to the right. The rest of the orders are Tessa's and include fixing the phone transmitter and receiving Tim Spender at reception, which has been delegated to Marie. It must be quite frustrating for Jack to have to take orders from Tessa, who isn't qualified to do anything here and isn't actually helping. Turning to the curtain booth, inside we see a clipboard with some blank paper and a pencil. Nothing too interesting. Next we'll inspect Tim, who says,
Well, how did I get here?
He's forgotten how he's got here. We can infer this is because the idol was used to take a day's worth of memories from him, and thus every memory leading up to this demonstration has been transferred from Tim to Eugene. In his possession is a notebook, envelope, and a ticket stub. In the notebook we see Tim's schedule from April 25th to April 26th. The idol demonstration is scheduled for 11 a.m. at the New Wells lab on the 26th, confirming today's date. Later today he's supposed to be having dinner with Annette and their kids, telling us that Annette Spender is his wife. The previous day there was a board meeting, from which he set off on a 3-hour drive from Bay Haven to New Wells. From this we learn OPIG HQ is located in Bay Haven. The last detail to note is Tim checking in at a motel 3 hours later, which aligns with the travel time to New Wells. If we look at the envelope he carries, inside is a pretty good drawing of an elephant, along with the text, "Elephants never forget." The holes punched in the side match that of the paper inside the curtain booth. Evidently some part of this demonstration involved Tim going into the booth, drawing this picture, and sealing it in an envelope. The last object is the ticket, which seems to be a coupon for half off his next stay at a love motel. Valid for 30 days after checking out on today's date, April 26, 1976. We know Tim's schedule said he stayed at a motel, but a love motel is quite a different story. Additionally, the symbol on the motel matches that of the matchbook in possession of the woman getting splashed back at OPIG. She must have stayed with Tim at the love motel. Now I sincerely doubt she's getting splashed and called a whore because she's Annette Spender, Tim's wife. It looks like Tim's been cheating, and this just so happened to be found out at the same time as the demonstration, causing his wife to splash water on his mistress. The woman in glasses is thus Annette Spender, and the woman on the right is Jasmine Patel. Turning to Marie, she reassures Tim's current confusion with,
Don't worry, Mr. Spender, sir. It can take a few moments to reorient yourself. This is all perfectly normal.
She carries a name tag in a document. The document is a signed non-disclosure agreement for an intern named Tristan Dreyfus, forbidding them from disclosing information related to this demonstration. This must be the name of the cameraman, which is the only person here we don't recognize. As additional information, we finally learn that OPIG stands for Olympus Pinnacle International Group. Not only is the Pinnacle the name of this chapter, but Olympus Pinnacle sounds similar to Mount Olympus and is thus a reference to Greek mythology. The only other reference we have to Greek mythology was the story of Icarus. Consider this a reminder regarding the lesson of flying too close to the sun. Turning to Eugene, he remarks,
You dirty dog, Tim. Now, how can I use this to my advantage?
He too carries a name tag. It looks like Eugene has received the memories of Tim cheating on his wife at the love motel. He determines to try and use this info for his personal benefit. Ever the opportunist.
On the desk in front of him, Eugene is currently in the middle of drawing an elephant, which carries the same line of text as the picture Tim drew. We can put these pieces together and finally understand what was supposed to take place at this demonstration. Tim Spender was to enter the curtain booth and draw something which would then be sealed in an envelope. A minute's worth of memories would then be taken from Tim and given to Eugene, and he would replicate Tim's drawing so they could demonstrate the idol's ability to transfer memory. However, in an effort to acquire information he could use to his advantage, Eugene had Jack swap the lenses at the last minute to take and give a day's worth of Tim's memories. Let's fill out the first scroll. Thus, at OPIG's laboratory in New Wells, the team held a demonstration to show that the idol could give and take memory. The idol was used to take 1 day's worth of memory from Tim Spender and then give it to Eugene Marmot. All that's left is to inspect the intern, Tristan Dreyfus, who says,
Now that's some good gossip. Wait, how was I affected when I'm outside the zone of influence?
He carries his intern tag, and we learn the ZOI acronym in Jack's instructions is the zone of influence taped out on the ground marking the idol's range. Somehow, despite standing outside of the range of the idol, Tristan has received the memories of Tim's cheating. Interesting. Zooming out, we can recognize that this is because the camera lens filming the demonstration is inside the zone of influence, and by observing through the viewfinder, the memories were additionally able to be transferred to him. Following this observation, if we head back to OPIG HQ, we realize that Annette is splashing Jasmine because by witnessing the live broadcast, they too were beamed the memories of Tim's infidelity. This is a monumental discovery, that several observers can also be given memories from the idol so long as they're viewing a live broadcast of the idol's activation captured by a camera within its influence. With this in mind, we see that Nathan was remarking that this ability to broadcast memories will allow OPIG to reach every home in Hesperia, though for what purpose we've yet to see. To finish the scroll, we only need to add what subsequently happened here. Thus, this included a memory of Tim Spender and Jasmine Patel at the Love Motel. At the company's headquarters in Bay Haven, the board received the memory via a live broadcast, prompting Annette Spender to attack Jasmine Patel. We're rewarded with a less than flattering image of Tim cheating on his wife. The way he looks reminds me of someone unpleasant. On April 26, 1976, OPIG's board of directors is given a live demonstration of the idol's memory transferring capabilities. This results in an unexpected discovery that the idol is not only capable of giving memories to its target, but all live viewers so long as the broadcasting camera is within its range. In this event, a last-minute change by Eugene to give 1 day's worth of Tim's memories to himself reveals to Tim's wife that he had been cheating on her. Previously, it would have been fair to say that the idol had somewhat restrained utility, as those affected by its memory transfer would need to be placed directly in front of it. To find out that it has potentially infinite reach via live broadcast is an immense discovery. So far, we only know that the Give Memories command is able to be used this way. Still, even this command has the potential to be abused. An OPIG ornithopter pops up on the dashboard, showing us a memo and several other papers. The memo reads,
To the lab team. By now you should all have been informed about what happened here at HQ during yesterday's demonstration. Clearly, we need to capitalize on this unexpected functionality. Each of you is to submit an idea for how we do this. Have your submissions on my desk tomorrow. Nathan Hoyle.
These other documents must be those proposals. Notably, all of the ones shown here have been rejected. The first proposal reads,
Empathy for all. For 1 minute, I meditate on the feeling of pure empathy, and we capture my memory of this. We contact the international media and have them transmit this memory live on the evening news. Benefits? If everybody knew this feeling and could recall it at will, Earth would be a paradise.
Clearly, this is Tessa Navarres. She thinks the mere memory of her meditating would be capable of creating world peace. Ever the inflated sense of self-worth. Makes sense why it was rejected. Next, we read, Maximize employee loyalty. HR spends 1 month increasing an OPIG employee's obedience and skill levels. In a live training broadcast, we then transfer these memories to every OPIG employee in every office. Benefits, we optimize our workforce at minimal cost. The emphasis on corporate efficiency infers this is Marie Westlake's proposal. Amplifying employee obedience and skill doesn't sound like the revolutionary idea Nathan is looking for. The last one reads,
The Greatest Generation. We pay a top teacher to spend a month intensively teaching a gifted child literacy and numeracy skills. Then we team up with a children's television program for a live episode in which these memories are transferred to all viewers. Benefits: intelligent children will no longer fall through the cracks of the education system. Imagine how many more will grow up to achieve great things for humanity. We could solve the world's problems in a generation.
Given the talk about education, the betterment of humanity, and this proposal's altruistic suggestion, this must be Jack Novak's. He seeks to make children smarter so that they can grow up and improve society. A worthwhile goal, but OPIG is a corporation that wants to make money, and as this proposal doesn't do so, it's been disregarded. The only proposal we haven't seen is Eugene's, so Nathan must have decided to go with his. As to what exactly it is, we don't know. Each of the proposals gives us more insight into our characters' mindsets. Tessa believes that if everyone were granted the memory of her reflecting on pure empathy, the world would become an enlightened paradise. A positive goal, but quite naive to believe a minute of meditation would have such an effect. Never mind the fact that her pure empathy didn't care that people were robbed and killed on her path to enlightenment. Marie's proposal to increase the efficiency of OPIG's employees demonstrates her focus on trying to do what's best for the company. Not in the sense that it's a money-making idea, but to kind of prove that her loyalty is to optimizing OPIG. We know she wants her position of authority back, so it kind of feels like she's trying to suck up to Nathan. That's not to say she's being insincere, I just think that she's focused on her career at OPIG, and to do so, she needs to impress her boss. Jack, again, is focused on education and knowledge. He recognizes that as an information dispatching device, the idol is perhaps the best available tool for teaching literacy, numeracy, and any other skill, as seen by a Tharv's Speildance performance. His vision that it be used to create an entire generation of educated youth tells us he's quite forward-thinking, and he very clearly states that his goal was to have those people grow up to help solve the world's problems. Looks like he has a philanthropic nature just like his Uncle Isaac. As for Eugene, though we didn't see his proposal, the last couple cases have clued us in a bit more as to his perspective. That being his drive to egregiously use others for the sake of accomplishing his goals. Just like that book in his locker directed. Need specific memories from some models? Just drug them with amphetamines. About to receive a minute of your boss's memory? Take a whole day from him instead. Do whatever you can to benefit yourself and let others be damned. Despicable, but hey, he's the boss. Let's move onward.
Ancient Artifacts. A violent display at the Museum of Lemurian History.
Quite the chaotic scene. A man on the ground shouts in pain as a long spear has pierced through his shoulder. He carries an unfired taser, a newspaper, and a name tag that says he's a security guard by the name of Rowan Doyle. In the newspaper, Allied States of Vesperia Weekly News, is an article regarding the Museum of Lemurian History unveiling a Lemurian seal as a new exhibit. We recognize it as the data disc purchased at the auction back in 1974, and the article confirms that was where it was obtained. It also says that Lemurian leaders are upset as to its addition, as they believe relics from their country should belong with them. Aurelia Winston, the museum employee who we saw buy the seal, is quoted as disregarding these sentiments, as Hesperians should be allowed to admire these decorative ornaments too. Our knowledge tells us that calling these objects decorative ornaments couldn't be further from the truth. Lemuria likely has good reason for wanting these objects back, and we even saw that Momadi da Silva had tried but failed to retrieve them. In the background on a table is the data disk in question, and beside it, taking cover behind a large red object, we see Aurelia Winston who says,
"How could he do that, Jack? It's so unlike him."
She must be referring to whoever threw the spear at Rowan. Apparently it was very out of character. In her possession is a tape recorder and a note. The note reads,
"Aurelia, I read about your new seal display. Want to know what it really is? My colleague Jack and I can show you. Just let us bring something we've been working on to the museum after hours one night. You might just have bagged your first piece of ancient Lemurian technology that actually works. Call me and we can set a date. Auriel Toussaint."
Auriel and Jack are supposed to be bringing the idol to the museum to experiment with their data disk. Reading about the museum seal in that newspaper article is likely what spurred Auriel to contact Aurelia for this opportunity. As fellow ancient Lemurian historians, they already seem to be quite familiar with each other. The only question is, where's Auriel? Something's not right here. As an important side note, the letter says that the disk is the only piece of Lemurian technology here that works. Looking at the tape recorder, we see it has 2 recordings. The first conversation is between a man and a woman and goes,
Did it work? I believe so. The feeling is less imposing than I'd imagined. My thoughts remain my own, but yes, I can also see Echo Secunda's memories, clearly and on demand.
Well, what do you see? Start right at the beginning and spare no detail. We have all night.
Let's see, the furthest back memory. It appears to begin partway through a conversation. I'm missing vital context. Novak, I need you to look into something for me, please.
The woman must be Aurelia, and we can infer the man is Auriel since he calls out to Jack at the end. He received memories from the data disk from an individual he refers to as Echo Secunda. Since it's not like the disk was labeled with its user's memories, we can assume that Echo Secunda is merely a nickname attributed to the disk. The distant memories Auriel received aren't contextualized enough for him to understand them, so he makes some unknown request to Jack. The next conversation follows with,
While he works on that, let's try another memory. The most recent day, perhaps?
Okay, let's see. I appear to be some sort of sentinel. Echo Secunda is. My task is to protect Lemuria from itself. Fascinating. A beam of light connects me to some strange device. There's a gem on my forehead that was supposed to prevent me from lying, but I found a way to deceive it. I've become the very thing I was supposed to be fighting against. For that, I have suffered greatly. But I am not done yet. I will never surrender. I will make them pay!
Are you okay?
Whew. Thank you. I got a little wrapped up in that one. Novak, how are you getting on with my request?
The most distant memory was unclear, but as Auriel retraces the most recent day in his head, he starts to get increasingly invested into Echo Secunda's memories. It's hard to make sense of all the bizarre details surrounding them. Of importance is that Echo held the position of Sentinel, was tasked with protecting Lemuria from itself, became the very thing he was supposed to fight against, suffered for it, and vows his revenge. From this, we can gather that he was some kind of traitor to Lemurian society. The recording ends as Auriel asks Jack if he's finished with whatever he requested. Turning to Jack, he replies to Aurelia with,
If my calculations are correct, and if what I think just happened, I'm afraid you don't know how right you are.
If Aurelia is correct, then Auriel is no longer acting like himself. If we look at Jack's calculator, we see that the resulting number from his calculations is over 341 trillion. He carries tape, a notebook, and his own tape recorder. In the notebook, we see the time frames corresponding to each lens. Notably, Jack still uses their precise durations rather than the rounded values Eugene ordered. On the right, we see details regarding their experiment occurring on June 4th of 1977. Though I can't parse the letters used by Jack in reference to the disk and memory giver, we can see that the name Echo Secunda was arbitrarily assigned to them. For the tape recorder, we again have 2 messages. The first says,
10:03 p.m. Maximum lens fitted. Idle and target in position. Area behind target cleared. Ready to begin. 10:05 p.m. Here we go. Extracting memories in 3, 2, 1. 10:15 p.m. Completed inspections. No issues found. Safe to continue. 10:18 p.m. Idle reoriented. Recipient seated and signaling to proceed. Transferring memories in 3, 2, 1.
Jack's recordings are notes to himself, labeled at various times past 10 p.m. Makes sense since they were supposed to arrive at the museum after closing. We see he starts fitting the largest lens to the idol, corresponding to about 1 month, then transfers the memories from the disk to Auriel. Notably, he checks that the area behind the data disk is cleared so as to avoid any mishaps with the memory command. The next recording goes,
10:35 p.m. Recipient reports successful transfer, but says memories incomplete. Wants more. Tried to explain that the idle is already set to maximum, but recipient adamant. I suppose there's one thing I could try. Could get us an extra 4.01 days worth. Goes against my better judgment, though.
We learn that Auriel has requested to Jack that he find a way to give him a bit more of Echo's memories. The only discs left correspond to about a minute, a day, and 3 days, so Jack makes an attempt to give him those extra 4 days worth of memories. Against his better judgment. We see the briefcase used to store each disc is empty, and if we look inside the idol we see... Oh god. Every lens has been taped together, and just as magnifying lenses do, their values haven't been added together, they've been multiplied. The value on Jack's calculator is the result of multiplying together each of the lens values in his notebook, meaning Oriel was transferred almost 6,500 centuries worth of memories from the disk. Clearly no human lives that long, so effectively every memory in that Echo Secunda disk was beamed into his mind, to disastrous effect. If we look in the background, we see a large magenta gem. A museum sign next to it calls it a projection crystal. Apparently naturally glowing crystals in ancient Lemuria were used to project public service announcements. This one depicts a story in 8 parts of a grave crime perpetrated by a fictional character named Ak. As for the crime itself, it was never deciphered. It will be our job to do so. The comic is broken into 2 sections of 4 parts. We see 3 different characters. Ak, the somewhat octopus-mouthed wielder of what we recognize as a golden idol, a snouted person who must be deer, and a beaked fellow who must be crow. In the first comic, Ak uses the idol on a restrained deer. This causes the idol to look like deer, while the body of deer has been turned into a blank slate. The deer idol is used on an empty data disk, and the idol returns to normal as the disk is filled and emblazoned with deer's face. We know from the disks we're dealing with the manipulation of memories. The blank slate and the disk filled to its maximum must mean all of deer's memories, and therefore their being, were transferred by the idol. Thus, first Ak takes all memories from deer and gives them to a disk. Next we see the idol is used to take memories from deer's data disk. Of immense importance is that despite having memories taken from it, the disk remains full. This means the idol merely copies the memories inside of it, allowing for repetitive usage of their transferring. Ak then uses the idol on a restrained crow, and we see that crow is completely replaced by deer. Thus, next Ak takes all memories from the disk and gives them to crow. As a result, crow becomes deer. The grave sin documented by this comic is the usage of a golden idol to replace a person with another by overwriting all of their memories. As it relates to our current case, this sin has accidentally been committed, and Oriel Tucson, receiving all of Echo Secunda's memories, has become them. These events can be used to solve the first scroll. Thus, at the museum, Jack Novak first used the idol to take 1 month's worth of Echo Secunda's memories from the disk and give them to Oriel Tucson. But Oriel Tucson wanted more, so Jack Novak used all the lenses together. Jack Novak thought this would add the effects of the lenses together. Instead, it caused the effects to multiply. We've learned that the lenses of the idol may be layered on top of each other, magnifying the time frame of their effect. Because of this, an immense quantity of memory may be taken from and given to any individual or data disk. When all memories are transferred to someone, their mind is subsequently overwritten by the source memories, a result which effectively kills someone by replacing them with another. Next is to figure out what happened after the transfer. The chair on the ground gives us the rough whereabouts of where the experiment occurred. On the floor beside it is a bizarre blood-stained contraption. Behind that is a statue whose arm is also stained with blood. A sign calls this statue Warrior Psyche by an unknown artist. It depicts a figure from Lemurian mythology who apparently had an unquenchable thirst for violence and a mind for warfare. We can figure that the spear sticking out of Rowan's shoulder used to be placed in the circular hole in the statue's hand. Next to it is a broken glass case, again covered in blood. The border of the case labels the objects inside as examples of design trends which changed throughout ancient Lemurian ages. It also reads that the display is alarmed and that a guard is always present. Ignoring the devices themselves, we see a label of 4 of these Lemurian ages. The chronology reads from top to bottom. First was the Progress Era, then the Golden Era, then the Turmoil Era, and finally the Restraint Era. It makes sense that society would develop until a golden age, eventually bringing about conflict, which when finished, gave way to a period of restraint so conflict wouldn't arise again. It's about all we can gather at this time. Next to the eras is the name of each of the devices in the glass case. We'll get back to them. First, let's gather a sense of what happened. Upon Echo Secunda finding himself in Oriel's seat, he smashed open the glass case, cutting himself and retrieving an object inside. Since none of the technology in the museum works, this useless object was then discarded on the floor. Following the trail of blood, Echo took the spear from the statue and launched it at the guard Rowan, who arrived due to the broken display case's alarm. All we need to do is figure out which object Echo attempted to use, and we'll do so by looking at the rest of the museum's relics. In the bottom left, we see an entertainment console from the Turmoil era. Looks like some kind of ancient television or computer. A sign on it tells children not to touch and reiterates that none of the technology here works. Above it is a large robot which was a law enforcement automaton from the Restraint era. It was commissioned by the Ministry of Order around 800 BC. This is the same date attributed to the Echo Secunda data disk, telling us that he lived during the Restraint era. A proverb on the automaton reads, "Discipline heals societal wounds." These wounds must be referring to the previous era of turmoil. Hanging from the ceiling is a military aircraft from the Golden Era. At the height of ancient Lemuria's empire, their fleet comprised of over 1,000 of such aircrafts. Lastly, there's a red and tubular machine which is apparently a tank from the Progress Era. This tank, nicknamed the Blockbuster, is blamed for the defeat of a faction by the name of the Ravens in the Lemurian Civil War due to its faulty gun. A Lemurian Civil War is certainly an interesting new event to hear about, though its exact chronological placement is a bit more difficult to determine. Was this a revolt that took place during the Progress Era, or was the tank from this era reused during combat in the Turmoil Era? I lean towards the former, but unfortunately we won't learn more. By observing the designs of each of these devices from the various eras, we can connect them to the objects in the glass case. The Veil Forge, a stealth device, came from the Progress Era, and matching the tank should thus be the red and tubular object. If Lemurians needed to construct a personal stealth device, it lends credence to the idea that the Civil War occurred during this era. Next is the Harmonites, which was capable of softening the hearts of enemies. Just like the gilded and bejeweled flying aircraft from the Golden Era, it must be the small golden object. Matching this design philosophy, we learn the universal transfer device known as the Golden Idol must have also been constructed during this era. Go figure. The Siren Cry, capable of sending a distress signal, is the last object in the case as it matches the teal and multicolored banding of the entertainment console. Interestingly, it describes the signal it sends as multi-dimensional. I assume this functionality was to prevent the signal from being jammed by enemies. This leaves the Vaporon, an object for removing household organic waste, as the object on the floor. We can see its yellow striated design matches that of the Restraint Era automaton, and it makes sense that Echo, coming from this era, would reach for this device. Not only is it recognizable, but it's the most applicable as a weapon. With this tool identified, we can complete the scroll. Thus, immediately afterwards, Echo Secunda grabbed a Vaporon, which alerted Rowan Doyle. When the Vaporon failed to work, Echo Secunda threw a spear at Rowan Doyle and then fled. We see the action shot of Echo throwing the spear, and the text reiterates that Echo's personhood was transferred to Auriel's body. Jack and Auriel visit the Museum of Lemurian History in order to conduct an experiment on the evening of June 4th, 1977. Auriel requests that Jack find a way to increase the quantity of the idol's memory transfer, which results in the unexpected discovery that the idol is capable of transferring all of someone's memories. As a result, Auriel's mind is accidentally overwritten by an ancient Lemurian individual dubbed Echo Secunda. And now we've finally caught up to the events of the prologue. Echo, with no understanding of modern society nor Hesperia's language, ends up institutionalized, from which he ends up murdering his way out of the asylum and escapes back into the confusing contemporary world. If we remember the ancient Lemurian words Echo spoke as he killed the asylum guard, he said prom napol prom. We can infer this word napol is the ancient Lemurian word for memories. Just like the mind and memory sigils resemble each other, it could also be the case that they sound similar. That means he was crying, "Stop, memories, stop," during the murder. I believe this to be a kind of imperative command, telling the guard to hurry up and die already. Kind of like, cease your memories, cease. It is ancient Lemurian after all, so our knowledge of its grammar is quite limited. We don't get to see much of Auriel over the course of the story. After all, he was only a history consultant on the OPIG lab team. Nonetheless, his accidental death is still sad to see, even more so considering there's someone else out there commandeering his body. And Jack has to live with the knowledge that it was his poor judgment which caused this. As for Echo, there's not much to say besides the fact that he was transported through time. We know he was a traitor to Lemurian society, so it's perhaps the case his memories were taken from him as punishment. At the very least, we know he's willing to kill and is thus a dangerous person. On the dashboard is a statue of a howling wolf. Clicking it tells us a short story.
How the wise beaver defeated the wily wolf. Long ago, a wily wolf planted a magic plum tree in the forest. It endlessly grew the sweetest plums. One day, a rabbit came by and wanted to eat them. The wolf warned him, "If you eat these, you will grow lazy and slow, and then I will hunt you down." But the plums were so tasty that the rabbit ate and ate until he indeed became lazy and slow, so the wolf caught and ate him. More forest animals came for the plums. The wolf explained what would happen to them, but they did not listen, so the wolf got more prey. Noticing this, the beaver ran to the animals' king, the lion, shouting, "The wily wolf is tricking animals into eating sweet plums so that he can hunt them."
"In my kingdom, that will not do," growled the lion.
So the lion chased the hunter wolf out of the forest, and from that day on, the animals ate all the plums they wanted.
An interesting tale, though how it relates to our story isn't quite clear yet. Still, there are some aspects I wish to highlight. First is that the wolf is always straightforward with his prey. If you keep eating the plums, you will grow lazy and as a result will be hunted. But nobody listens. Next is that the wolf's honesty is reported by the beaver as trickery. And for this supposed trickery, they are chased out by the lion, quite unfairly. Lastly, we see in the final sentence the words hunter-wolf are together. We can gather that this story is the potential origin of Hunter Wolf's name. We still don't know who they are nor what they're planning, but as we learn more, keep this story in mind. On to our penultimate case.
Steelside Warehouse. Dark experiments at the docks.
We recognize from the title that this is the warehouse where Hunter Wolf had set up shop. Surrounded by shipping containers, we see 4 homeless people huddled around a fire. The large man in the middle is recognizable as the assailant from the earlier cutscene. He tells the other men,
"He has been elevated. Soon enough he will come and you will see the proof that it can happen to you too."
An unknown individual has been elevated, and his presence will demonstrate that it can also happen to these people. Curious. In his possession is a carton of Sweet Pine cigarettes, a ring of 3 keys, and a fully loaded pistol. The man on the left replies to him with,
"No, you killed him. I don't believe your weird bullshit. Just stay away from me. Also, if he's gone, I'm moving to his shelter. Those are the rules."
Looks like this guy doesn't buy that the unknown person was elevated. We also learned that there's some rule here that dictates when people can move into someone else's abandoned shelter. He carries the same ring of 3 keys and some kind of voodoo doll whose square-shaped eyes have been pierced. The guy in the beanie on the right then replies,
Hey, why are you insulting him? Hunter Wolf saved our asses once already. I'm sure he's a decent man.
Seems this elevation has something to do with Hunter Wolf, and the guy vouches for him since he helped them in the past. In his pocket is a singular key. The last man on the right makes a reply to the initial comment about the elevated man's arrival.
That's fantastic, Luke. I will welcome him with some music. I hope he brings some drinks for his brothers.
Looks like the large man's name is Luke, and this person is able to play music. Notably, he has nothing in his pockets. It seems a tad bit strange for this Luke to be singing the praises of Hunter Wolf's work, considering the last time we saw them they were definitely not amicable. Perhaps he's done something to win him over. Let's turn our attention to that beige shipping container on the left. Inside we see a small shelter which we can rummage through. There's some clothing, a large flashlight, many bottles, what looks to be a densely packed photo album, and a note. The note reads,
Summary of 1976. This year has been tough. Scrawny Marvin's lungs gave out and he died. Pity. I have fond memories of his optimism. On the bright side, we have the rule that says the dwellings are distributed according to who's been here longest, so being the oldest living inhabitant, I inherited Marvin's place. It is a vast improvement. Hunter Wolf is still working in the Steelside Warehouse and leaves us alone. At the end of the year, a newcomer Luke appeared. I like him. He's seen military action and is reliable. Plus, it was a bit lonely here with just my old paranoid buddy, Dirty William.
We learned that the rule from earlier regarding housing is that shelters are distributed based on who's lived here the longest, and we're given a puzzle to place all the homeless inhabitants in the order in which they arrived here. Though we don't know whose dwelling this is, we learned that the oldest inhabitant used to be someone named Scrawny Marvin. Since he's passed, the writer of this note is now the oldest, and their friend Dirty William was the only other inhabitant for most of 1976. At the end of the year, Luke then moves into the docks.
Dirty William, we remember, is the name of one of the Red Curse victims whose body is found on December 1st of this year. Interesting. We'll also note that Hunter Wolf started experimenting here in 1976 and that he originally left the homeless inhabitants alone. In the red shipping container, we find 2 more shelters. The one on the right appears to be quite more spacious than the one shoved by the entrance. Rummaging through the shelter on the right, we find a note, notebook, and a set of needles which match the one stabbed into the voodoo doll. This must be that man's dwelling. In the notebook, we see instructions on how to choose a shelter, listed from most to least important. The priority is warmth, then security, then spaciousness, and finally privacy. Immediately, we can recognize that the single shelter shipping container with an actual lock on its door is the best dwelling. This red container uses a mere plank of wood for a lock. We can figure that the bed on the right outranks the dwelling by the entrance, since it's larger and farther from the cold air outside. In the note is a list of names, along with comments that conclude with either keeping the person close or avoiding them. Harry, Luke, and Orion are apparently good people worth keeping close. Hunter Wolf is to be avoided since he's secretive, Elijah's to be avoided since he's a dangerous criminal, and Funny Phil is to be avoided because he's really just not that funny. Tough luck. The name Dirty William isn't included, so we can attribute it to the shelter's owner. Looks like this is taking place prior to his affliction with the Red Curse. Knowing his name, we can see his comments match that previous note's description of him as paranoid. In the dwelling closer to the door, we see a couple bottles, a sewing kit, clothing, a container of buttons, and a journal. The buttons align with the beanie of one of the homeless men, so we can assume this shelter belongs to him. In the journal is a log of several events which have taken place across various months. In March, the owner moves into the docks where Harry, William, and Luke reside. Luke's inclusion means this journal is for the current year, 1977, and Harry, as an experienced resident, must be the name of the oldest living inhabitant who resides in the largest container. In June, a bandit appears who hurts Luke pretty badly. This must be the Elijah we saw in William's note. Come July, something extraordinary happens thanks to Hunter Wolf. Despite William's previous suspicions, the bandit is gone and new Luke is in good shape. Apparently Luke moved into the warehouse, so the writer got to upgrade his dwelling to this shipping container. Finally, in September, Funny Phil arrives, who's described as fine. At the very least, we can assign Funny Phil as the newest resident, and since the person by the name of Orion is never mentioned, this must be the name of this dwelling's owner. In other news, Hunter then approaches the community with an unknown proposal. The journal trails off here, so we can infer it's currently September. The last point of interest on the dock is a rundown boat. The windows are broken, and the only personal objects inside are a couple bottles, clothing, and a harmonica. We're then given a task to sort the dwellings from best to worst. Considering warmth and security are the 2 largest priorities, this frigid and exposed shelter must be the worst of the bunch. The rest can be assigned as we already discussed. As the worst shelter, the newest resident Funny Phil must live here. Given the presence of a harmonica, Funny Phil must be the guy who said he'd welcome the elevated person's arrival with music. As a side note, we can observe that the number of keys in everyone's possession is an indicator of their seniority at the docks. Luke and William have the most keys, followed by Orion, while Phil has none. Entering the warehouse, we see 3 storage rooms and a yellow shipping container. Inside the container is a deceased individual whose body is still warm. Given the state of the corpse, we can tell he's died from the Red Curse. Is this what Luke meant by the person who was elevated? Perhaps William is correct to conclude that he merely killed him. Regardless, as the only deceased homeless man we'll find in this case, this must be the oldest resident, Harry. William confirms this when he says he'll be moving into his shelter, as Harry's shelter is the only one better than his. From this, we can open up the residence puzzle and assign the names and faces to each shelter as we previously deduced, though we're still missing Harry and Orion's full names. Let's inspect the storage rooms from right to left. In the first, we see a small desk and a corkboard covered in notes. On the desk is a note and a journal. The note shows the results of some kind of experiment with the idol's ability to take and give memory. Apparently, any amount of memory can be transmitted by it, and those memories can be sent via live remote broadcast. Notably, the idol is unable to take memories through that same remote process. Given these notes, we can infer that this room is Hunter Wolf's and that he's someone with access to the idol. In the journal are various entries throughout 1977. On January 12th, he records having used the idol to prepare Harry for some kind of task.
On April 3rd, he reports Harry failed this task and then blames the others for somehow sabotaging him. 2 days later, he determines to not give up on whatever he's planning. Hunter asserts that knowledge has the highest utility and that all it needs to do is be given to those with social power. We can gather that the previous experiment with Harry involved using the idol to grant him knowledge, but knowledge alone turned out to be insufficient. Given Hunter's hypothesis, I imagine it was something along the lines of using said knowledge to elevate Harry from homelessness. The final entry occurs many months later on September 2nd. Hunter discusses an epiphany on how he could get better people into the positions of rich scumbags. Apparently, said scumbags will be practically volunteering themselves for this improvement. We'll keep this in mind. He then concludes that this plan should work because he was previously able to turn Luke into the best assistant he could have. Given the way Luke was speaking outside, he does seem to be quite a loyal supporter of him. Turning to the corkboard, we see a Hunter Wolf symbol and several photos pinned to it, all of whom we recognize as homeless residents here, save for the second photo from the right. The list of local homeless people includes Scrawny Marvin, so could this be him? Regardless, we get Harry, Luke, and Orion's full names. Harry Stone, Luke Brown, and Orion Sky. Wait a minute. Luke Brown? That's the name of the first discovered victim of the Red Curse. The homeless veteran discovered in a sewer pipe whose body was found months ago in July. We can even see that Luke Brown matches the picture of the unknown person second from the right. But Funny Phil is calling the large man Luke, and he's not nearly funny enough for this to be some kind of joke. If we look at one of the notes, it reads that Elijah is a problem. Elijah being the bandit who turned up in June and hurt Luke. In July, Hunter had apparently taken care of Elijah, and a new Luke showed up in good shape. Given the note, the effect is complete, no trace of the original, we can deduce that Hunter used the idol's Transfer All Memories command to take Luke Brown's mind and put it in the body of Elijah. Thus, a new Luke showed up in Elijah's body. If we look back at the cutscene before the start of this chapter, we recognize it as the fight in June where Elijah injured Luke. Witnessing this scene is likely what spurred Hunter to find a way to eliminate Elijah. And if Hunter used Take All Memories on Luke, then that means his original body died from the idol's command. The inexplicable appearance of his corpse, bright red irises with plus-shaped pupils, is thus the physical result of someone dying from this command. This means that going back to Chapter 1, every victim of the supposed Red Curse died from having Hunter use the Take All Memories command on them. A shocking revelation. As for what he needs all these minds for, we still don't know. Only that it has something to do with knowledge and getting certain people into powerful positions. The last detail to note here is a comment from Hunter that he'll only be using the idol on the homeless people with their consent. Good to know that he's at least taking one side of the memory exchange's feelings into account. In the second storage room, we see a camera which was presumably used for some kind of live broadcast. It's facing a spot which has been marked out on the floor. Given Harry Stone's corpse and the journal entry about putting better people into powerful positions, we can gather that the idol was here. Hunter must have used the Take All Memories command on Harry, and then through the camera's broadcast used the Give All Memories command, though we've yet to see who the target was. The entire process must have been the elevation that Luke spoke of. The idol isn't here anymore, which is probably due to Hunter taking it away after finishing his work. In the last room, we see Luke's home. Makes sense since we heard he moved into the warehouse. There's weights on the floor, and we can gather that this was actually where Elijah lived before his mind was replaced. In a drawer are some pistol bullets, cartons of Sweet Pine cigarettes, and a journal that reads, "Don't touch if you value your life. ES." The bullets and cigarettes simply confirm this room belongs to Luke. In the journal, we see some bookkeeping regarding drug dealing, followed by some notes. They read,
Gang fell apart. Cutter got shot by the bastards from 48th. Gotta lie low somewhere. Old docks in the Steelside Warehouse look promising. Locals are weak. Elijah Sinclair is not done yet. I will rebuild and take revenge. I'm starting a new life. This despicable body, though addiction-riddled, is so much stronger. Wolf has earned my full loyalty. For now I will work on bettering myself and ensuring the safety of the mission.
The writer refers to himself in third person as Elijah Sinclair and promises revenge for his gang falling apart. This matches the initials on the journal's cover, and from this we learn Elijah's full name. On the second page are contrasting comments regarding starting a new life. These must be from Luke Brown, who had taken over Elijah's body. He notes that though this new body is riddled by addiction, he's much stronger than he used to be. Hunter Wolf has earned his loyalty for facilitating this transfer, and he vows to improve himself for the sake of Hunter's mission. From here, Luke must have begun acting as Hunter's assistant. With our understanding of the events surrounding Hunter, Luke, and Elijah, we can solve the Summer Scroll. Thus, Hunter Wolf secretly experimented in the Steelside Warehouse. In June, when Elijah Sinclair appeared and caused trouble, Hunter Wolf used the idol on Luke Brown to take all memories, and then on Elijah Sinclair to give all memories. As a result, Luke Brown got a new body and became Hunter Wolf's assistant. All that's left to examine is the large boat in the background. We see it's called the Sea Breeze, and in a lower cabin we see a television and a flyer. It reads,
Dear connoisseur of more particular entertainment, thank you for your interest in our event and your prompt payment. To receive an authentic experience and avoid legal troubles, use the equipment enclosed to tune in at 9 p.m. on September 17th. You will see it happen via live broadcast.
Ominous. We learn it's the evening of September 17th. A special live broadcast is supposed to be occurring, which is facilitated through a purchased device plugged into the TV. This device matches the camera in the Steelside Warehouse. There's some sinister subtext included in the note. The viewer is a connoisseur of particular entertainment. They'll use the provided equipment to avoid legal troubles, and the broadcast will be watched live without recording. Of course, we know this is a ploy by Hunter to do a live give all memories transfer to whom he calls rich scumbags. But given the target is supposed to be rich and influential, I doubt they've purchased this broadcast to see some pirated films. Hunter must be certain that whoever takes the bait is a scumbag truly deserving of having their mind replaced. Though perhaps I'm reading too much into it. On the top deck are 6 people, 3 women and 3 men, surrounding an assortment of drinks. In the background, we see a drink has been spilled on a synthesizer, destroying it. Above everyone is a camera whose security feed we can scroll through. One of the guests picks up a drink from the table, pours it on the synthesizer, then walks to the right of the stairs. Given everyone's current positioning, we can see the saboteur was the man with black hair on the right. He carries a wedding ring and stammers,
Right, it's my turn. Tell me, what is your greatest fear?
confusing. Below him in a hat is a slip of paper that reads Cordelia. We'll find that all of the partygoers will carry similar slips that have each other's first names on them. They're playing a game in which they role-play as the person on the paper and say, I fear blah blah blah, and their friends will guess who they're supposed to be. It will be our job to figure out who's who. The woman on the right carries a wedding ring and a slip of paper that says Arabella. She says,
I fear my daddy will stop funding my hobby business and I will have to start doing real work.
Inconclusive. This woman and the man we inspected will be the only people carrying wedding rings, so we can assume they're married to each other. Turning to the man on the far left, he says,
I fear people will actually start working out instead of drinking my trash supplements.
His paper says Brock, and he carries what looks to be checks from a Hots Brother Estates business. Sounds like some kind of real estate company. I suppose that would make this man Mr. Hots. The woman in glasses next to him says,
I fear women I date are more interested in my looks than my real estate portfolio.
Her slip reads Tucker. She must be role-playing as the man next to her, whose full name is Tucker Hots. In her pocket is a flyer for some kind of meditative de-stressing retreat with the slogan, Find Your Inner Child with Fairchild. This must be the woman's last name, and we can connect her business to the one the previous woman said was a fake job her father was funding. That would make this woman's full name Arabella Fairchild. The man in the pink shirt says,
I fear my husband's next expensive toy will bankrupt us, and we will have to move to a smaller villa than Cordelia's.
His paper reads Olivia, and he carries a paper advertising a weight loss supplement called Sterling Stamina Fuel. These must be the trash supplements Tucker referred to, which makes this man Brock Sterling. Given Brock's comment about Olivia having a husband, she must be the woman carrying the wedding ring. The final woman says,
I fear that Olivia will overcome her distaste for children and will want one of her own.
She's supposed to be Gabriel, which can only be the saboteur. She carries a note and some checks that say she's the head of public relations for NBB TV. Her note addresses her as Miss Prescott and reads as an invitation for tonight's party on Gabriel's yacht, signed by Olivia Gerard. Gerard is thus Olivia and Gabriel's surname. Other details on the invitation say that Gabriel is supposed to do a performance on his newly purchased $50,000 Quasar Wave 501. This must be the expensive toy Brock referred to. Since Cordelia is the last name we have, this woman's name must be Cordelia Prescott. With everyone identified, we can figure out what's wrong here. Not only does Gabriel clearly have no idea what to say when role-playing Cordelia, but he went out of his way to destroy the synth he had just purchased and was supposed to perform on. The reason as to why is because this isn't Gabriel Gerard. This is Harry Stone, whose mind was transferred via the idol over the special broadcast. Gabriel is merely the rich scumbag who fell for Hunter's trap. As the new inhabitant of Gabriel's body, Harry wouldn't have the skills to do the expected synth performance and therefore destroyed it to prevent his cover from being completely blown. Thus, in September, Hunter Wolf used the idol on Harry Stone to take all memories, and then on Gabriel Gerard, who was on the Sea Breeze, to give all memories using a live broadcast. During the party, Harry Stone sabotaged a synthesizer to avoid revealing a lack of musical skills. Maybe he should have sent Funny Phil instead. We're rewarded with an image of Elijah kicking down a door and falling into a trap where his mind is replaced with Luke's. Sometime in late 1976, all the way up to January 12th of 1977, Hunter Wolf sets up shop in the Steelside Warehouse and attempts to improve a homeless man named Harry for some kind of task. At the beginning of April, he concludes the Harry experiment to be a failure and determines that knowledge must be given to influential people. In June, a criminal named Elijah Sinclair starts causing trouble at the warehouse and injures a homeless man named Luke Brown. Come July, Hunter tricks Elijah and transfers Luke's mind to his body, from which he becomes Hunter's assistant. On September 2nd, Hunter devises a new plan to transfer the minds of the Doc's homeless to the bodies of powerful people. And on the 17th, he transfers Harry to a man named Gabriel Gerard, who was celebrating his birthday on his yacht. A statue of a jousting knight gives us 2 articles. The first, titled Homeless Game Show Horror, describes a contestant dying during the filming of a game show where homeless people would participate in bizarre challenges for prizes. An unnamed victim then died during a shopping cart jousting trial. Their head is covered in the included photo, so we won't be able to figure out if it's someone we recognize. New Wells TV says funding the pilot was a mistake and includes that the creator, Gabriel Gerard, had a previously perfect track record. We know that this was actually Harry Stone who had commandeered Gabriel's body. The next article, titled CEO U-Turn Shock, describes a CEO named Darren Dixon bizarrely voting against a motion he previously submitted regarding building factories in the East. Said factories were criticized for concerns about pollution and wage exploitation. Despite voting no, the motion continued as he was outvoted by 12 others. This Darren is likely someone else who fell for Hunter's trap. A photo of Dirty William next to this article indicates it was he who was transferred to Darren's body. Looks like despite his suspicions regarding Hunter, William was convinced from Harry's elevation to work with him. Unfortunately, Hunter Wolf has to note that both of his attempts to move better people into rich scumbags' bodies ended in failure. Sometime after Harry is transferred to Gabriel's body, William is transferred to a CEO named Darren Dixon. Despite Hunter's efforts, both men fail to enact any meaningful changes. We're finally clued into Hunter Wolf's ambitions, to use the power of the idol to improve people. At first this was attempted on an individual scale, but the experiment he conducted was insufficient at accomplishing this goal. He then switched his plan to enhancing people who could influence society, but his attempts to transfer the minds of trustworthy homeless people to them all ended in failure. Despite these failures, we know from the events of Chapter 1 that he's not quite finished. His machinations regarding the Red Curse phenomenon and Isaac's death tells us he's still planning something. A marionette appears with a note that reads, Jack, yes, in light of our new discoveries, the potential for this technology to be abused, should it fall into the wrong hands, is scarily high. And our boss is an idiot, but I am monitoring him, Tim, and Nathan, so everything's under control. By the way, do you know where that moron has placed the empty square Lemurian disk? We should be careful when storing such things. Marie. The empty square Lemurian disk is missing. Suspicious. And Marie confides in Jack that she's monitoring all of their superiors.
As for the new discoveries which are liable to be abused, we don't know if she means the transfer all memory commands or the ability to broadcast memories to an unlimited number of people. Regardless, the idol is indeed dangerous. Our last puzzle in this chapter is to fill in various diagrams pertaining to the idol. The meanings of each symbol are quite simple to enter. Next we have the red pips on each disc. We can surmise from the discs we've seen that more memory means more pips. We also saw when the Take All Memories command was used on the Echo Secunda disc, the disc remained full. Red pips show how much memory is stored on a disc, and discs never deplete. In the bottom right, we can fill in the idol's functionality from the poorly worded design document Eugene drew on a napkin. When the crystal is red, the idol is full, and the Take command does nothing. When the crystal is blue, the idol is empty. To empty the idol, use the Give command on either an empty disc or a conscious person. Lastly, we need to move some colored gems and brains to a 4-part comic. First, the idol's gem is blue as the Take All Memories command is pointed at a pink-brained individual. Following this, the idol's gem turns red and the mind of the target is removed, leaving their corpse's eyes crimson. The red gemmed idol is aimed at a camera and the Give All Memories command is entered on it. Meanwhile, the live audience members watching the TV have distinctly separate minds. Once the idol is activated, its gem turns back to blue, and the viewers' minds have all turned into the pink-brained person. An insane combination of the idol's potentially infinite targeting and the power to completely overwrite a human mind. I'll let this next cutscene play out.
With just moments to go before the Albion Kings face the Ruritanian Dragons, some 90,000 supporters have already taken their seats at the Eclair Stadium in New Wells. Across Hesperia and around the world, hundreds of millions more will be watching live as the Pale Finals get underway.
Hundreds of millions of people all watching live. It's all been leading up to this final match, this final clash, a Pale match to remember. We overlook the city of New Wells, a cold December afternoon, 1:45 p.m. In the background we see the Pale Match Stadium, and the backyard of the OPIG laboratory is highlighted for us to explore. On the left we see Marie and a security guard investigating something, but we'll first turn our attention to the laboratory. Its door is locked, and we can see the idol has been painted to look like a large orange head. On a shelf we see the Speildance data disk and an empty disk with the Lemurian numeral for 1 on it. A poster on the wall reads as a user guide for the idol. Its instructions are the same information that was on Eugene's design document, but the language has been corrected to be less incomprehensible. No more attempting to rhyme things for no reason. Regardless, we already know this info. Inside the idol is the 1-minute lens, and its red gem tells us it's currently full of memories. In the sink, for some unknown reason, is vomit. A piece of paper on a stool lists the upgraded security protocol for the idol.
Since the attack of the empathy cult, which followed the dismissal of our consultant, we must take every precaution to ensure the idol's safety. 1. An OPIG-certified guard should always be present with the idol. 2. Keys to the lab are granted only to me, Marie, Tim, and the shift guard. 3. The idol's control panel and interior are now protected with a PIN code available only to me, Marie, and Jack. Signed, Eugene.
We can infer that the consultant who is dismissed is Tessa Navari. Looks like her herd of hippies have banded together to form the Empathy Cult, an entity which is hostile towards OPIG. There's 3 important rules regarding the idol which we'll keep in mind. An OPIG guard must always be present with it, keys to this room only belong to Marie, Tim, and the guard, and the idol's panels are protected with a PIN code known only by Marie, Jack, and Eugene. Immediately we can recognize that rule number 1 is being broken, as there's no guard present in the room. Upstairs we find Tim Spender downing a flask of whiskey. Looks like he's trying to cover up the aftertaste of something disgusting. Examining the bottle of O-Range soda says it reeks of rotten eggs. This must be what Tim's referring to. We can connect his drinking of this rancid soda with the vomit in the lab's sink. And closer inspection reveals that the idol has actually been decorated to resemble the O-Range soda mascot. Interesting. His other possessions are his laboratory key and a note that reads 15269. This must be a PIN code related to one of the idol's control panels. Tim isn't supposed to know this information, so it could only have been given to him by someone else. Clearly this is evidence that the idol has in some way been tampered with.
If we look outside, we see Marie and a security guard inspecting some kind of cloth. The guard says,
"It must have been someone connected to those blasted hippies. They strike again."
Those blasted hippies must be the members of Tessa's empathy cult. We can see that the cloth reads, "Take memories, give heat." Clearly a still somehow uncorrected misunderstanding of the ancient Lemurian symbols by Tessa, who thinks this reads, "Replenish empathy, eliminate hatred." The guard carries a gun, his key to the lab, and his pinnacle security badge which reads, "Security Captain B. Greer." We can recognize that this is Billy Greer from Chapter 3's reappropriation of the Harmony Foundation building. Looks like in the years since then, he's risen to the rank of captain. We can also now identify that the firm Pinnacle Security is named from their direct affiliation with Olympus Pinnacle International Group. Turning to Marie, she replies,
See, I wasn't imagining it. Someone's sneaking around. Anyway, we should return. It's time to start the transfer to the TV station.
She carries her laboratory key and a note. Seems like she brought Billy Greer out here to investigate the traces of the empathy cult. Her note lists a multi-stage checklist for what is called the Happy Customer Project. The first stage involves making sure the idol is installed with the 1-minute lens, that Eugene has filled it with some specific material, and that its interior and control panels are locked. This stage has been completed, and confirmation of this was signed by Eugene, Marie, and Jack. The next phase says that at 2 p.m., the idol, it's crystal-colored red now that it's full, will be handed over to 2 guards for its transfer to a TV station. Marie and Billy Greer will then sign off on this step. Once it's delivered to the station by 3 p.m., the secured idol shall be transferred to Jack and Eugene, who will both sign off to confirm this stage's completion. From which everything is in place for a live commercial break taking place during the Pale Finals at 5 p.m. We're already well aware of the implications of the idol's ability to reach the minds of the Pale Game's hundreds of millions of spectators. We just need to find out what OPIG has planned. Moving the clock ahead to 2:30 p.m., we can investigate the OPIG van which is transferring the idol. In the front seat is Billy Greer, who's complaining about the traffic. In the back seat is another guard who's voiding his stomach's contents. He says,
What the hell is this?
He carries a gun, a note, and a badge which reads Security Sergeant B. Myson. This is the other security guard from the earlier case, whose full name is Bruce Myson. As for the note, it looks like the physical inputs for 3 different keypads. From left to right, they look like the idol's left control panel, its central panel to access its contents, and a briefcase. We can see the briefcase is the storage container for all of the idol's lenses. Looking at the idol itself, we see its insides haven't been tampered with, but the control panel has recently used the Give Matter Memories command. The idol's gem is currently blue, which confirms this. All of this is certainly suspicious. None of this mid-transit tampering was on Marie's checklist, and this security guard is not on the list of people who should have access to the idol's PIN codes. What's even more bizarre is that whatever memory the guard received from it was so revolting it made him vomit. We can connect this strange situation to the events from earlier. Tim has an ungranted access code to the idol, and his code matches the inputs Bruce was given for the idol's left control panel. A guard is supposed to be observing the idol, but Marie has broken protocol and led them away from their post. We can deduce that Tim used this time to dump whatever memory Eugene inserted into the idol on himself. He then drank this rancid O-range soda, which caused him to throw up in the sink, and used the idol to store this memory. Given Marie's cooperation by distracting the guard, we can surmise Tim received the PIN code from her, and that all of this sabotage is part of some kind of plan. After completing his task, Tim then attempted to mask the soda's aftertaste with whiskey. For once, drinking on the job is helpful. Back in the van's back seat, we can recognize that Bruce is throwing up because he transferred this vile soda memory to himself. But this doesn't seem to be part of Marie and Tim's plan. The last point of interest here is a panel on the van which has been ripped open. Inside is the missing square Lemurian data disk. It's taped to the wall, and every pip on it is glowing red, indicating that just like the Echo Secunda disk, it's full of a lifetime's worth of someone's memories. Jumping to 3 p.m., we can see the idol is being unloaded at Olympus Pinnacle TV. Looking inside it, we see that instead of the proper 1-minute disc being inserted, its current configuration is to transfer all memories. The idol's gem is red, as expected for this delivery, but we can infer that the memories it's full of are the ones inside the square data disk. This complete reconfiguration of the idol could only have been done through the usage of all the pin codes Bruce was given. What exactly could be being planned here? And from whom? First, we'll need to fill in the scroll pertaining to the Happy Customer project. We can gather from the coloration of the idol and the events from Beach Trip in Chapter 5 that OPIG is planning to use the euphoric memories it took from the models and transfer them to all the spectators of the Pale Finals through a commercial. If we remember the list of rejected proposals, we know that the unseen accepted proposal, the current plan, was created by Eugene. Thus, the goal of the OPIG Corporation's Happy Customer project was to increase O-range sales. To achieve this, those behind the project wanted to use the idol to give the memories of drinking O-range with the drug Euphoria to the millions of spectators watching the Pale Finals. The project was invented and led by Eugene Marmot. We've learned an interesting detail regarding the experience of receiving memories from the idol. When Bruce is given the memory of Tim drinking the rotten soda, the memory is so vivid that it's able to physically addle the body into throwing up from disgust. We can carry this idea over to the O-range memories taken from the models and connect that not only the euphoric feeling from ingesting amphetamines is transferred, but also the chemically addictive inducing effects. This makes the Happy Customer project all the more sinister. We jump to October 3rd, in which we see the OPIG presentation of Eugene's plan. Obviously, the extra details about drugging the models with Euphoria to improve the effect were kept hidden from the rest of the team. And speaking of team, we can see that Eugene, Marie, Jack, and Tessa are wearing shirts that are supposed to spell it. However, it looks like Tessa's being apprehended for spilling a punch bowl on Eugene. Reacting to the presentation, she says,
"You lied to me. You are my worst student ever. I thought you cared about spreading enlightenment, but you just want to shove an ad down everybody's throats. Beware, empathy will have its revenge."
It looks like Tessa's dismissal, which we read about, is currently unfolding. It's a bit silly that she ever believed that the work they were doing had anything to do with spreading enlightenment. Eugene has openly always been interested in himself first and foremost. And remember, the team had been developing this specific plan with the idol for more than a year. She must have been fed some blatant lies to be strung along for this long. Regardless, Tessa says empathy will have its revenge. Eugene responds with,
"The student has surpassed the master. Nothing can stop my rise to the top. You are fired."
Interesting that Eugene somehow figures his endeavors have resulted in superseding Tessa. Perhaps he believes more personal successes means he's closer to enlightenment. Or we can figure that he just doesn't have a coherent picture in mind. Never the yet, nothing can stop his rise to the top. An utterance emblematic of our investigation's central theme. Beside Tessa, we can see Billy and Bruce make a couple comments regarding restraining her and banning her from the premises. If we look at Marie, she tells Tim,
"I know we've always had our differences, but you're right. We must take action. Just yesterday, that imbecile made me rearrange the lab's furniture using Feng Shui principles."
Looks like Tim and Marie have forged an unlikely alliance, which aligns with the events we witnessed on December 16th. Marie is sick and tired of having to work under the arbitrary directions of her moron of a boss, Eugene. She carries a letter addressed to her, which reads,
Marie, your updated idol proposal is much more interesting now that you have placed the skills and obedience training within a military context. The army is our dream client, but the higher-ups will need to see a very convincing demonstration before they are willing to begin talks with us. I'm sure you will have a role to play working under Eugene. Nathan Hoyle.
Marie's original proposition was to use the idol to train employees. This new proposal is revised to use it to train soldiers, much to Nathan's interest. Looks like OPIG wants to become a defense contractor, but needs to see the idol work well on this smaller project first. I'm sure Marie is eager to have the OPIG executives interested in her idea, but that last sentence likely spoils the whole thing. That regardless of her endeavors, her role will remain working under Eugene. Unable to abide by this, she plots with Tim. He responds to her with,
Glad to hear it. He's even titled himself head of speculative investment with me in the room. He must not succeed.
Tim is supposed to be Eugene's boss, but it seems Eugene doesn't care and is brazenly aiming for his job. Normally, Tim wouldn't have much reason to want to sabotage Eugene, but if his position is on the line, he must do something. In his pocket is a note from an Anna talking about how bizarre it is that Nathan is so interested in the Happy Customer project and that he makes unusually frequent trips to their lab. Seeing how eager Nathan is to push this project likely reinforces Tim's belief that if he doesn't do something, Nathan will reward Eugene with a promotion to his position. As for who this Anna is, I think it's a shortened form of Tim's wife's name, Annette. She's a member of the board after all, so she'd know about Nathan's behavior. If we look at Nathan himself, he says,
This is very exciting. If the project succeeds, the implications are enormous. The consumer market is just the first step. I have much bigger goals in mind. Jack, do you think there's a distance or scale limit?
Good to see Nathan's been keeping his bigger goals in mind. He must be referring to Marie's proposal about using the idol's memory transfer for military purposes. Jack is asked about the limit on memory recipients, and he replies with,
Our stress tests have not discovered any limitations so far, Mr. Hoyle. I have a high degree of confidence in the project having successful outcomes.
Clinical as is usual with Jack. He's confident that the Happy Customer project will be a success. Our next puzzle is to figure out what memories were loaded into the idol at each snapshot in time. Everything starts going according to plan as Eugene Marmot leaves the lab with Jack after transferring the good memories of the O-range from the triangle disc from Beach Trip. Before it's loaded into the security van, Tim, with help from Marie, sabotages the project by swapping in bad memories of the rancid O-range. However, in transit, Security Sergeant Bruce Myson, with help from a third party, swaps those memories with all the memories in the square disc. Next, we're taken to November 8th inside the OPIG lab. A hooded figure oversees a man tied up in front of the idol, its gem turned blue, while the red curse-addled corpse of Luke Brown lies nearby. On it is a gun and Luke Brown's journal, which reads,
November 2nd. Since William's departure, Hunter's been acting strangely. Long silences. Seems confused or angry. It's worrying. Nonetheless, I will do everything to help my savior. My faith in Hunter's vision is unwavering, whatever that vision may be. November 7th. The savior is back and looks filled with determination and grace. I am ready to do whatever is asked of me. I am a soldier of fate.
Clearly the hooded individual is Hunter Wolf. About a week ago, he seemed rather depressed about something. Since William's mind had been transferred to that clothing executive, it's likely that he was stewing over his failure to enact meaningful change by transferring Harry and William. The day prior to this event, however, he came to Luke with renewed optimism in his plan. I want to note how loyal and determined Luke is for Hunter's cause. It's not just an appreciation for transferring his injured body to a stronger one, he's completely committed to the idea that Hunter Wolf is a good person who's trying to do something righteous, and he says he'll do whatever Hunter requests of him. Turning to the bound guard holding a box cutter, he says,
Don't worry about me. I can endure anything. I'll cut the rest of the tape myself.
The name tag reads Bruce Myson. Clearly we can see that Hunter has used the Take All Memories command on Luke and transferred his mind into the body of Bruce. New Luke reaffirms that he'll endure anything for Hunter's cause. If we look back at the police files from Chapter 1, we can now identify all of the homeless victims of the Red Curse. From top to bottom, the photos show Luke Brown, Elijah Sinclair, who Luke was inhabiting, and Harry Stone. Dirty William's file didn't include a picture, but we can see his body was found at the old docks on December 1st. This is interesting. William was transferred before November, yet his body was only discovered in December. We can gather that certain corpses afflicted by the Red Curse were placed intentionally by Hunter Wolf, causing them to be discovered long after they had actually died. Though the first corpse, Luke Brown's, was certainly accidental. As for why Hunter needed to orchestrate this Red Curse fiasco, we don't know, but we'll keep it in mind. Examining Hunter, he replies to Luke with,
Good. You will have a very important role to play in our next step.
He carries 2 guns, one of which we know was supposed to be carried by the guard. With the knowledge that Bruce is actually Luke and is working under Hunter, we can register that the secretive swapping of the idol to transfer all memories from the square data disk is all a part of his grand scheme.
but to do so would effectively kill hundreds of millions of people. Is this really something Luke has his full faith in? On the counter, we see an article regarding a new terrorist group called the Empathy Warriors, Tessa's cult. They attacked the OPIG lab with Molotov cocktails on the 2nd and spray-painted slogans on it before fleeing. OPIG hasn't yet publicly disclosed why they're being targeted by them. We can see the mask they wear bears a headband that reads, "Give heat, take memories." We already know this is incorrect, but the key detail here is that these symbols are in a different order on the cloth that Marie had Billy investigate. More evidence that shows this was planted by Marie in order to get the guard out of the lab. We now need to solve the events of November 8th regarding Hunter, Luke, and the guard. Thus, after Tessa Navari's attack, the security protocol was changed. Consequently, Hunter Wolf, assisted by Luke Brown, ambushed Bruce Myson at the OPIG laboratory. Then, Hunter Wolf used the idol to take all memories from Luke Brown and to give all memories to Bruce Myson. The next time slot reads 5:15 p.m., minutes after they were supposed to go live with the sabotaged commercial. However, if we look at the arena, a man on the Jumbotron apologizes for a brief interruption due to technical difficulties. And with that, they return to the second half of the Pale game. Thank God it didn't work, but why not? Turning to OPTV, one of the windows on the top floor is broken. Closer examination reveals the idol, its gem turned blue, was pushed out of the window onto a car. If we look inside, we see all the lenses have been completely shattered, though the main parts appear to be functional. Since the gem is blue, that means it did in fact use the Give All Memories command, but something stopped it from being broadcasted. At a security gate in the entrance, we see a guard covering his eyes due to some fumes. Looking up, we see Eugene dangling from a cable which has been disconnected from a radio tower. Closer inspection shows us he's unplugged the video in cable, meaning no live video from the idol was transferred. I can't believe it, but Eugene Marmot has inadvertently saved hundreds of millions of lives. But why the hell is he up here? On inspection, he cries out,
I did it! Help!
In his possession is the triangle data disk which houses the good O-range memories, a crumpled up note, and a list. On the list are today's tasks delegated to himself, Carrot Top, meaning Marie, and Four Eyes, meaning Jack. It seems that even privately, Eugene has zero respect for his co-workers. Marie is supposed to keep an eye on Baldy, meaning Tim, and should be here at OPTV. Jack is here as well, and we learn he's the sole camera operator for the commercial, so OPIG can confirm the memory transfer worked. Meanwhile, Eugene is in charge of supervision, working with Nathan Hoyle, and welcoming someone by the name of Summer. Peeking at the crumpled note, it reads,
So you are the mastermind behind this fantastic project. I would really like to get to know you better. Wait for me on the roof for some quality alone time. I'll come as soon as the live broadcast ends.
It's signed with a heart and apparently smells like lavender. Looks like Eugene was led to the roof where he'd be waiting there for a special someone to come once the broadcast ended. Clearly this is a bit strange because the broadcast is ended and nobody else is up here. Instead, we see a roof access door locked from the inside and a rancid O-range soda next to the words, "Hi Eugene, taste this beverage. Soon everyone will know how delicious it is." A taunting message made by Marie or Tim to let Eugene know his project was about to go up in flames. The love letter was made to draw him up here so he could be locked outside until the broadcast was over. The expectation was that he would be powerless to stop the live transmission, but Eugene took desperate action and was actually able to pull the plug on it. Peering into one of the windows, we see Marie and Tim in front of a door. Tim comments about a disturbance inside, and we can see a bottle of lavender perfume on his person. It must have been him who wrote the note to Eugene. Marie replies that Nathan just entered with security. She carries her lab key and the checklist we saw at the start of the case, albeit with every checkbox and signature filled out. Inside the room where the idol was thrown outside, we see the set for the O-Range commercial. The two costumed figures from Tessa's Empathy Warriors group appear to be responsible for destroying the idol. Security guard Billy Greer points a gun at them, and Nathan remarks that they'll pay for what they've done. He carries a letter sent from a general in the Allied States of Hesperia Armed Forces, expressing interest regarding Marie's proposal to use the idol for military training. This was Nathan's dream gig for OPIG, but with the idol's destruction, it's been completely ruined. Next to the camera, we see the lens briefcase, which is empty as expected. by the O-Range mascot is an actress for the live soda commercial. We recognize her as Summer Knightley, the movie star from the auction case. She carries a bottle of lavender perfume, matching that which Tim was carrying. Looks like Eugene believed from the fragrance that Summer was the person expressing interest in him. We can also now see that Eugene had tasked himself with waiting on her. In true Eugene fashion, his only responsibilities were observing, talking with a pretty woman, and chatting with his boss. If we look at the lanky empathy warrior, they exclaim, "For empathy and love." Makes sense. They carry a can of 1000% pepper spray, which is likely the weapon responsible for the front gate guard's affliction. The other empathy warrior, who we can recognize as Tessa, in turn shouts,
"Our job is done. Empathy has triumphed."
Nothing says empathy like pepper spraying a guard and crushing someone's vehicle with a large metal contraption. Now that I think of it, the car kind of looks long enough to be a limo. Perhaps it's Nathan's. Regardless, in true Tessa fashion, any amount of chaos or damage done is merely a necessary step on the path to enlightenment. She carries her own can of pepper spray and a note which reads,
Tessa, I'm with you. I also worry about what Eugene, or worse, Marie or Nathan, might do with the idol. The lab is now heavily guarded. The best time to stop them will be moments before the broadcast. We're scheduled to go live at 5:30 p.m. In the room it should only be me, Eugene, and the actors. Jack.
So Jack is sympathetic to Tessa's cause? We see he correctly susses out that Marie or Nathan's long-term plans for the idol would be far more nefarious than anything Eugene could come up with. Jack then says that at the time of recording, only him, Eugene, and the actors would be present with the idol. We know Eugene was bumped out of the picture, so it was just the actors on set and Jack behind the camera. A key detail to note here is that the time given by Jack for when they go live is incorrect. It's currently 5:15, and we know the broadcast was supposed to happen minutes ago. Tessa and her goon believe they arrived early in order to destroy the idol, when in fact they're both late. But why would Jack do that? It seems like he knew that Tessa would show up to break the idol and wanted her to do it after the broadcast rather than before. Our last point of interest is Jack Novak peering at his reflection in a bathroom mirror. His eyes dart frantically as he says,
Icarus? Am I hallucinating? Or is this some form of intoxication?
Jack can't believe what he's seeing. We know that regardless of Eugene pulling the plug on the commercial's video feed, Jack Novak was still operating the camera, meaning the idol's Give All Memories command was used on him and him alone. His mind has been overwritten with the contents of the square data disk. As to who was on the disk, we can deduce from the word Icarus. Icarus is the nickname Isaac Novak bestowed upon his nephew Jack. He was the only victim of the Red Curse whose mind was unaccounted for. Now inhabiting Jack's body, he can only confusingly stammer out the name of the person in front of him. With the sequence of events known, we can fill in the broadcast puzzle. Thus, Tim Spender trapped Eugene Marmot on the roof. However, through a reckless act, Eugene Marmot stopped the broadcast with the aim of preventing the spectators from getting bad memories of the O-Range. As a result, only Jack Novak received all memories from the square disc. Shortly afterwards, Tessa Navari, along with accomplices, stormed the TV station and threw the idol out of the window. Our final scene takes us close to where we started this journey. The death and discovery of Isaac Novak's body on December 4th. Here we see Hunter Wolf and Luke Brown overseeing the site after throwing Isaac's corpse off the railing. Hunter says,
It is done. Nothing should stop us now. The last thing left is preparing you and rehearsing our every step.
Hunter's main focus after securing the mind of Isaac Novak was to then make sure Luke was fully ready for the events of December 16th. Luke replies,
As you said, my savior, the greatest results require the greatest sacrifices.
Seemingly a reference to Isaac's death. Inside their van is Hunter Wolf's journal. We see two entries whose dates correspond to Luke's observations of Hunter's depression and renewed optimism. It reads,
November 2nd, 1977. What a disaster. I put Harry and William in positions of power and both still failed me, each in his own way. Regrettably, they were not good enough. And even if they had been, there are too many people in the world who are opposed to my goals. People who don't share my vision of how the world should be, and who cling to their old ways. It's too much for just me and Luke. November 4th, 1977. I know what I have to do.
As expected, Hunter wallows in his previous failures. He laments that the change he wishes to see in the world remains outside his reach. We also get to see a bit of the appreciation he has for Luke as someone capable of helping him realize his goals. On November 4th, Hunter merely affirms his determination to carry out a new plan. As to what it is, that'll be our job to solve. First, we need to figure out who Hunter Wolf is. We know he's male and that his objective was to use the Happy Customer Project to transfer all of Isaac Novak's memories to the hundreds of millions of viewers. The end result would be all those individuals effectively dying and becoming Isaac. The key element to remember here is that Hunter has access to the idol and understands it's capable of completely transferring one's mind. This latter discovery was made at the Museum of Lemurian History, where Auriel Toussaint became Echo Secunda. We haven't seen Echo since he broke out of an asylum, but it's clear that as a fugitive he wouldn't have access to the idol, so we can rule him out as a suspect. The only other person who learned of this power is Jack Novak, and from there all the pieces fall into place. Luke Brown received a slip of all the idol's pin codes, which only Marie, Eugene, and Jack knew. As Isaac's nephew, Jack knew him personally and would be able to schedule a meeting with him from which he could take all of his memories. He was able to orchestrate the discovery of the Red Curse cases, and knowing the true cause of Isaac's death, was able to influence his cousin into getting the police to cover everything up. Jack's disillusionment with Opig and his co-workers' ambitions, his desire to see the idol used for the benefit of society, even the voodoo doll in William's possession, with square eyes meant to represent Jack's glasses, everything aligns with Hunter Wolf being Jack Novak. With this in mind, we only need to recount everything leading up to this day. Jack began experimenting in the Steelside Warehouse to try and find a way to use the idol to improve society, as his proposal to do this through Opig was rejected. Initially, he attempted to give Harry knowledge to improve himself, which ended in some kind of failure. Jack still believed that knowledge and education were the key to improving society, but just needed to be given to the right people. After learning at the museum that the idol could transfer one's mind, he used it on Harry and William to put them in positions where they could enact positive change. Again, they failed, and Jack was lost as to what he should do. On November 4th, he settles on a new radical plan, to take the mind of his genius Uncle Isaac and use Eugene's project to turn millions of people into him. A society filled with philanthropic geniuses would then be able to improve the world as Jack desired. He sets his plan in motion with the assistance of Luke, which includes Jack turning himself into Isaac, as he was the sole individual at the studio who would be affected by the idol. However, Marie and Tim's plan and Eugene's attempt to stop it results in Jack Novak being the only person to turn into Isaac. Thus, posing as Hunter Wolf, Jack Novak secretly experimented with the idol to find the best way of using it to educate humanity. After becoming disillusioned, Jack Novak decided the only way was to turn everyone into a genius. To fulfill this plan, Jack Novak tried to use the Happy Customer Project to turn millions of spectators into Isaac Novak. However, because of what happened at the TV station, Jack Novak was the only person to turn into Isaac Novak. With our new understanding of Jack's plan, we can recognize that he gave Tessa the wrong broadcast time to ensure that the idol was destroyed following the attempted memory transfer, the last piece necessary to ensure that the idol is unable to cause any further harm. In our final cutscene, we see Tessa is arrested for her group's activities. An injured Eugene is rewarded by Nathan for stopping Marie and Tim's sabotage, becoming the new head of speculative investment. Marie and Tim themselves have been fired, and Marie exclaims that this outcome is all Tim's fault. We can gather from this that luring Eugene to the roof and telling him about the sabotage while he still had time to stop it wasn't part of their plan. Tim's attempt to prematurely rub their success in Eugene's face backfired immensely, to the detriment of the two of them, but to the benefit of all the pale spectators. Then we see Echo Secunda standing by a wall. We can recognize from his jacket that he's the individual on the motorbike on the main menu screen, and that he was actually also present in front of OPTV when the idol was destroyed. An interesting loose end, which we'll leave for another day. Next, we see Isaac in Jack's body watching a pre-recorded video where Jack apologizes for what he's done, telling him he did what he did for the sake of humanity. On the wall, we see a funny framed photo of a Hunter Wolf. The idol, its lenses destroyed, is thrown into a pit where an Opig machine begins to bury it. Leading up to the events of Final Clash, Eugene gives Opig a presentation regarding his Happy Customer project on October 3rd, much to Tessa's dismay. As she's fired, Tim and Marie begin planning a scheme in order to cause the project to blow up in Eugene's face. At the start of November, Tessa's newly formed group, the Empathy Warriors, attack the Opig laboratory. Around this time, Jack becomes disillusioned due to his attempts to improve society, all ending in failure. Days later, he settles on a new radical plan to use the Happy Customer project to transfer his uncle's mind to hundreds of millions of people. On the 8th of November, he transfers Luke's mind to an Opig security guard in order to facilitate his plan. From here, events transition to those from Chapter 1, in which Jack orchestrates the discovery of the Red Curse cases so that he can take Isaac's memories whilst covering up any further investigation. Chronologically, the last words we see Jack say occur at the press conference on December 7th. He comforts his cousin by assuring her that Isaac's legacy will live on. Little did we know at the time that he meant this literally, that his work would continue as millions of people would soon become him. On December 16th, the final clash occurs. Jack's plan supersedes Marie and Tim's earlier sabotage, and a blunder by Tim results in Eugene inadvertently saving the day. In the end, the idol is destroyed, and every character faces the consequences of their actions on that day. And with that, we've witnessed the rise and the fall of the Golden Idol. There's one last scene which I'll let play out.
So it turned out Harry had not attended a single job interview. He wasn't the man I thought he was. No wonder he used Gabriel's body for such immoral purposes. But even when I did find a truly noble man in William, as just one person, he was unable to make a difference in Darren's body. I realized that for any meaningful change to occur, humanity needed millions more excellent individuals, and I had to be one of them. After all, how could I impose on millions of others a sacrifice that I was not willing to make myself? All that was left was to find the most ethical, intelligent, and educated person I knew. That's when I thought of you, Uncle.
We learned that Jack's first plan was to grant Harry knowledge so that he could find employment. He believed this ended in failure since he couldn't find a job, but later learned it was because Harry had merely lied to him. William, however, is described as truly noble. His failure was because as one man, he was unable to vote against the rest of his company's board. Jack was desperate to change society and believed it could only be done if millions of people were as ethical and intelligent as his uncle. And if Jack was going to bring about this change at the cost of others' lives, it only makes sense to him that he too must be sacrificed. In a twist of fate, it was only he himself who was undone. In the end, it's just another failure. Tessa's incarcerated, Eugene is promoted, Marie and Tim are fired, and Isaac Novak now solely inhabits the body of Jack. As for Jack himself, he's revealed to be our attempted mass murderer of millions, Hunter Wolf. If we remember the storybook regarding his pseudonym's origins, the wolf communicates to the forest animals that if they eat the sugary plums, they will grow lazy and slow and thus be hunted. I believe Jack envisions himself as the Hunter Wolf to personify a necessary force for preventing society from growing dull and hedonistic. In his vision, effectively killing millions is a worthy sacrifice for the purpose of propelling society to advance itself. Jack's ultimate problem is not that the world around him is stagnating in some way, it's that he became monomaniacally obsessed with knowledge as the most important characteristic one could have. We saw in his journal that despite Harry failing him, he insisted his hypothesis that knowledge has the ultimate utility was still correct. Several failures forward, he never decides his experiments have proven him wrong. His arrogance deludes him into tunnel visioning on creating his ideal world, and thus begins his plan for mass unkification. As for Luke, I feel quite bad for him. We have no clue what happens to him, nor what Jack intended to happen to him after his plan was complete. He really did believe in Jack and his plan, so I figure he's been left with the disappointment that his savior both failed and is gone forever. His comment around Isaac's death, that great results require great sacrifices, was likely not just in reference to Isaac and the millions of spectators, but the fact that Jack would be intentionally victimized by his own scheme as well. Despite their prior differences, I don't feel like Tim and Marie are much different from each other. Both are career-oriented, wanting to keep and secure comfortable positions for themselves at OPIG. Marie is just a bit more by the book, and Tim is much more impulsive. If he wants to drink on the job, he does so. If he wants to cheat on his wife, he does so. And if he wants to prematurely taunt his enemy, he does so. It's hard to feel too bad for Marie getting fired, since her letter from Nathan revealed she doesn't care if the idol is used for nefarious purposes, so long as she's the one in control. Eugene, oblivious and inconsiderate to those he considers beneath him, ultimately comes out on top. Perhaps it's best fitting that Jack's plan is stopped by someone so selfish. We have a man deluded into thinking he was doing the right thing for society, failing due to a man who only ever thinks of himself. As for Echo, well, he's still out there, left to pick up the pieces of where our story ended. Tying Jack back to the story of Icarus, he did indeed fly too close to the sun. His ambition to improve society was focused on too foolhardy of an ideal, that everyone needed specific knowledge in order to make a worthwhile impact on the world. And he tried to bring it about by too vicious of a method. He exceeds his capabilities, and as a result, he fails. I find that Jack's vision is not only clearly evil from its proposed murdering of millions, but short-sighted in believing that the world needed millions of Isaac Novaks in order to prosper. As great of a scientist Isaac was, it's not the work of one particular mind that all advancements are made. He has limitations, and it's perhaps Jack's idolization of his uncle that prevents him from realizing that. In the audience of that pale match are people who can grow up to do great things. Not just in academic fields, but every field. And even in the interpersonal ways they can improve the lives of each other. Jack doesn't consider the limitless potential of the world around him, and instead grows frustrated due to his warped perception of it. In his perspective, society has fallen, millions must become my uncle. There's also an interesting detail that Jack doesn't allow the people he knows fall victim to his scheme. Isaac doesn't count since he was never intended to stay dead. Still, there's the very real chance that he might have considered Eugene or Nathan to be candidates worthy of being enhanced into Isaac. But the plan was orchestrated so Jack would be the only person at the studio affected. Assuming he had a say in this, I gather this to mean that Jack doesn't have the will to sacrifice the lives of people he knows personally, and is only willing to murder others in this way if their lives are abstracted. And just like the end of Case's story in DLC, a recurring motif reveals itself. The triumph of the fool, exemplified by Eugene Marmot. Over the course of the story, his behavior and understanding of the world around him can often be described as foolish. But it is because of this foolishness, brought about by just not caring about the world around him, that Eugene is able to blunder his way to success. Though he's certainly a much more nefarious and evil fool when compared to those of the previous game. Still, his selfishness turns out to be the key to stopping Jack's terrible plan. And speaking of evil fools and keys, there was that Speildance message, "Knowledge opens forbidden doors, beware evil fools who steal keys." I can connect the idol's powers as knowledge that opens forbidden opportunities, but we didn't quite see any stealing of keys. Perhaps I could consider Jack's commandeering of the idol as an attempt from an evil fool to steal the keys to operate it. Of course, Jack doesn't triumph, but that's because he's a different kind of fool. He fails because his ambitions are foolish, Eugene succeeds because he's a moron. I'd like to conclude by drawing a parallel between the antagonists of both games, Jack Novak and Lazarus Hurst. Lazarus attempted to use the idol to shape society in his image. His morality, his ideas of proper behavior were enforced to make the world more like him. In practice, those who acted more Lazarus-like lived longer, and those who didn't lived less. Jack attempts to use the idol to shape society into his ideal image, populated by intelligent and philanthropic people. He determines that instead of society being shaped in his image, it should instead be shaped in the image of his uncle. And thus he will make the world more like his uncle by literally turning people into him. Both hold the same ambition, to use their idols to create a society composed of individuals who closely resemble an ideal person. At the very least, Jack recognizes the hypocrisy of enforcing his vision and is willing to suffer the same fate as his proposed victims. Believing the ends justify the means, it's only fair that only he is ended. And thus, the main story of Rise of the Golden Idol comes to a close. I think there were quite a few different directions to take the analysis, but I wanted to keep things focused on a theme which connected to Case. As usual, this video was merely my own perspective. There's always more out there for the community to discuss. I'll say, as I combed through this game over the course of making this video, I found myself greatly appreciating just how different, or ambitious it was as a sequel. The addition of chapter-wide evidence and puzzles, the non-linearity in how its story is told, it's not just more Golden Idol, which would still be good, but it's more Golden Idol with innovation on top. I think that makes it quite special. Of course, this isn't the end of our investigation, as my next video will be covering its 4 DLC storylines. If you enjoyed this video and haven't played them yet, I very much encourage you to do so. Never the yet, it's time to say goodbye. So thank you for watching this video, thanks again for all your support, and hopefully I'll see you again. You know what? I think I finally get it.